pending further investigation. This comes after Air India Phuket to Delhi flight mid-air horror. The Phuket to Delhi flight dropped 300 feet mid-air over Odisha on August 4. As the pilot of Phuket to Delhi flight tested positive for marijuana. Over 20 passengers sustained injuries, while lives of 137 passengers were put at risk. As the probe continues, more than 400 pilots have been tested. As more skeletons tumble out of Air India's closet, the question remains on how serious the airlines is on passenger safety promises.
Now, viewers, Congress continues to insult the international song. The Vande Mataram row erupted once again. Can you believe that? Once again at Congress's Goa event. Now, this is why only two stanzas of Vande Mataram were actually sung. Now, the question now is, can Congress edit the national song? And should they face legal action? Watch more on this report.
Congress has insulted the national song Vande Mataram once again. At a Congress event in Goa, only two stanzas of the national song were sung. Is Sonia Gandhi taking a Jinnah line? This comes just 2 days after the controversy where Sonia Gandhi was seen asking for Vande Mataram to be stopped midway. In spite of widespread protests across the country, Congress once again insulted the national song. Home Minister Amit Shah has slammed Sonia Gandhi, saying the nation will not forget the disrespect to Vande Mataram.
कांग्रेस पार्टी के मुख्यालय पर वंदे मातरम का गान हो रहा था। चालू गान में कांग्रेस की नेत्री सोनिया जी ने कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष को गान रोकने का कहा। सोनिया जी, 140 करोड़ की जनता आपको देख रही है। आपके द्वारा किया गया ये पाप इस देश की जनता कभी माफ नहीं करेगी, कभी माफ नहीं करेगी।
As the Vande Mataram row escalates, it looks like Congress have not learned their lesson.
Now, the deceased in the Burari death case has been identified as a 16-year-old girl from Bihar who had come to Delhi a few days ago with her cousin brother. Police have apprehended the accused, who allegedly suspected that the teenager was speaking to a boy. Now, according to sources, the accused allegedly strangled the girl, placed her body inside a suitcase and dumped it in a forested area in Burari. Now, while the accused was traveling on a motorcycle at night, a police patrol team noticed him and questioned him. During questioning, police reportedly found his behavior to be suspicious. He allegedly then confessed to killing his cousin and dumping her body. The accused subsequently led the police team to the location where the body had been concealed, following which the body was recovered. Now, Special Staff Outer North District has apprehended the accused and identified him as Avinash. A police station Burari is registering the FIR in connection with the case, and further investigation is underway. Now, you see on your screens, this is the Burari death case that we've been following. The deceased, in fact, has been identified as a 16-year-old girl who actually hailed from Bihar. And it's come to light that she'd come to Delhi a few days ago with her cousin brother. The cousin brother, in fact, is the one who's guilty here, who was caught by the police, and he has been apprehended, and he's also confessed to killing his cousin and dumping her body. The reason, he says, is that he thought that she was speaking to another boy. All right, viewers, the BJP has unveiled its new national team, and the message is clear. Experience meets generational change. Now, with Nitin Nabeen at the helm, the party has brought back several heavyweight leaders, elevated younger faces, and expanded the presence of women across its top organizational posts. From Smriti Irani's big comeback to Piyush Goyal taking charge as treasurer and a fresh line of vice presidents, general secretaries, and secretaries, this is more than an organizational reshuffle.
A brand new BJP team has taken shape. Confirming Republic's newsbreak from Sunday, BJP announced a fresh new team. Smriti Irani made a massive comeback, taking charge of Uttar Pradesh before the 2027 assembly elections, while Amit Malviya had to take an exit from his role as the IT cell convener. In an exclusive conversation with Republic, Satish Punia, appointed as a National General Secretary, expressed his gratitude to the central leadership for this role.
पार्टी ने एक बड़ा सम्मान दिया है। विद्यार्थी काल से बहुत प्रतिकूलता में खूब लंबा काम किया, युवा मोर्चे के नाते भी। वो समय था जब राम जन्मभूमि, कश्मीर और बोफोर्स इस तरीके के आंदोलन हुआ करते थे, उसकी उपज हम लोग हैं। तो मैं समझता हूं कि पार्टी ने जो भरोसा किया है उसको पूरा करना है। पार्टी जो भी भूमिका देगी, जब भी देगी, जैसी देगी, वो निश्चित रूप से पार्टी के लिए पूरा समर्पित भाव से काम करना है।
BJP Secretary Anil Antony from Kerala had this to say.
We are very sure that under the dynamic leadership of Sri Nidhin Naveen ji, who is the youngest ever president of the world's largest party, the world's largest party will get even bigger, and we will keep increasing our footprints in a lot of areas where we are again growing. And it will be a time where the party will transcend a lot of limitations we currently are perceived to face. And the largest party in the world will keep growing, and we will all together work towards our Prime Minister's long-term vision of a Vikasit Bharat.
Former Rajasthan Chief Minister Vasundhara Raje, Ram Madhav and Baijent Panda are among the new national vice presidents. The party has also retained B.L. Santosh as National General Secretary Organization, while Union Minister Piyush Goyal has been handed the responsibility of National Treasurer. But this reset is not just about veterans. The BJP is also putting a sharper focus on youth and women. Hemang Joshi took charge of the BJYM, while Roop Kumari Chaudhary took charge of the Mahila Morcha.
प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी का अब सोच देखिए किस तरीके से अपना टीम बनाते हैं, और हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, समाज के अलग अलग वर्ग और तजुर्बे वाले एक्सपीरियंस और ऊर्जावान नए चेहरा किस तरीके से मिश्रण करके टीम बनाते हैं। तो हम तो हमेशा अपने आप को हम किस्मत वाला इंसान मानते हैं कि मोदी जी के साथ में काम करने का मौका मिल रहा है।
CM Devendra Fadnavis said an excellent team has been formed.
बहुत खुशी की बात है कि हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी श्री नितिन नवीन जी ने अपनी टीम का ऐलान किया है। एक बहुत ही अच्छी टीम तैयार हुई है। इसमें अनुभवी लोग भी हैं, युवा रक्त भी हमको इसमें दिखाई पड़ता है। पूरी टीम को बधाई देता हूं, और मुझे विश्वास है कि ये जो हमारी टीम है ये पूरे देश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बढ़ाने के लिए, जन जन तक पहुंचाने का कार्य करेगी।
Now eyes are also on the possibility of a larger opposition reshuffle across the country. The BJP's latest reshuffle is not merely about who gets which post. It is about who will build the party's machinery for the next political battle. The countdown to 2029 has begun.
All right, viewers, now we've got another breaking news coming in. The superintendent of Adyala Jail has submitted a detailed report to the Supreme Court containing former Prime Minister Imran Khan's medical examinations from the past 3 years. Now, according to the report, on August 1st, 2026, Imran Khan complained of fluctuations in blood pressure, headaches, restlessness, rapid heartbeat, and severe mental stress. Following which, Professor Dr. Akhtar Ali Bandisha, consultant cardiologist at PIMS Islamabad, actually conducted his medical examination. Now, what the report says is what we look at now.
जो मुलाकात हुई, जो मेरी लास्ट मुलाकात हुई, उसमें उन्होंने इतने गुस्से में थे, और इस तरह के उन्होंने सिर्फ आते ही जब मुझे देखा, और हम 4 हफ्ते बाद मिले थे, और उन्होंने उसी वक्त मुझे देखते कहा कि ये मुझे कुछ भी हुआ, ये मुझे टॉर्चर कर रहे, और मुझे कुछ भी हुआ तो इनको बता दो सबको कि मुझे कुछ भी हुआ तो आसिम मुनीर रिस्पॉन्सिबल होगा, कहता है वो डायरेक्ट ऑर्डर्स करता है, सारे जो कर्नल है उसके ऑर्डर्स पे चलते हैं। और बार बार मुझे रिपीट किया, उनको गुस्सा था कि ये आसिम मुनीर का कहना, ये आसिम मुनीर से अकेला कहते इसका नाम लो कि ये जो करा रहा है मेरे साथ, ये मुझे बहुत टॉर्चर कर रहा है, मेंटल टॉर्चर कर रहा है मुझे। और उसके बाद जब उसी बिना पे जब इनको एनडीयू का पता चला तो ये बहुत इनको गुस्सा चढ़ा। इन्होंने कहा जी मैं और वर्ड्स कि मैं इतनी मुश्किल जेल काट रहा हूं।
All right, we've got Alima Khan, who's the sister of imprisoned former Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan. She's reiterated that he should be treated in a hospital, stating that the family has been demanding since February that he receive medical care in a proper hospital facility in the presence of family members and lawyers. This amid ongoing concerns over his health reports and treatment while still in Adiala jail. Now remember, this is Imran Khan's sister, Alima Khan, who stated that he be treated in a proper hospital, not be treated while he's in jail. This following repeated complaints about his deteriorating health. On 1st of August, he had started complaining of palpitations, fluctuations in his blood pressure, following which on August 10th, a 3-member medical team actually visited him. They stated that a CT angiography is not needed. But after that, we've seen criticism from his sister, Alima Khan, who claims that he should actually be treated in a hospital. Now remember, the PTI as well as Imran Khan have been complaining that his health has deteriorated due to restrictions, infrequent meetings with his family, with his wife, limited access to newspapers or television in jail. And all that is causing stress, which has caused his health to deteriorate, following which a doctor initially examined him. He had suggested that
हमारा दर्द पहले पहचानो। आपके घर में आपकी वालदा, आपके भाई जब बीमार होते हैं, आप मुझे बताओ सबसे पहले आपकी तरजीह क्या होगी? उसको बेहतर से बेहतर अस्पताल में फौरन इलाज करवाया जाए। आप नहीं करेंगे? आज आपको वो दर्द नहीं है हमारे भाई के लिए, आप वो दर्द नहीं खा रहे कि सबसे पहले इमरान खान का इलाज करवाएं हम अस्पताल में। हमने ये डिमांड कर रहे हैं फरवरी से कि इमरान खान का हक बनता है कि उनका इलाज करवाया जाए हमारी फैमिली की और लॉयर्स की मौजूदगी में। आप ये एजेंसियों की चीज़ों में डिस्ट्रैक्ट ना हो, मैं आपसे अपील करती हूँ।
Now, a massive rally was taken out in Manipur as students and civil society groups demanded the implementation of the NRC before the census exercise begins in the state. Protesters campaigning under the banner of justice and fair delimitation also called for a fresh population count, fair delimitation of constituencies, and the resettlement of internally displaced people. Take a look at how the events unfolded on the ground in Manipur.
Hundreds of protesters surrounded the streets of Manipur demanding that the NRC be implemented before the census exercise is carried out. Students and civil society groups participated in the rally, raising slogans and carrying placards as they demanded for an accurate and verified population count. One of the foremost demands of the protesters is that demographic verification must precede any census exercise. They claim that a fresh census backed by an NRC is necessary to ensure that population figures accurately reflect the state's demographic realities. A key concern raised during the protests was the issue of illegal infiltration, as they argued that any future census and delimitation process should be based on verified demographic data. Protesters also demanded the resettlement and rehabilitation of internally displaced people affected by the ethnic unrest that has gripped the state over the past few years. The people protesting say their demands are aimed at ensuring fairness in representation and protecting the interests of Manipur's indigenous communities. With the census exercise drawing closer, the rally has once again brought the debate over citizenship verification, population data and political representation to the forefront for the state.
Now, viewers, Republic was the first one to tell you that there was going to be a major reshuffle within the BJP as it prepares for the 2029 elections. Now, and on Monday, it happened. BJP announced an extensive organizational rejig. The team led by National President Nitin Nabin. Listen in to Republic Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami as he outlines the 4 key insights from the BJP's definitive war room for Mission 2029.
I just want to start with a quick analysis of the BJP new list. I have 4 points to make. First of all, you'll get the whole list. Everybody is going to show you the full list, but there are 4 big headlines. First of all, it's a huge comeback for Smriti Irani. She becomes the link person between Lucknow and Yogi and Delhi. She becomes General Secretary in charge of Uttar Pradesh. It's a great responsibility. She can therefore prove that she's in charge. If there's a victory in Uttar Pradesh, she'll share the credit for it. But most importantly, for all the people who wrote that Smriti Irani's political career is over, now she is really the comeback queen. She exited the Union Cabinet after losing Amethi, right? And many people thought that this is the end of her political career, but here's a massive comeback. Never rule out Smriti Irani. She is making the biggest comeback by being directly in charge of the 2027 UP elections as General Secretary of the BJP. Ladies and gentlemen, big comeback. Second point is tonight, IT cell head of the BJP, Amit Malviya, is out. He's out, and Deepak Maske is replacing him in charge of the BJP social digital warfare decision. Deepak Maske is 58 years old. He comes from Chhattisgarh. He has a lot of experience in the IT and social media cell of Chhattisgarh. He will be responsible for a digital overhaul. What this reflects is that somewhere the BJP is understood. It has to do a course correction after the CJP, where the party was unable to compete in terms of social media narrative with those against the BJP. So this is big news in Amit Malviya, face of the BJP's IT strategy for a long time, out, replaced by a more experienced Deepak Maske, who comes in from Chhattisgarh. The third big news for me is that at a structural level, things don't change. So BL Santosh, very trusted by the Prime Minister, very trusted by Amit Shah particularly, retains the role of National General Secretary Organization. This is a very important, almost a permanent institutional presence of the RSS within the BJP machinery. So the RSS continues to be very powerful within the BJP, and BL Santosh is the man who guides that. Fourth important headline tonight is that Piyush Goyal makes a comeback as treasurer. He was treasurer earlier. Now he has a very important commerce portfolio, and he is handling economic diplomacy for the government. This is a rare dual assignment, which shows just how trusted he is. This, in my view, are the 4 key points.
All right, viewers, you're watching live this morning with me, Karun Seth. We'll pause for a short break, but coming up right after, AIIMS Medical Board contradicts claims of Twisha's family, says Twisha died by suicidal hanging.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
All right, viewers, time to look at what's making news across the world. We'll move on to our international segment. Days of severe storms and flooding have left at least 7 people dead across Indiana, with Indianapolis residents returning Monday to access widespread damage. Floodwaters destroyed homes and belongings, leaving some residents uncertain about where they'll live next. A flood warning remained active in Randolph County, whilst people in several counties were urged to avoid unnecessary travel. Residents are now facing costly repairs, lost possessions, and uncertain housing. The murder trial of Duane Cafe Davis, accused in the 1996 killing of rapper Tupac Shakur, began in Las Vegas on Monday. Prosecutors told jurors Davis planned the shooting as retaliation after his nephew was beaten by Shakur's entourage. Davis has pleaded not guilty, while his defense called the prosecution's case fiction. Prosecutors say Davis made admissions about his involvement over the years, while most other witnesses have since died. Thousands gathered at Trafalgar Square on Monday to remember Jason Ardey, the 41-year-old former Cambridge professor who died days after resigning amid intense scrutiny over plagiarism allegations. Ardey denied plagiarism while acknowledging mistakes in his doctoral work. His death has triggered debate over media scrutiny, racism, and pressure surrounding diversity policies in academia. Supporters of the vigil accused critics of subjecting Ardey to a disproportionate public campaign. Now, high-level OAS and CARICOM delegation arrived in Haiti to support efforts to tackle gang violence, strengthen institutions, and prepare for elections. The delegations met Prime Minister Alex Didier Filzame and senior officials to sign accords supporting foreign partners and NGOs. They also held talks with electoral and security authorities ahead of Haiti's presidential and legislative elections scheduled for December 13th. After massive BJP reshuffle, BJP President Nitin Nabin says the new team is for the future that will shape the future of India.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
We all must learn the lesson. The era of short, intense conflicts is over. We are all should be ready for long, drawn-out wars that tax and test the national stamina. There are unconfirmed reports that Iran has made a nuclear bomb. They have dropped enough indications that they have the bomb. Their top leader, he has made a statement that we now have the bomb. They had already upgraded up to 60%. They had 450 kgs of enriched uranium. And all this while, when Donald Trump was trying to bomb them to smithereens, they have continued with their nuclear program to save their bloody lives. Because there are people who are quite capable of using the nuclear bomb against Iran because they couldn't get it to get onto its knees So there were people crazy enough to use the nuclear bomb against subhumans. The bomb was ready, but it was not used against Europe. It was not used against Hitler and the Germans. It was used against non-white people. It was used against Asians to be treated as guinea pigs when there was no need. Japan was almost close to surrender because of the firebombing of the cities of Japan, because the Russians had also intervened and they knew the game was up. They were going to surrender anyway. Nevertheless, they were bombed. Nevertheless, they were bombed to test the bomb on live Asian civilizations, live Asian people.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and very warm welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, the big BJP rejig has happened. The changes have now been announced and the team has been launched for the upcoming elections by Bharatiya Janata Party. We'll get you all the details on what Nitin Nabeen's new team is looking like. But first up, a quick check at the top headlines. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Big win for Jharkhand students. Congress government bows under pressure and cancels JSSC CGL examinations.
इस आंदोलन को साथ देने वाले, सहयोग करने वाले तमाम छात्र को, अभिभावक को, मीडिया बंधु को, पुलिस प्रशासन को और विशेष रूप से झारखंड सरकार को और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री हेमंत सोरेन जी को हम तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देते हैं.
Student leader Devendra Mato ends his hunger strike after government announces exam cancellation. Mato discharged from hospital. After massive BJP reshuffle, BJP President Nitin Nabeen says the new team is here for the future that will shape the future of India. Government says X will have to follow the law of land regarding its new rule after X said it will make censorship requests visible to users. Donald Trump cites India's election system as an example while renewing his call for the passage of the Save America Act, praises the voter verification system. All right, viewers, welcome back. And our top focus at this hour. Now, Donald Trump has put out a tweet praising India's election model. He says that the voter verification system of India is something praiseworthy and should in fact be adopted in other countries as well. And this comes in as he pushes for his America's Save Act to also be passed by US Senate. Now, Trump in fact cited India's election system as an example while renewing his call for the passage of Save America Act, which essentially seeks a stricter voter identification and citizenship requests in US elections. Now, he mentioned that India's last election had about 646 million voters and less than 1% votes by mail, and every single voter had to have a valid photo identity document. So in a post on Truth Social, Trump said that India's chief election commissioner, Gyanesh Kumar, had earlier asked his administration how elections could be held in the US without a valid photo ID card. So this is something that Donald Trump has now put out through his tweet, saying that how can you have elections in the US without a valid photo ID card? What was in fact the question that was discussed with the Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar. He also cited that how in last elections there were about 46 million voters, and less than 1% of them voted through mail. Now, we have seen Donald Trump, in fact, talking about getting rid of the mail voting system in United States. And on those lines, he's now used and cited India's example, in fact, to push for identification system in US as well. And this also comes in as he's renewing his call to get the Save America Act passed by the US Senate as well. So this comes in as Donald Trump doubles down on his pressure to get the Save America Act passed in the US using successful example of India's election system. All right, my colleague Harsh also joins us with more details on this. Harsh, now we've seen, within India, there are some who continue to criticize India's election model. But there you have Donald Trump praising India's election model and also using it as an example to push his Save America Act in the US.
Right, Dishita, now this post itself becomes very significant because we have seen a long-standing deadlock between the government of India and the opposition, especially as far as the Chief Election Commissioner, Gyanesh Kumar, is considered. Now, Donald Trump, in his Truth Social post, has clearly mentioned that last week, Gyanesh Kumar had a word with the American administration, and he has clearly lauded India's election approach, in fact, India's election system. He says that over 646 million people voted in India in its last elections, and he has clearly applauded India's election system. He says that less than 1% of these voters in India used mail to vote, and that is exactly why he's saying that it's high time that America should also learn, and they should also now put clear emphasis on Save America Bill. Now, what is Save America Bill? Donald Trump has been clearly being critically vocal about this particular act. He has been calling support from the opposition. However, Republicans and Democrats both have been standing in a long deadlock when we talk about the Save America Act. But they say, what Donald Trump says, that it is very essential for the government of America and for America to conduct fraud-less elections. And that is exactly why he has now pointed out, in fact, has pointed out Gyanesh Kumar's election model, clearly emphasizing on India's election model. And that is exactly what we are learning. The language, the choice of words that the American president has used in regards to the election system in India, in regards to the Chief Election Commissioner, Gyanesh Kumar. And this is in a clear words means that Donald Trump has clearly said that Gyanesh Kumar, in a way, has fooled the American administration as far as the election system in India is considered. And he has also mentioned, in fact, this particular data has also been mentioned in the White House website, where they also say, in fact, this website clearly mentions that Brazil and India are two countries that have now clearly put up the biometric data of all its voters in the system. And this is the way ahead to conduct free and fair elections in any country. And that is exactly what we are learning with Donald Trump's latest social media post, where he has clearly lauded India's election approach and the model that has been pushed up by the Chief Election Commissioner, Gyanesh Kumar himself.
Right, all right. Thanks so much, Harsh, for joining us. Do continue to stay with me. We're getting some breaking updates on other developments as well. Now, here's Elon Musk, in fact, has announced a new transparency measure on X, stating that any censorship required by governments is now clearly visible. This comes under which users will be notified where government agencies request the removal of specific posts or restrictions on accounts, with the platform also planning to disclose the requesting government body and, where available, the legal basis or the reasoning behind such action as well. Now, the government official has responded on that request, saying that Elon Musk-owned X will have to follow the law of the land regarding its new rule to make government content takedown requests public, responding to Musk's Saturday announcement that any censorship required by the government is clearly now visible on the platform. So, we broke this news, Harsh, before as well, and now the government response is very clear in this regard, that X will have to follow the laws of Bharat, will have to abide by the legal framework that India follows. Right,
Nishita. Now, earlier we saw how the government of India went against Meta when it tried to build up an exception for itself. Now it's X versus the government of India, where the government of India has made it amply clear that any company, any organization, or any social media company that operates in India will have to follow the law of the land. And that is exactly what we are seeing here. That is exactly what we have learned earlier in the case of Meta versus the government of India. Now, what Elon Musk earlier announced on Saturday via his X account, that any rules that are emphasized by any governments or any bodies in any country will be put on a public domain. And responding to this, the government of India has clearly mentioned that if X needs to operate in India, or if any company for that matter needs to operate in India, they'll have to clearly follow the law of the land. And that is exactly what we are learning. This is exactly what has happened earlier in the case of Meta, where the government has made it clear that if you need to operate in our country, you'll have to operate as per our rules and guidelines. And that is exactly what has happened in this case, after Elon Musk has publicly announced that if there are any changes that are asked by any government, any bodies in any country that it operates in, they'll make it public and they'll make it available on a public domain. However, responding to this, the government of India has made it very clear that if you need to operate in India, it applies to X, it applies to any other country that operates in India, you will have to follow the law of the land.
All right, so that's the red line drawn by the Indian government on this regard. Thanks so much, Harsh, for joining us and getting us the latest. And now we are shifting focus to what is unfolding in Jharkhand. Now, students who had cleared the JSSC CGL examination in the state have now launched a protest after Chief Minister Hemant Soren ordered the cancellation of the exam. Now, this has essentially created a fresh controversy as successful candidates now claim that they had become suddenly jobless, while other JPSCSC and JSSC aspirants who are protesting the process celebrated the government's decision. So, right after there was an order came in from the government seeking a cancellation of a JSSC CGL examination, there is another set of students, essentially students who have qualified the examination, who are now protesting. They've hit the streets, and these are the visuals that we're getting in, where another stir now seems to be brewing up in Jharkhand, and this comes in after CM Hemant Soren ordered the cancellation of a JSSC CGL examination after several irregularities are flagged in the recruitment process. So this comes in as one hunger strike has come to an end, which was led by student activist Devendra Mato. Another set of protesters have now hit the streets in Jharkhand, basically opposing the cancellation of a JSSC CGL examination. So those are the two pictures which are now emerging out of Jharkhand as the stir continues on the ground. In fact, let's listen in to the reactions we're getting on this.
हम लोग हर तरह के जांच के लिए रेडी हैं। आप जांच कीजिए, जो गलती आता है उसको कीजिए, लेकिन कुछ लोगों के लिए हम लोग के लिए साधा न्याय मत कीजिए सर, हम लोग के लिए साधा न्याय मत कीजिए। मेरा नाम रोशन कुमार है, ये तो पोस्ट पर थे, तो पोस्ट पर हम जांच कराने के लिए तैयार हैं। जो बोलिएगा साहब लेके आए हैं, पूरा डॉक्यूमेंट लेके आए हैं, लेकिन मत कीजिए। आप सरकार, आप हम लोग को नियुक्ति दिए थे, आप ही का मत कीजिए। सीबीआई जांच कीजिए, जहाँ से जो जांच करना है वो जांच कीजिए, लेकिन हम लोग के साथ अन्याय मत कीजिए सर। मैं अपनी माँ और पापा से कहना चाहूँगा कि कृपया माँ और पापा आप लोग धैर्य रखें, हम फिर से जीतेंगे। सरकार से भी हम अपील करेंगे, कृपया अपने ये कठोर जो निर्णय लिए उसको वापस ले। हमारा इस सरकार के निर्णय से माननीय न्यायालय का जो आदेश था उसकी अवहेलना की गई है। ये काफी एक प्रकार से हम बोल सकते हैं कि न्याय की आज हार हुई, माननीय न्यायालय की आज हार हुई, हम ये कहना चाहेंगे।
हम लोगों का सब, हम लोग जब आए हैं अपने स्वतंत्र तरीके से और फ्रेश तरीके एग्जाम दे करके, तो क्यों इस तरीके से कदम उठाया जा रहा है? हम लोग का कहना है कि आप जांच करिए, जांच में जो त्रुटि मिलेगा उसको हटाइए ना।
सीआईडी जांच को लेकर के इनका रुख बिल्कुल साफ है, शुरुआत के दिनों से इनका रुख बिल्कुल साफ है कि देखिए सीबीआई
जांच में जो भी चीजें आती है।
And now we are shifting focus to what is unfolding right now in Pakistan. Former country's Prime Minister Imran Khan is now experiencing blood pressure fluctuations. palpitation, headaches and severe mental stress. This comes in during a medical examination which took place on August 1st. And now the report which has been submitted to the Supreme Court has revealed the condition of Imran Khan, who continues to remain at Adiala jail. Now remember, this also comes in as the pressure continues to mount over the jail administration over the worsening health condition of the former Prime Minister of the country. In fact, the detailed report says Imran Khan complained of fluctuations in blood pressure, restlessness, a rapid heartbeat and severe mental stress, following which his doctor, in fact, also recommended that there is a need to reduce mental stress, otherwise his health condition would continue to worsen at Adiala jail. So this comes in as he remains behind bars, and the family as well as his party PTI, there have been a mounting pressure to demand access to Imran Khan. They have been calling for his immediate transfer to a hospital as well. All right, viewers, in fact, we're also getting some other updates in regards to Imran Khan's health condition. Alima Khan, the sister of imprisoned Pakistan Prime Minister, has now reiterated that he should be treated in a hospital immediately, stating that the family has been demanding since February that he receive medical care in a proper hospital facility in the presence of family members and lawyers amid ongoing concerns over his health reports and treatment while he continues to remain behind bars at Adiala jail. Let's in fact listen in to what the sister is now demanding.
हमारा दर्द पहले पहचानो। आपके घर में आपकी वालदा, आपके भाई जब बीमार होते हैं, आप मुझे बताओ सबसे पहले आपकी तरजीह क्या होगी? उसको बेहतर से बेहतर अस्पताल में फौरन इलाज करवाया जाए। आप नहीं करेंगे? आज आपको वो दर्द नहीं है हमारे भाई के लिए? आप वो दर्द नहीं खा रहे कि सबसे पहले इमरान खान का इलाज करवाएं हम अस्पताल में? हमने ये डिमांड कर रहे हैं फरवरी से कि इमरान खान का हक बनता है कि उनका इलाज करवाया जाए हमारी फैमिली की और लॉयर्स की मौजूदगी में। आप ये एजेंसियों की चीज़ों में डिस्ट्रैक्ट ना हो, मैं आपसे अपील करती हूँ।
Now here's Imran Khan's other sister, Dr. Usma Khan, has also stated that Imran Khan explicitly named Asim Munir and that Asim Munir directly has ordered the colonel and must be held responsible if anything happens to Imran Khan. So that's a warning also coming in, an ultimatum issued by Imran Khan's sister that if anything happens to the former Prime Minister of the country, it is Asim Munir who must be held accountable. Let's take a listen.
जो मुलाकात हुई, जो मेरी लास्ट मुलाकात हुई, उसमें उन्होंने इतने गुस्से में थे और इस तरह के उन्होंने सिर्फ आते ही जब मुझे देखा और हम 4 हफ्ते बाद मिले थे और उन्होंने उसी वक्त मुझे देखते कहा कि ये मुझे कुछ भी हुआ, ये मुझे टॉर्चर कर रहे, बता दो सबको कि मुझे कुछ भी हुआ तो आसिम मुनीर रिस्पॉन्सिबल होगा। कहता है वो डायरेक्ट ऑर्डर्स करता है, सारे जो कर्नल है उसके ऑर्डर्स पे चलते हैं और बार बार मुझे रिपीट किया, उनको गुस्सा था कि ये आसिम मुनीर का कहना, ये आसिम मुनीर अकेला कहते इसका नाम लो कि ये जो करा रहा है मेरे साथ, ये मुझे बहुत टॉर्चर कर रहा है, मेंटल टॉर्चर कर रहा है मुझे। और उसके बाद जब उसी बिना पे जब इनको एनडीयू का पता चला तो ये बहुत इनको गुस्सा चढ़ा। इन्होंने कहा जी मैं और वर्ड्स कि मैं इतनी मुश्किल जेल काट रहा हूं।
All right, in fact, my colleague who's been closely tracking these developments also joins us. Gursimran, now we have seen, sisters of Imran Khan coming out and issuing an ultimatum that if anything now happens to Imran Khan, it is Asim Munir who must be held accountable. And at the same time, several medical reports have also come out showing that how his health continues to worsen, while the family is now asking for his immediate transfer to a hospital. So what is that we know about his health condition so far, and how is the family likely to take up this issue now?
See, we have seen that despite the court orders, the Pakistani administration, especially the Adiala jail administration, they are reluctant to allow any of the family members. None of the close legal aid teams or the family members have been allowed to meet Imran Khan. And it's been for 6 months now, because it was in the month of February when the court orders were given, and then it was expected that the family members and the legal counsel will be allowed to meet Imran Khan. But it has not happened. And we have seen that there have been repeated requests that have gone unheard. When it comes to Alima Khan, she has made it amply clear that they have to be available for Imran Khan because he is suffering a lot and his health is deteriorating with each passing day. Now coming to what Usman Khan has said, this is a clear-cut reality that is there, because we know that the General Asim Munir is behind what is happening not only to Imran Khan but to entire Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf. Reason being that he was standing firm with the Shahbaz Sharif and the Nawaz Sharif's PMLN and wanted to completely dislodge the PTI, and that is why we have seen that the 9 May arson that has taken place, in which the Army Corps Commander's house was also ransacked, the entire onus was put on those who were actually not going with the orders of General Asim Munir and was standing firmly by the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf. Other than those who stood by the Pakistani army or took the line of the Pakistani army, they were given a free hand. So that is why Usman Khan has said that if anything happens to Imran Khan, it will be General Asim Munir who will be responsible.
All right. Thanks, Goswami, for joining us and getting us the latest on this. And now, viewers, Republic was the first one to tell you its viewers that there was going to be a major reshuffle within the Bharatiya Janata Party as it prepares for 2029 elections. And on Monday, it happened. BJP announced an extensive organizational team led by National President Nitin Abeen. Listen into Republic's Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami as he outlines his 4 key insights from the BJP's definitive war room for Mission 2029.
I just want to start with a quick analysis of the BJP new list. I have 4 points to make. First of all, you'll get the whole list. Everybody is going to show you the full list, but there are 4 big headlines. First of all, it's a huge comeback for Smriti Irani. She becomes the link person between Lucknow and Yogi and Delhi. She becomes General Secretary in charge of Uttar Pradesh. It's a great responsibility. She can therefore prove that she's in charge. If there's a victory in Uttar Pradesh, she'll share the credit for it. But most importantly, for all the people who wrote that Smriti Irani's political career is over, now she is really the comeback queen. She exited the Union Cabinet after losing Amethi, right? And many people thought that this is the end of her political career, but here's a massive comeback. Never rule out Smriti Irani. She is making the biggest comeback by being directly in charge of the 2027 UP elections as General Secretary of the BJP. Ladies and gentlemen, big comeback. Second point is tonight, IT cell head of the BJP, Amit Malviya, is out. He's out, and Deepak Maske is replacing him in charge of the BJP social digital warfare decision. Deepak Maske is 58 years old. He comes from Chhattisgarh. He has a lot of experience in the IT and social media cell of Chhattisgarh. He will be responsible for a digital overhaul. What this reflects is that somewhere the BJP is understood. It has to do a course correction after the CJP, where the party was unable to compete in terms of social media narrative with those against the BJP. So this is big news in Amit Malviya, face of the BJP's IT strategy for a long time, out, replaced by a more experienced Deepak Maske, who comes in from Chhattisgarh. The third big news for me is that at the structural level, things don't change. So BL Santosh, very trusted by the Prime Minister, very trusted by Amit Shah particularly, retains the role of National General Secretary Organization. This is a very important, almost a permanent institutional presence of the RSS within the BJP machinery. So the RSS continues to be very powerful within the BJP, and BL Santosh is the man who guides that. Fourth important headline tonight is that Piyush Goyal makes a comeback as treasurer. He was treasurer earlier. Now he has a very important commerce portfolio, and he is handling economic diplomacy for the government. This is a rare dual assignment which shows just how trusted he is. This, in my view, are the 4 key points.
All right, viewers, so that's a wrap on this edition of Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Shita Mitra. Don't go anywhere. Coming up after a short break, Donald Trump cites India's election system as an example while renewing his call for the passage of Save America Act. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल। बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना।
सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
ट्रायल लूंगा।
श्योर।
वाटर रेजिस्टेंट
है,
स्ट्रॉन्ग
है, हाई डेंसिटी वुड फाइबर स्ट्रक्चर, एडवांस जर्मन एडहेसिव बॉन्डिंग, सॉलिड डिफेंस।
ट्रायल में पास।
सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस, सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
All right, welcome back, viewers. It's time to track other headlines which are coming to life from across the nation in our special segment called Bharat in One. At least 8 people have been killed and around 25 injured after a truck rammed into a loading vehicle on highway near Chamka in Madhya Pradesh. The loading vehicle was carrying a laborers returning home after work. Several injured are in critical condition, have now been taken to hospital. Investigation is underway in the incident. A minor girl's body was found inside a suitcase in Ajit Vihar in Burari in Delhi. A large police presence was seen at the spot after the discovery, with the area cordoned off as residents gathered. Police are investigating the circumstances surrounding the death and working to establish the identity of the victim. Fire broke out in the basement of an electric showroom on S.R. Verma Road in Patna. Fire tenders rushed to the spot and brought the blaze largely under control. The basement housed a parking area and a warehouse storing electronic goods. A short circuit is suspected to have triggered the fire, but the exact cause yet to be ascertained. Coming up after a short break, former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan's health worsens at Adyala jail. Imran's sister says if anything happens to him, Asim Munir must be held accountable.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना।
सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
ट्रायल लूंगा।
श्योर।
वाटर रेजिस्टेंट
है,
स्ट्रॉन्ग
है, हाई डेंसिटी वुड फाइबर स्ट्रक्चर, एडवांस जर्मन एडहेसिव बॉन्डिंग, सॉलिड डिफेंस।
ट्रायल में पास।
सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस, सेंचुरी।
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Big win for Jharkhand students. Congress government bows under pressure and cancels the JSSC CGL examinations.
इस आंदोलन को साथ देने वाले, सहयोग करने वाले तमाम छात्र को, अभिभावक को, मीडिया बंधु को, पुलिस प्रशासन को और विशेष रूप से झारखंड सरकार को और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री हेमंत सोरेन जी को हम तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देते हैं।
Student leader Devendra Mahato ends his hunger strike after the government announces exam cancellation. Mahato discharged from the hospital.
और कहीं न कहीं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के विजन को, प्रधानमंत्री के संकल्प को ये टीम जमीन स्तर पर लेके जाएगी और कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ एक संबंध, जनता के साथ संवाद और निश्चित रूप से एक संकल्प के साथ काम करेगी।
After massive BJP reshuffle, BJP President Nitin Nabin says the new team is for the future that will shape the future of India. Government says X will have to follow the law of the land regarding its new rule. This after X said it will make censorship requests visible to users. Trump cites India's election system as an example while renewing his call for the passage of the Save America Act, praises the voter verification system.
मुझे देखते कहा कि ये बता दो सबको कि मुझे कुछ भी हुआ तो आसिम मुनीर रिस्पॉन्सिबल होगा, कि ये जो करा रहा है मेरे साथ, ये मुझे बहुत टॉर्चर कर रहा है, मेंटल टॉर्चर कर रहा है मुझे।
Former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan's health worsens in jail. Imran's sister says if anything happens to Imran, Asim Munir would be responsible for it. Good morning, viewers. Welcome to Live and Breaking with me, Karun Seth on Republic. Now, after massive BJP reshuffle, BJP President Nitin Nabin says that the party is actually, this is the reshuffle is for the future. What we've done is sweeping organizational overhaul, unveiling a fresh team of national office bearers under the national president Nitin Nabin. Now, the appointments approved by the party chief include 13 national vice presidents, 8 general secretaries, 16 national secretaries and several other key positions. Prominent among the national vice presidents are former Rajasthan Chief Minister Vasundhara Raje Scindia, Tirath Singh Rawat, Ram Madhav, Baijayant J. Panda, D. Purandeshwari, Rekha Verma, Varsha Ben Narendra Bhai Joshi, Bharti Praveen Pawar, Manpreet Singh Badal, Lal Singh Arya, M. Nagaraja, Tariq Mansoor and Madhu Chandra Kar. Take a listen into the reactions coming in.
पार्टी ने एक बड़ा सम्मान दिया है। विद्यार्थी काल से बहुत प्रतिकूलता में खूब लंबा काम किया, युवा मोर्चे के नाते भी। वो समय था जब राम जन्मभूमि, कश्मीर और बोफोर्स इस तरीके के आंदोलन हुआ करते थे, उसकी उपज हम लोग हैं। सत्ता उस समय कल्पना नहीं थी, लेकिन सत्ताएं आई। राजस्थान में भी सत्ताओं के खिलाफ भी हम लोगों ने संघर्ष किया। मैं अध्यक्ष था, कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार थी, एक बड़ा आंदोलन हम लोगों ने खड़ा किया। बाद में पार्टी ने मुझे हरियाणा की जिम्मेवारी दी, पार्टी की अपेक्षा थी, उसको पूरा किया। तो मैं समझता हूं कि पार्टी ने जो भरोसा किया है उसको पूरा करना है। पार्टी जो भी भूमिका देगी, जब भी देगी, जैसी देगी, वो निश्चित रूप से पार्टी के लिए पूरा समर्पित भाव से काम करना है।
मतलब बड़ा कमबैक आपका हुआ है विधानसभा में, भले ही हार हो, लेकिन उसके बाद प्रभारी आपको बनाया गया, वहाँ जीत हुई, राज्यसभा भेजा गया और अब बड़ा ये एक्सटेंशन आपको मिला है। शीर्ष नेतृत्व का किस तरह से आभार?
मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का खास तौर पर धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करता हूं कि इतने बड़े देश में, इतने बड़े समूह में उनको कार्यकर्ताओं का ध्यान रहता है और कार्यकर्ताओं की कद्र करते हैं। गृह मंत्री जी, क्योंकि उनके साथ हरियाणा में काम किया, उन्होंने नज़दीक से देखा, उनसे हमने बहुत चीज़ें सीखी। राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी क्योंकि ऊर्जावान हैं, नौजवान हैं, उनके साथ काम करने का अवसर, तो मैं समझता हूं कि इन तीनों का और इससे जुड़े हुए तमाम जो लोग हैं उनका बहुत धन्यवाद मैं करता हूं कि जिन्होंने मुझे इस योग्य समझा।
राजस्थान में अब कहीं ना कहीं पंचायत निकाय के चुनाव है, ग्रास रूट पर उतरकर आपको बड़ा काम करने पड़ेगा, क्योंकि देखिए ओबीसी बड़ा एक वोट बैंक राजस्थान के लिए माना जाता है। वहाँ क्या प्राथमिकता रहेगी?
राजस्थान की इकाई जो भी योग्य समझेगी, जहाँ पार्टी के लिए जितना करना की आवश्यकता रहेगी वो सब करेंगे।
मान लें ये जीत कार्यकर्ताओं की, मतलब एक कार्यकर्ताओं की जीत है, ये जो आपको बड़ी जिम्मेदारी मिली है,
क्या बताया?
ये जो आज आपको बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी है, तो ये उन कार्यकर्ताओं का एक बड़ा भरोसा है जिन पर आज आपको फिर से केंद्रीय लोगों ने आप पर आभार जताया है।
देखिए, जब हम लोग काम करते हैं तो हम सामान्य कार्यकर्ता होते हैं, शुरुआत करते हैं, तो विद्यार्थी काल से लोग जुड़े, तो ये जो जुड़ाव है ये एक भावनात्मक लगाव हो जाता है। तो एक बड़ा आपका एक पार्टी का शुभचिंतक वर्ग आपके साथ जुड़ता है, वो आपकी तकलीफ में दुखी होते हैं, आपके सुख में सुखी होते हैं। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का एक चरित्र है, पार्टी का एक चरित्र है कि इस तरीके के किसी भी अच्छे काम को एक साथ सेलिब्रेट करते हैं।
ये बताइए कि ये आपको क्या अनुमान था कि आप बनेंगे राष्ट्रीय सचिव?
देखिए, इतने बड़े पद का अनुमान मेरे जैसे सामान्य परिवार से आने वाला बहुत सामान्य कार्यकर्ता इतने बड़े पद का अनुमान लगा ले तो ये कहना मेरे लिए बहुत गलत होगा। ये बात ज़रूर है कि मैं लंबे समय से पार्टी ने जो दायित्व दिया है उसका निर्वहन मैंने बिहार में बहुत अच्छे किया है। मैं लंबे समय तक मंत्री रहा संगठन में, मैं फिर उपाध्यक्ष रहा, मैं शाहबाद का इंचार्ज भी रहा, मैं मिथिला का प्रभारी भी रहा। तो इस नाते मैंने संगठन में अच्छा काम किया। मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ मेरे जैसे सामान्य परिवार से आने वाले कार्यकर्ता को इतना बड़ा दायित्व देने के लिए। मैं अपने पार्टी के यशस्वी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय नितिन नवीन जी और देश के लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी का मैं बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूँ।
जिम्मेवारी बड़ी है और आप किस तरह का नया काम करना चाहेंगे ताकि पार्टी का जो प्रोग्राम्स है या गवर्नमेंट का प्रोग्राम्स लोगों तक पहुँचे, पार्टी की साख बढ़े?
देखिए, मैंने लंबे समय से जो बिहार में काम किया, तो आपको याद होगा 2025 में हमने एनडीए कार्यकर्ता सम्मेलन किया था। पार्टी ने मेरे ऊपर भरोसा किया और वो बड़ी काम की जिम्मेदारी मेरे ऊपर रखी थी और सफलतापूर्वक मैंने बिहार में वो कार्यक्रम संपन्न किए। प्रत्येक जिले में एनडीए का हम लोगों ने बड़ा कार्यकर्ता सम्मेलन कर में सफलता पाई है। इसके बावजूद अन्य प्रकार के कार्यक्रम, पार्टी के जो भी अभियान होते हैं, जो अलग प्रकार के कार्यक्रम होते हैं, विशेष कार्यक्रम होते हैं, उसमें भी मैंने अच्छा योगदान दिया है। तभी जाके पार्टी को ये भरोसा हुआ और पार्टी ने मेरे जैसे छोटे कार्यकर्ता के ऊपर इतना बड़ा भरोसा व्यक्त किया है।
संगठन और सरकार के बीच सामंजस्य बैठाना भी एक अहम जिम्मेवारी है आप लोगों की, उसको आप किस रूप में देखते हैं?
देखिए, जहाँ तक मैं आपको बताऊं कि आदरणीय नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जिस प्रकार से देश तरक्की कर रहा है और जिस प्रकार से वो नेता एक ऐसे हैं जिनको पूरा देश और दुनिया में उनकी एक अलग प्रकार की प्रतिष्ठा है, तो यहाँ पे सब चीज़ें बहुत सिस्टमेटिक, बहुत अच्छे ढंग से चलती हैं। अभी आपने देखा होगा कि बंगाल जैसे कठिन चुनाव को भी आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमने वहाँ प्रचंड विजय पाई है। आने वाले समय में भी जिस प्रकार के भी चुनाव होंगे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता, पूरा पार्टी संगठन आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम सब प्रकार की सफलता पाएंगे।
और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नितिन नवीन जी के साथ पहले भी काम करने का अनुभव रहा होगा, तो आपका अनुभव कैसा रहा?
देखिए, मैंने राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी के साथ तो संगठन में एक साथ मिल के काम मैंने नहीं किया है कभी, लेकिन राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी जब यहाँ पे विधायक थे, जब यहाँ पे वो सरकार के मंत्री थे, तो हमारा और उनका लगातार इंटरेक्शन रहा है। तो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी मुझे जानते हैं, मेरे जैसे छोटे कार्यकर्ता को भी वो जानते हैं और उन्होंने अवसर दिया है, मैं उसके लिए बहुत आभारी हूँ।
कहते हैं हमेशा कि बीजेपी का वॉच टावर बड़ा मजबूत है, इसी वॉच टावर के तहत आपको पिक कर लिया गया?
देखिए, मैं तो ये नहीं कहूँगा कि किस कारण से पिक किया, लेकिन ये ज़रूर है कि मेरे कई कार्यकर्ताओं ने काम किया है, लगातार काम किया। मैं सौभाग्यशाली हूँ कि इतने बड़े संगठन में इतने बड़े दायित्व का मुझे निर्वहन करने का अवसर मिल रहा है।
देने के पहले कुछ फ़ोन आया था आपको?
नहीं, इस प्रकार के फ़ोन तो लगातार, चूँकि मैं उपाध्यक्ष रहा हूँ, तो शीर्ष नेतृत्व का फ़ोन अलग अलग कार्यक्रमों के कारण भी और हालचाल के नाते भी लोगों के फ़ोन, सभी नेताओं के फ़ोन आते हैं, तो इस नाते भी सबके फ़ोन आते हैं।
और आप लोग की बैठक कब है दिल्ली में?
अभी उसकी सूचना हम लोगों को मिलेगी तो मैं जरूर वहाँ रहूँगा।
ये बताइए कि आप जो बने हैं आज राष्ट्रीय सचिव, तब से फ़ोन की घंटी आपकी बज रही होगी लगातार, मोतिहारी से खासकर बहुत लोग फ़ोन कर रहा होगा।
देखिए, मैं बताऊं कि बिहार में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता हम सब एक परिवार हैं, और जब परिवार में किसी एक कार्यकर्ता को थोड़ा सा प्रोत्साहन मिलता है, उसको कुछ अवसर मिलता है, तो पूरे कार्यकर्ता, पूरा परिवार हमारा मिलकर हम सब उस खुशी को व्यक्त करते हैं। मैं सौभाग्यशाली हूँ, मुझे सभी कार्यकर्ताओं ने, बिहार के लगभग सभी जिलों से, सभी जिला अध्यक्षों ने, सभी सीनियर कार्यकर्ताओं ने, सामान्य कार्यकर्ताओं ने भी लगातार वो फ़ोन करते हैं। मेरी सबसे लगातार बात पहले भी होती थी, आज कुछ ज़्यादा फ़ोन आने का निश्चित रूप से
भाजपा के उपाध्यक्ष थे यहाँ पर, तो आप कई जिलों के प्रभारी भी थे।
मैं भाजपा के उपाध्यक्ष के नाते मिथिला क्षेत्र का प्रभारी रहा। बाद में जब सम्राट चौधरी जी जब हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष बने तो उन्होंने मुझे शाहाबाद की जिम्मेदारी दी। तो इस नाते भी और अन्य कार्यक्रमों के माध्यम से भी पूरे बिहार में मुझे घूमने का, कार्यक्रम करने का, लोगों के साथ इंटरेक्ट करने का अवसर लगातार मिलता रहा है। पार्टी ने मुझे हमेशा अवसर दिया है।
First of all, I am very thankful to Sri Nidhambi ji, the Honorable National President, and the national leadership for entrusting me this opportunity again. The last 3 years I had the honor of serving under Sri J.P. Nadda ji and as a National Secretary. And during that time, there were a lot of organizational responsibilities that I had. And during that time, the party under his leadership did win a lot of elections for the first time, and the world's largest party got even bigger. Now we are very sure that under the dynamic leadership of Sri Nidhan Nabin ji, who is the youngest ever president of the world's largest party, the world's largest party will get even bigger, and we will keep increasing our footprints in a lot of areas where we are again growing. And it will be a time where the party will transcend a lot of limitations we currently are perceived to face. And the largest party in the world will keep growing, and we will all together work towards our Prime Minister's long-term vision of a Vikasit Bharat.
So, Anil ji, also speak to us about your father, who has been a long-term senior leader of Congress. In fact, he has served as the defense minister for a long time. How is your politics different from your father? Because obviously he is a senior leader himself, and now you joining hands, in fact, serving as the core team of the Bharatiya Janata Party. How is it different?
See, my father has retired from active politics some time back. During his time, he had also worked quite a lot for national interests. But unfortunately, I said it in a lot of places, like the Congress led by Sri Rahul Gandhi has gone to another tangent, which is completely cut off from realities in a lot of manner. Mr. Gandhi and his team are very cut off from India's political, social, economic and cultural consciousness. And at this moment, when I joined the party itself, I had made it very clear that at this moment there is only one true national party that is led by a leader that got an actual long-term vision to take this country forward, which is the Bharatiya Janata Party led by Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. He has a very clear vision, which we saw during his speech at the Red Fort also on Independence Day, where it's a very clear vision for the next 21 years, where by 2047 we have to be a fully developed upper middle income Vikasit Bharat. And for that, the Prime Minister is putting a lot of focus on core areas from AI to semiconductors to critical areas like defense and space and skilling, where the next generation, our young population, we are the youngest country in the world. Our median age is 29. There are some states where median age is under 25. And the Prime Minister got a vision to ensure that the youth are also a part of this nation building process, where they are the present and the future of this country. And we are all working towards a long-term, clear national mission. And there is no other party in this country that is doing that. So I'm very honored and that I'm working for that mission.
Obviously, because you are one of the youngest faces to take one of these positions in the party, in the Bharatiya Janata Party itself. And your father has also served as the Chief Minister of Kerala once. Do you see, not immediately, but at some point in time, do you see taking his position, taking to all the expectations that your family must have with you, including the political supporters you have back in Kerala?
See, family is family, politics is politics. Like, these are very different. So, like, right now I have my roles and responsibilities, and whatever are my roles and responsibilities, I try to ensure that I work to the best of my capacity to repay the trust that is given by the leadership.
Well, last question would be FCRA, because you come from Kerala. There is a lot of criticism against the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act and the amendments that are in talks. So do you see, when you were being appointed, in fact when these meetings were being held, were there any discussion with the senior management, senior leadership of the party about Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, and how should it be imposed without affecting, you know, the rights of the minority communities in Kerala and across different states?
See, this is a discussion that will require a lot of time. But it was very unfortunate that the Congress party and the opposition did not allow a single day of parliament to function. The Honourable Home Minister himself had said very clearly that he is ready for any discussion in the Parliament. But unfortunately, this is the first time where an opposition is running away from a debate. And various facts were presented by the party in front of the general public. And the first time the FCRA Act came into this country in 76, where it is during Indiraji's time that an act was brought in. And in 2010, the act was strengthened. And now the current act is to ensure that, vested interest people from outside the country don't intervene in this country's internal functioning. But unfortunately, the government plans were not even allowed to be presented in the parliament by the opposition, which is very disappointing and shameful.
All right, viewers, some breaking news coming in. In a major nationwide crackdown announced ahead of the Independence Day, Indian security agencies dismantled the ISI-backed Shehzad Bhatti network. Now, this is a Pakistan-based net terror gangster syndicate. It's a terror gangster syndicate detaining over 250 operatives across 14 states and recovering IEDs, grenades bearing Pakistan Ordnance Factory markings, firearms and surveillance equipment used for espionage. Union Home Minister Amit Shah stated that the coordinated operation, which involved real-time intelligence sharing and resulted in more than 200 arrests and over 80 FIRs under the UAP and related laws, foiled planned subversive attacks, with the network having recruited local youth via social media to conduct reconnaissance on sensitive sites, including defense installations. Have a look. Now remember, this is the Shehzad Bhatti network. Shehzad Bhatti is a gangster turned terror operative backed by the ISI. He operates from Dubai and Pakistan. And this is following Amit Shah's post on X that a coordinated operation was conducted by the central agencies in coordination with police forces ahead of, this is starting August 12th, ahead of the Independence Day celebrations, where they foiled planned terrorist activities which were planned by the Shehzad Bhatti network across India. More than 250 people were detained. And now we've got Saurav joining us live on this. Saurav, what specific intelligence inputs did we receive regarding the Shehzad Bhatti network? Tell us more about this, and how many of these detained were actually active operators versus sleeping cells?
Yes, definitely a total of 253 terrorists have been arrested by the security agencies of India across 14 states before the Independence Day on August 12. After intelligence input that Shehzad Bhatti, who is a gangster, a Pakistan-based gangster, and who is also backed by the ISI, he has recruited these people in India to conduct anti-national activities and terror activities to disrupt peace and harmony in the country before the Independence Day. However, the Indian security agencies have arrested all these 253 terrorists across the 14 states, and now from their possession, remember, IED material, bombs, petrol bombs, explosives and pistols, live cartridges, CCTV cameras were recovered, and in those CCTV cameras there were footages of the military installations and the other police installations so that they could attack them, and they were doing the reconnaissance of this whole area so that they were choosing, they can choose their target to attack these installations in India so that there is a disruption of peace and harmony before the Independence Day. And now these people have been arrested across 14 states by the Indian security agencies. It was a joint operation conducted on August 12th. And I want to tell our viewers that the modus operandi of this whole network is that they target the financially weak youths who are looking for jobs and who are looking to make easy money, and after through social media they recruit these people in India only, and they dangle some money in front of them and they give them the task and they assign them a particular area to conduct the reconnaissance so that they can put out the CCTV cameras, they can get the footages of the military installations, they can also coordinate the arms and ammunitions through their network, and the grenades and the IED material material which was recovered in this raid. They also had a Pakistan Ordinance factory marking on it, which clearly shows that those arms and ammunitions were transported via Pakistan to India to conduct such activities in the country ahead of the Independence Day.
It's a great effort by our security forces, by the coordinated effort by the security agencies, both the central as well as the police forces. And I only fathom, what would have happened had they not busted this network ahead of the Independence Day celebrations. All right, viewers, moving on. Now, another story. A high school student opened fire at the Atano de Zamboanga University campus in Zamboanga City, southern Philippines on Tuesday morning, killing a fellow student before dying by suicide, according to local officials. Now, the gunman, reported as a grade 7 or a junior high school student, actually live-streamed parts of the attack, first targeting a teacher who was not confirmed hit yet, but before shooting the student victim. Authorities have confirmed that 2 fatalities in total, with the situation brought under control within about an hour and classes suspended. Now, another unfortunate incident of a high school student opening fire. This has happened in southern Philippines, where the student has killed a fellow student before himself dying by suicide. And it's been reported that the gunman was actually just a grade 7 or a junior high school student. What's more surprising is that the student actually live-streamed parts of the attack. If you see on your screen, there is the student who was actually then died by suicide. And before dying by suicide, the student actually live-streamed parts of the attack. All right, moving on to our next story, we'll move on to Bharat in One, where we're looking at national stories making waves across the nation. At least 8 people have been killed and around 25 injured after a truck rammed into a loading vehicle on highway near Chamka in Madhya Pradesh. The loading vehicle was carrying laborers returning home after work. Several injured are in critical condition and have been taken to hospital. Investigation is underway. A minor girl's body was found inside a suitcase in Ajit Vihar, Burari, Delhi. A large police presence was seen at the spot after the discovery, with the area cordoned off as residents gathered. Police are investigating the circumstances surrounding the death and working to establish the identity of the victim and the sequence of events that followed. The inauguration ceremony for full-scale EXIM cargo operations at the Vizhinjam International Seaport is scheduled to be held today at 10:30 a.m. The event will mark the commencement of full-scale import-export cargo operations at the port. The event is being organized by Adani Ports, which operates Vizhinjam International Seaport.
तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Karun Seth, on Republic. Now, viewers, leaders of opposition parties have openly declared themselves as Dimagi Naxals. This comes after the Prime Minister mentioned how India still needs to defeat Dimagi Naxals even after Maoism has been successfully eliminated. But how people of political stature like Arvind Kejriwal, like Mehbooba Mufti, like P. Chidambaram so openly support Maoism, have they forgotten how many security personnel have been martyred, how many civilian lives lost in the battle against Maoism? Listen into Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami as he takes on these Dimagi Naxals.
Ladies and gentlemen, the only thing you can be if you're not a nationalist is a Dimagi Naxal. If you think that you can be on both sides, you can't. I believe, especially going through what we are going as a country, it's time to choose whether you're a nationalist or a Dimagi Naxal. First, let us define what a Dimagi Naxal is. And then you decide if you want to be one. Kejriwal says he's a Dimagi Naxal. Mr. Kejriwal, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, and all the Dimagi Naxals out there, including Mr. Chidambaram, here is my definition of a Dimagi Naxal. 11 points. You are a Dimagi Naxal if you have supported directly or indirectly Sarjil Imam and Omar Khalid. If you have stood to compromise India, break India, directly or indirectly, target India's sovereignty, say that we will break the chicken's neck because there are a lot of Muslims in that area and there are a lot of Muslims in Assam, we have to use the Muslim demographic advantage to break the map of India, then you are a Dimagi Naxal. So anyone who supports Sarjil Imam or Umar Khalid is 100% a Dimagi Naxal. Number two, you are a Dimagi Naxal if you are somebody like Yogendra Yadav, an absolute out-and-out hypocrite who undermines Parliament and believes that the future of India will not be run from Parliament but from the streets. Then you're a frustrated person who has lost the election, lost his deposit, cannot even win a housing colony election like Yogendra Yadav. And because you're a complete frustrated man, you decide to subvert Indian democracy, then you're a Dimagi Naxal. You're a Dimagi Naxal number three if you're someone like Arundhati Roy, the pseudo-intellectual Naxal sympathizers, Gandhians with guns, blah, 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 and says this is part of a structural process, tries to use some complicated English to defend violence against the state. These are opportunists of the worst kind. Coconuts, ladies and gentlemen, brown outside, white inside, slavish mentality in 2026, Dimagi Naxals. A person as lowbrow as Arundhati Roy who says when she hears filthy abuse, she feels a sense of catharsis. I feel nothing but pity for you, Arundhati Roy, and for your brigade. Number four, a Dimagi Naxal in the same vein is a person who supports the CJP's violence, the sexual perversions, the filthy abuse, the presence of 2,800 hardened criminals, perverts who unzipped their pants and flashed their private parts and said this was a students' protest. These were not students, these were Dimagi Naxals. A Dimagi Naxal is the person who has the temerity to, ladies and gentlemen, the temerity to try and lynch an RAF officer who lays a hands on gallantry award winners without having done anything for the country. They are Dimagi Naxals. A person like Mehbooba Mufti, who takes an ambiguous position on Kashmir, but is an out-and-out 100% opportunist. When she gets a chance, she becomes chief minister with the BJP's help. When out of power, she takes a Lashkar-e-Toiba position. She's absolutely a Dimagi Naxal. She should have put in jail or sent to Pakistan by now. Ladies and gentlemen, a Dimagi Naxal is a person also like Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi who disrespect the national song, try to cut it midway, and because it has references to Hindu gods, say we will not accept it, obviously because they want to defend a Muslim vote bank.
All right, coming up, Trump cites India's election system as an example while renewing his call for the passage of the Save American Act, praises the voter verification system.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
इतने पेमेंट ऐप्स पर सेफ कौन सा?
तो स्विच टू भीम।
एकदम सेफ और भरोसेमंद। रिवॉर्ड्स भी मिलते रहते हैं। पाओ 20 रुपए का कैशबैक 20 रुपए से ज्यादा की पहली पेमेंट पर। भीम ऐप से करो पे।
इट्स माय वे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट। We all
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. We have a lot lined up for you because a lot is happening, viewers. From the new team of the BJP to the Jharkhand student protest. The Jharkhand government has cancelled the government recruitment exams and we have a lot coming right up. But the headlines first. Let's get started.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The top headlines we're tracking right now. Big win for Jharkhand students. Congress government bows under pressure and cancels the JSSC CGL examinations.
इस आंदोलन को साथ देने वाले, सहयोग करने वाले तमाम छात्र को, अभिभावक को, मीडिया बंधु को, पुलिस प्रशासन को और विशेष रूप से झारखंड सरकार को और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री हेमंत सोरेन जी को हम तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देते हैं।
Student leader Devendra Mahato ends his hunger strike after government announces exam cancellation. Mahato discharged from the hospital.
और कहीं न कहीं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के विजन को, प्रधानमंत्री के संकल्प को ये टीम जमीन स्तर पर लेके जाएगी और कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ एक संबंध, जनता के साथ संवाद और निश्चित रूप से एक संकल्प के साथ काम करेगी।
After massive BJP reshuffle, BJP President Nitin Nabin says the new team is for the future that will shape the future of India. The government says X will have to follow the law of the land regarding its new rule after X said it will make censorship requests visible to users. Trump cites India's election system as an example while renewing his call for the passage of the Save America Act. Praises the voter verification system.
मुझे देखते कहा कि ये बता दो सबको कि मुझे कुछ भी हुआ तो आसिम मुनीर रिस्पॉन्सिबल होगा, कि ये जो करा रहा है मेरे साथ, ये मुझे बहुत टॉर्चर कर रहा है, मेंटल टॉर्चर कर रहा है मुझे।
The former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan's health worsens in jail. Imran's sister says if anything happens to Imran, Asim Munir would be responsible for it. Viewers, getting to some big breaking news coming in. Kiran Rijiju says that Deep K is a Aam Aadmi Party worker from Maharashtra on the young leadership that has, in fact, emerged from the protest at Jantar Mantar. The Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju says the students' concerns are valid, but the attempt by the Aam Aadmi Party and others to hijack the situation is not right. Abhijit Deep K is from Maharashtra, but he is an Aam Aadmi Party worker. How did he become a student? Students have a certain passion and one can engage in dialogue with them, but when political parties try to grind their own political axis by hiding behind students, that is simply not right. So we get these updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. Rijiju reveals about Deep K. And he's saying that Aam Aadmi Party is trying to hijack the students' protest. And let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Let's go to Saurav who's joining us live. Saurav, I'm coming across to you right now. This is a big statement coming in from the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju. And he's saying that Abhijit Dibke is from Maharashtra and he's actually a Aam Aadmi Party worker, not a student.
Yes, Shivangi, you rightly pointed out that the Parliamentary Affairs Committee Minister Kiran Rijiju has now slammed the CJP and the Aam Aadmi Party for getting the political gain of the student protest which took place in Jantar Mantar over the NEET examination. And he also said that Abhijit Dibke is from Maharashtra and he is associated with the Aam Aadmi Party. And this is what the Republic Media Network is also saying since day one of this protest, that all the CJP leadership is connected with the Aam Aadmi Party. We have exposed them. We have exposed the pictures of them with the Aam Aadmi Party national convener Arvind Kejriwal. And this is the biggest scoop which the Republic Media Network has done. And now the Parliamentary Affairs Committee Minister Kiran Rijiju has also alleged that Abhijit Dibke, who is the founder of the CJP, is from Maharashtra and he is associated with the Aam Aadmi Party. And Kiran Rijiju has also slammed the Aam Aadmi Party for this protest, and he said that the students have a certain kind of passion and one can engage with them in a dialogue. But when the political parties try to hijack this whole protest done by the students in the national capital, then only the dialogue doors were closed and this protest turned violent, and we have all seen that more than 250 police officials got injured in that protest. And now Kiran Rijiju has slammed both the parties and said that student protests should not be hijacked by some political party to gain political mileage from that, and students can come into dialogue with the government over their certain issues which they are facing, Shivangi.
That's right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more, Saurav. I'm getting some more breaking news coming in. DMK mouthpiece has now written an article, and there the mouthpiece of DMK has slammed Vijay and said Vijay's act was disgusting and disrespectful on Independence Day. Now, they were talking about the Independence Day event where actress Trisha was made to sit in the front row and CM saluted to her. And the opinion piece reads, and I quote here, "Shame on him. Those who voted for him could not bear the sight of an actress sitting in the front row with a smile and both of them saluting each other. The person who tries to justify it by making it a matter of honor is a chief minister of Tamil Nadu. In just 3 months, he has become afraid of losing his influence and position. His speech betrayed that as well." So this is what we see right now. Back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague Shardha, who's joining us live. Shardha, I'm coming across to you. What exactly happened there? Because, you know, there has been a lot which has happened. When we talk about the Trisha case, Trisha was caught in the DMK, TVK political crossfire earlier, we know that. But this time, the DMK mouthpiece has slammed CM Vijay. If you could help our viewers understand what was the context of this latest development.
Well, the DMK has been continuously slamming the Chief Minister Vijay in relation to actress Trisha. So last week we saw Udayanidhi Stalin, the leader of opposition, being arrested for a crass comment made against Trisha while he was on a protest on the Kaveri water dispute. Today, the Maurice Nagar, which is the mouthpiece of the DMK, has once again targeted the relationship between the Chief Minister and the actress, saying that an actress was made to sit in the first row and they saluted to each other. Today in the paper, the DMK's opinion piece stated that it was a disgraceful, shameful act, and also said that being a chief minister who is hoisting the flag on the Independence Day has given more importance to an actress than the country and the state in itself. So the DMK is once again targeting an actress and the personal relationship between the chief minister and another person. So DMK has been doing this continuously for a while. This is not the first time. We saw previously multiple DMK MLAs and leaders targeting towards an actress and the personal life of the actress with the chief minister. Meanwhile, at it's not just the DMK, the BJP leader Naina Nagendran also recently spoke very bad in a derogatory manner about Trisha as well as Vijay's mother, and for which a case has been filed at the DGP office. So it's always been that when the TVK has taken over in the state of Tamil Nadu, it's always surrounding between the DMK versus TVK, keeping Trisha as the main point that they keep attacking the Chief Minister.
That's right. Okay, thank you for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to you for more on this story. I'm getting some more breaking news coming in. NIA court has now issued a non-bailable warrant against Lashkar Chief's right-hand man. That is right, viewers. Huge updates coming in here, Republic TV. Let's tell you that Jammu NIA court has issued a non-bailable against Lashkar Operational Commander Abu Sumana. Sumana is behind the attacks on the security forces and innocent civilians in Kashmir. Abu Sumana is, by the way, considered second to Lashkar Chief Hafiz Saeed and operates from an area in Islamabad. Abu Sumana coordinates financial and logistical support for LAT terrorists active in Jammu and Kashmir. He has been declared as terrorist under the provision of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act by the MHA in July this year. Huge updates coming in. Non-bailable warrant against Lashkar Chief's right-hand man. And for more, I want to go straight across to my colleague, Goswami, is joining us live. Goswami, coming across to you. A very good morning to you, Goswami. Our viewers would like to know that now this non-bailable warrant has been issued. This particular terrorist operates from Pakistan, that to Islamabad, Gursimran. Yes.
Yes, Shivangi, this is a big win, especially for the NIA, as they have been able to secure a non-bailable warrant against Abu Samama. Important to mention that Abu Samama is the one who is behind the civilian killings as well as targeting of the security forces that has happened in Jammu and Kashmir for last 5 to 6 years. What we are picking up that he operates from the Chatta Bakhtawar area in Islamabad, and he is among those 23 terrorists that have been designated as the terrorist under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act for their association with the banned terror group by the Ministry of Home Affairs on 4th of July 2026. Last month only he was designated a terrorist, and now in the RC 2026, in which weapons were recovered from the Zakura area of Srinagar and FIR was handed over to the National Investigation Agency for the background and the forward linkages probe that has now named Abu Samama. Important to mention that Abu Samama is the operational commander of Lashkar-e-Toiba, and he is considered as the right-hand man to Hafiz Saeed. This comes exactly a month after Hafiz Saeed's non-bailable warrants were also issued by the Jammu NIA court, and now Abu Samama's order has also been issued. Important to mention that Abu Samama has been instrumental not only in arranging the finances for the terrorists operating in Jammu and Kashmir, but also the logistic support, how the weapons will be given to them, where they will be staying. All is being coordinated by Abu Samama. Now the headquarters Chatta Bakhtawar in the Islamabad, that is also under the scanner of the security agencies, that they have been able to pinpoint his location from where he operates. But this is a big success when it comes to the National Investigation Agency, as they have been able to secure the non-bailable warrant, and now DIG of the NIA Jammu has been asked to proceed and execute the warrant.
Hold on for a second, Gursimran. I really want to ask you something more on this, because we have seen that how these terrorists, how they're sitting in Islamabad, in Pakistan, but they run the operations from here. Sometimes we have seen how they manipulate people back here home in India, and then they also recruit them. So is this particular terrorist, is he part of such a network?
Yes, Shivangi, you have rightly mentioned that he is part of a broader network, and Abu Samama is the name that may not be known to the public in general, but those following terrorism in Pakistan or having a closer look at what the Lashkar is doing, they know that he is the right-hand man to Hafiz Saeed, because Abu Samama was the one who has been instrumental for almost 2.5 decades, and security agencies have been continuously tracking his movement, and the last known movement of Abu Samama is in the Chatta Bakhtawar area in the Islamabad that the security forces have been able to track. Now coming to his that stature in the Lashkar-e-Toiba, he's the operational commander of Lashkar-e-Toiba, who plays a key role when it comes to arranging the finances for the terror group, but also executing the terror attacks, especially in Jammu and Kashmir. The civilian killings that have taken place, starting from Rahul Bhatt to the principal Supinder Kaur, to the security forces killing, and now to the killing of the security force in Anantnag and the civilian killings in Kulgam, all links to Abu Samama, and that is why the NIA court has issued a non-bailable warrant against him for terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir that he has been promoting and has been instrumental in.
That's right. Well, thank you, Goswami, for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more. Let's move ahead, viewers. We're getting some more updates coming in. The latest update we have for you, viewers, that one suspect who has now been linked to the Jaish-e-Mohammed has been arrested. That is right. This suspect is from Bihar. Big updates coming in on Republic TV. The UP-ATS arrested Mohammed Zafar, a resident of Purnia in Bihar. And Zafar was detained from a mosque in Sherpur village, located within the jurisdiction of the Bahadurgarh police station in Hapur. It is alleged that this particular suspect, called Zafar, used to collect donations from people in the name of a madrasa. Investigations are continuing, and they revealed that the collected funds were being sent to Pakistan-based terrorist organizations. Mohammed Zafar is accused of being influenced by Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Azhar. He's used to share Azhar's inflammatory and jihadi speeches on social media. He's also accused of inciting people to engage in violent jihad. The accused had studied at a madrasa while living in Meerut. Now, during interrogation, a lot came out, viewers. So there's a lot which had come out during the interrogation. For example, Zafar revealed that he had been influenced by literature related to jihad and mujahideen. So the arrest happened on August 16, 2026. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Let's go across to my colleague Jatin, who's joining us. Jatin, I'm coming across to you. Help our viewers understand about this suspect, one suspect from the who's supposed to be linked to the from the Jaish-e-Mohammed has now been arrested. This is very, very big because we understand that he was sending information from here all the way to Pakistan.
बिल्कुल देखिए यूपी एटीएस ने मोहम्मद जफर को गिरफ्तार किया है। मोहम्मद जफर से जब पूछताछ की गई तो पता चला कि वो चंदा इकट्ठा कर रहा था, मदरसे के नाम पर चंदा इकट्ठा कर रहा था, लेकिन उस पैसे को पाकिस्तान में जो आतंकी संगठन है जैश-ए-मोहम्मद, वो पैसा वहां पर भेजा जा रहा था। हालांकि यूपी एटीएस ने जब मोहम्मद जफर को गिरफ्तार किया तो हापुड़ की एक मस्जिद से गिरफ्तार किया। बाइक पर वो सवार था, उसके साथ एक और संदिग्ध भी था जिससे अभी भी यूपी एटीएस पूछताछ कर रही है। लेकिन किस तरीके से ये जिहादी लिटरेचर को लोगों के सामने रखता था, अलग अलग मदरसों में जाता था, ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि मेरठ के ही एक मदरसे से इसने पढ़ाई की थी। मूल रूप से बिहार का रहने वाला है, लेकिन मेरठ के एक मदरसे में पढ़ाई की आड़ में वो कैसे जैश-ए-मोहम्मद की आइडियोलॉजी को लोगों तक पहुंचा रहा था, लोगों को रेडिकलाइज करने का काम कर रहा था और फंडिंग इकट्ठा करने के लिए मदरसा बनाने और उसके रेनोवेशन के लिए जो पैसा इकट्ठा करता था उसको पाकिस्तान में भेजने का काम करता था। हालांकि अब यूपी एटीएस मोहम्मद जफर से पूछताछ कर रही है। ये भी जांच की जा रही है कि पाकिस्तान को किस हवाला चैनल से जो पैसा है वो भेजा जा रहा था और जाहिर सी बात है यूपी एटीएस इस पूरे मामले में आने वाले दिनों में कुछ और गिरफ्तारी भी करती हुई नजर आएगी। मोहम्मद जफर की अगर आप बैकग्राउंड को खंगालेंगे, जिस तरीके से बताया, बिहार का रहने वाला था, मेरठ में पढ़ाई करता था, हापुड़ की एक मस्जिद में वो जाकर छिप गया था। जब एटीएस उसको ट्रैक डाउन कर रही थी, उसको चेस कर रही थी, तब जाकर वो वहां पर छिपा।
That's right, Jatan. Thank you for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more on this developing story. Let's move ahead, viewers. Republic was the first one to tell its viewers that there was going to be a major reshuffle within the BJP as it prepares for the 2029 elections. And on Monday it happened. BJP announced an extensive organizational team led by the national president Nitin Nabi. Listen in to Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami as he outlines his 4 key insights from the BJP's definitive War Room for Mission 2029.
I just want to start with a quick analysis of the BJP new list. I have 4 points to make. First of all, you'll get the whole list. Everybody is going to show you the full list, but there are 4 big headlines. First of all, it's a huge comeback for Smriti Irani. She becomes the link person between Lucknow and Yogi and Delhi. She becomes General Secretary in charge of Uttar Pradesh. It's a great responsibility. She can therefore prove that she's in charge. If there's a victory in Uttar Pradesh, she'll share the credit for it. But most importantly, for all the people who wrote that Smriti Irani's political career is over, now she is really the comeback queen. She exited the Union Cabinet after losing Amethi, right? And many people thought that this is the end of her political career, but here's a massive comeback. Never rule out Smriti Irani. She is making the biggest comeback by being directly in charge of the 2027 UP elections as General Secretary of the BJP. Ladies and gentlemen, big comeback. Second point is tonight, IT cell head of the BJP, Amit Malviya, is out. He's out, and Deepak Maske is replacing him in charge of the BJP social digital warfare decision. Deepak Maske is 58 years old. He comes from Chhattisgarh. He has a lot of experience in the IT and social media cell of Chhattisgarh. He will be responsible for a digital overhaul. What this reflects is that somewhere the BJP is understood. It has to do a course correction after the CJP, where the party was unable to compete in terms of social media narrative with those against the BJP. So this is big news in Amit Malviya, face of the BJP's IT strategy for a long time, out, replaced by a more experienced Deepak Maske, who comes in from Chhattisgarh. The third big news for me is that at a structural level, things don't change. So BL Santosh, very trusted by the Prime Minister, very trusted by Amit Shah particularly, retains the role of National General Secretary Organization. This is a very important, almost a permanent institutional presence of the RSS within the BJP machinery. So the RSS continues to be very powerful within the BJP, and BL Santosh is the man who guides that. Fourth important headline tonight is that Piyush Goyal makes a comeback as treasurer. He was treasurer earlier. Now he has a very important commerce portfolio, and he is handling economic diplomacy for the government. This is a rare dual assignment which shows just how trusted he is. This, in my view, are the four key points.
And taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. The government says X will have to follow the law of the land. That is right. This is after X said it will make censorship request visible to users. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
और मसाला।
Breaking news coming in, 11-year-old killed in a pothole incident in Pune. Very tragic incident, viewers, being reported from Pune. In fact, an 11-year-old boy who was riding a two-wheeler with his father and sister died on the spot after an accident caused by a pothole on the road. The incident took place around 7 p.m. near Durga Cafe opposite Green Court Society. The entire incident was captured on CCTV cameras. According to the prelim information, the father was taking his son and daughter on a two-wheeler. While riding, the vehicle lost its balance and skidded after the wheel went into the pothole on the road. In the accident, the 11-year-old boy fell into the road and was run over by a truck approaching from behind. He died on the spot. Very unfortunate, viewers, because now we see that the local residents are extremely angry over the road's poor condition, and they've demanded that the administration immediately fill the potholes, repair the road, and implement adequate safety measures at accident-prone zones. The police are investigating the incident and the sequence of events with the help of CCTV footage. Further investigation into the matter is underway. So beginning these updates coming in, viewers, one more very unfortunate incident, and we have put out the pictures. We have put out that CCTV camera pictures because the entire incident was caught on CCTV cameras. It's a very unfortunate incident that we're seeing on the screens. The father was taking his son and daughter on a two-wheeler. While riding, the vehicle lost its balance, skidded off the road and went into a pothole on the road. An 11-year-old boy fell into the road and was run over by a truck approaching from behind. The police are investigating this case. The sequence of events are being looked at with the help of CCTV footage. Further investigation into the matter is underway. Beginning some more breaking news coming in, viewers. This is a global breaking that we're tracking for you. We know that a high school student has opened fire at a college, at a university. This is Zamboanga University in the Philippines. And we know that a fellow student has been killed before dying by suicide. According to local officials, the gunman is only a grade 7 or a junior high school student. Live stream parts of the attack, first targeting a teacher who was not confirmed hit before shooting the student victim. Authorities confirm that 2 fatalities in total, with the situation brought under control within about an hour, and classes have been suspended. High school student opened fire at a university in Zamboanga City. Do not go anywhere. Trump cites India's election system as an example while renewing his call for the passage of the Save America Act. Praises the voter verification system. Stay tuned.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
इतने पेमेंट ऐप्स पर सेफ कौन सा?
तो स्विच टू भीम, एकदम सेफ और भरोसेमंद। रिवॉर्ड्स भी मिलते रहते हैं। पाओ 20 रुपए का कैशबैक, 20 रुपए से ज्यादा की पहली पेमेंट पर। भीम ऐप से करो पे।
इट्स माही वे।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
We all must learn the lesson. The era of short, intense conflicts is over. We are all should be ready for long, drawn-out wars that tax and test the national stamina. There are unconfirmed reports that Iran has made a nuclear bomb. They have dropped enough indications that they have the bomb. Their top leader, he has made a statement that we now have the bomb. They had already upgraded up to 60%. They had 450 kgs of enriched.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Viewers, top headlines. Big win for Jharkhand students. Congress government bows under pressure and cancels the JSSC CGL examination.
इस आंदोलन को साथ देने वाले, सहयोग करने वाले तमाम छात्र को, अभिभावक को, मीडिया बंधु को, पुलिस प्रशासन को और विशेष रूप से झारखंड सरकार को और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री हेमंत सोरेन जी को हम तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देते हैं।
Student leader Devendra Mathur ends his hunger strike after government announces exam cancellation. Mathur discharged from the hospital.
और कहीं न कहीं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के विजन को, प्रधानमंत्री के संकल्प को ये टीम जमीन स्तर पर लेके जाएगी और कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ एक संबंध, जनता के साथ संवाद और निश्चित रूप से एक संकल्प के साथ काम करेगी.
After a massive BJP reshuffle, BJP President Nitin Nabin says a new team is for the future that will shape the future of India. Government says X will have to follow the law of the land regarding its new rule after X said it will make censorship requests visible to users. Trump cites India's election system as an example while going ahead and reviewing his call for the passage of the Save America Act. Praises the voter verification system.
उसी वक्त मुझे देखते कहा कि ये बता दो सबको कि मुझे कुछ भी हुआ तो आसिम मुनीर रिस्पॉन्सिबल होगा, कि ये जो करा रहा है मेरे साथ, ये मुझे बहुत टॉर्चर कर रहा है, मेंटल टॉर्चर कर रहा है मुझे.
The former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan's health worsens in jail. Imran's sister says if anything happens to Imran, Asim Munir would be responsible for it. Breaking news coming in. A major crackdown announced ahead of Independence Day. Indian security agencies dismantled the ISI-backed Shehzad Bhatti network, a Pakistan-based terror gangster syndicate, detaining over 250 operatives across 14 states and recovering IEDs, grenades bearing Pakistan Ordinance factory markings, firearms and surveillance equipment used for espionage. Union Home Minister Amit Shah stated that the coordinated operation, which involved real-time intelligence sharing and resulted in more than 200 arrests and over 80 FIRs under UAPA and related laws, foiled planned subversive attacks, with the network having recruited local youth through social media to conduct reconnaissance on sensitive sites, including defense installations.
All right, viewers, in fact, my colleague Saurav also joining us with more details on this. Saurav, it's a big crackdown that's now taken place against this ISI-based network, and Republic, in fact, has now accessed some exclusive information about how this entire operation was unfolded. Give us more details that we have gathered at the moment.
Yes, Ashita, currently the network, the modus operandi of this Shehzad Bhatti ISI-backed terror network in India was operating through social media platforms. They were targeting the vulnerable youths who were in the need of money, and they were dangling some easy money in front of them, and they were contacting them through the social media platforms, right. And following which they were assigned the tasks to conduct terror activities and such other activities and recruit more youths in this terror network. And now 253 people have been arrested across 14 states in India, and all these people were contacted through the social media platforms, and they were assigned with the task of conducting reconnaissance of several areas, including the military installations and the police installations, so that they could choose a target to attack that place. And during this operation of the Indian security agencies, several of the bombs, IEDs, CCTV cameras, live cartridges, pistols were also recovered, which proves that the arms and ammunitions were transported via Pakistan to India, as there was a marking of Pakistan Ordinance factory on this. Back to you.
All right. In fact, Saurav, do continue to stay with me. We're getting some more information, as well as Pakistan has now responded. It is completely rattled up. Indian government announced action against ISI-backed Shehzad Bhatti network. So we are looking at a very, response coming in, which shows how Pakistan is completely shaken with the way Indian forces have cracked down on its terror network, leading to about 200 operatives of ISI getting arrested across India. So Pakistan completely left shaken, as India now takes hard action against the terror forces operating from its soil and leading to more national security threats for India. So as India cracks down and continues its anti-terror operations, Pakistan has been left completely shaken, completely rattled with the way Indian forces have now carried out over 200 arrests have been made, and we are looking at raids being conducted across 14 locations. In fact, coming back to you on this as well, Saurav, now as we continue our terror operation, we are looking at that Pakistan is completely rattled, left completely shaken with the way Indian forces have now cracked down on this ISI-based network.
Yes, Ishita, this is the old habit of Pakistan that they deny all these proofs which was given by India that more than 250 terrorists are working in India currently of the Shehzad Bhatti ISI-based network, and Pakistan is again using this old tactic, and they this is a long history of Pakistan that they always deny the proofs given by the India over their terrorist operating in the country itself. And this is not something new. During the Kargil war also, they denied that the soldiers who were present at the post in Kargil, they were their soldiers and they left them. And fact, now again when the Home Minister tweeted that more than 250 terrorists have been arrested in India across 14 states, now the Pakistan is completely rattled and they have denied all this on the Twitter.
Right, in fact, that's the truth of Terroristan that India will continue to expose. So thanks, Saurav, for joining us and getting us the latest on this. And now we're shifting focus to other breaking news that we're catching at this hour. Now, ED is conducting several searches at about 30 locations in KPSC corruption case. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has launched searches at about 13 locations in connection with the large-scale corruption that was flagged in KPSC recruitment. ED teams are currently conducting searches at the residence of S. Sahukar as well, who's the former chairman of KPSC, as well as at the premises of other alleged middlemen in this case. Now, the residences of Ali and Sikandar, who've been identified as alleged middlemen in this entire recruitment scam, are also being searched at the moment. So, a massive crackdown by ED in the KPSC paper leak case, and we understand that searches at about 13 locations are underway, including the premises of former chairman of KPSC at the moment. So it's a crackdown that's now taking place with searches underway. Simultaneous searches are being conducted at different locations in the KPSC recruitment scam. So this is ED essentially intensifying its investigation into the KPSC recruitment scam which took place, and now searches at about 13 locations are underway. Now, who all are under the scanner? This includes the former chairman of KPSC as well as the other alleged middlemen who are also said to be involved in this entire recruitment scam. Now, the two middlemen include Ali and Sikandar, whose residences are also being searched, along with S. Sahukar as well. In fact, my colleague Abhishek also joins us with more details on this. Abhishek, we understand that ED has now intensified its crackdown in the paper leak case in KPSC, and about searches are being conducted at about 13 locations, including the premises of the former KPSC chairman as well.
This wasn't just an allegation, but a proof which Republic Kannada had exposed a couple of months ago, where the veterinary doctor post had been sold for a cost of 70 to 80 lakhs. And we had the visual evidence and the proof of the money transactions as well. And after which this matter was raised in various other parts of the state. And at this point of time, KPSC former chairman Shiv Shankarappa's house has been raided by the Enforcement Directorate officials located in Kalburgi. Not only Shiv Shankarappa, but other KPSC member, along with the middleman who helped Shiv Shankarappa to make sure that there was a monetary transaction for the vacant post as of now. On the other hand, at least 21 places have been raided with respect to the KPSC scam, and this isn't the only scam which KPSC is known for, because there in the last couple of years various other scams have been unearthed which is related to KPSC, and various other political parties have protested against the KPSC irregularities. authorities. And at this point of time, we will have to see how the searches continue, because at least 21 officials have placed raids on various other persons who are involved in these scams. The scrutinization, along with taking into consideration some of the documents which are related to the KPSC scam, are under progress as of now, and none of them have been taken into custody as of now. We are awaiting the response from the ED as of now. On the other hand, we are also awaiting the response of the Home Minister, Priyank Kharge.
All right. Thanks, Abhishek, for joining us and getting us the latest. Of course, we'll keep tracking what comes out of these ED raids at about 13 locations in the KPSC scam. For now, thanks so much. Now, we're shifting focus to another breaking news that we're getting at this moment. Former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan is now experiencing several worsening health conditions, including blood pressure fluctuations, palpitations, headaches, and several mental stress. This was found during a medical examination conducted on August 1st. Now, the report, viewers, submitted to the Supreme Court by the Superintendent of Adiala Jail contains the details of Khan's medical examinations over the past 3 years. Now, remember, he has been behind bars at Adiala Jail for over 3 years now. And according to the reports that we have accessed, it was found that Imran Khan had complained of fluctuations in blood pressure, headaches, restlessness, rapid heartbeat, as well as severe mental stress, following which the doctor, in fact, conducted his medical examination. And on this, as his health continues to worsen, a sister of imprisoned former Pakistan Prime Minister Alima Khan has now reiterated that he should be treated in a hospital, stating that the family has been demanding since February that he receive a medical care in a proper hospital facility in the presence of family members as well as lawyers amid ongoing concerns over his health reports and treatment while he continues to remain present at Adiala Jail. So we are getting more and more calls being made from the family of Imran Khan, who are now asking for the immediate transfer of the former Prime Minister of the country to a healthcare facility. Let's take a listen.
हमारा दर्द पहले पहचानो। आपके घर में आपकी वालदा, आपके भाई जब बीमार होते हैं, आप मुझे बताओ सबसे पहले आपकी तरजीह क्या होगी? उसको बेहतर से बेहतर अस्पताल में फौरन इलाज करवाया जाए। आप नहीं करेंगे? आज आपको वो दर्द नहीं है हमारे भाई के लिए? आप वो दर्द नहीं खा रहे कि सबसे पहले इमरान खान का इलाज करवाएं हम अस्पताल में? हमने ये डिमांड कर रहे हैं फरवरी से कि इमरान खान का हक बनता है कि उनका इलाज करवाया जाए हमारी फैमिली की और लॉयर्स की मौजूदगी में। आप ये एजेंसियों की चीज़ों में डिस्ट्रैक्ट ना हो, मैं आपसे अपील करती हूँ।
All right, viewers, in fact, other family members of the former Prime Minister of the country, including Imran Khan's sister, Dr. Uzma, has now also stated that Asim Munir directly has ordered the colonel and must be held responsible if anything happens to Imran Khan. So that's an ultimatum coming in from Imran Khan's sister, who says if anything now happens to the former Prime Minister of the country, it is Asim Munir who must be held responsible. Take a listen.
जो मुलाकात हुई, जो मेरी लास्ट मुलाकात हुई, उसमें उन्होंने इतने गुस्से में थे और इस तरह के उन्होंने सिर्फ आते ही जब मुझे देखा और हम 4 हफ्ते बाद मिले थे और उन्होंने उसी वक्त मुझे देखते कहा कि ये मुझे कुछ भी हुआ, ये मुझे टॉर्चर कर रहे, बता दो सबको कि मुझे कुछ भी हुआ तो आसिम मुनीर रिस्पॉन्सिबल होगा। कहता है वो डायरेक्ट ऑर्डर्स करता है, सारे जो कर्नल है उसके ऑर्डर्स पे चलते हैं और बार बार मुझे रिपीट किया। उनको गुस्सा था कि ये आसिम मुनीर का कहना, ये आसिम मुनीर अकेला कहते इसका नाम लो कि ये जो करा रहा है मेरे साथ, ये मुझे बहुत टॉर्चर कर रहा है, मेंटल टॉर्चर कर रहा है मुझे। और उसके बाद जब उसी बिना पे जब इनको एनडीयू का पता चला तो ये बहुत इनको गुस्सा चढ़ा। इन्होंने कहा जी मैं और वर्ड्स कि मैं इतनी मुश्किल जेल काट रहा हूं।
All right, in fact, Gursimran also joining us with more details on this. Gursimran, we saw that, family has clearly stated that if anything now happens to Imran Khan, it is Asim Munir who must be held accountable. So what are the details that we're fetching on the family's next step in this case? And also, what do we know about the health condition of former Prime Minister of the country?
See, if we speak first of the health condition of Imran Khan, the reports that are coming in clearly states that the situation is deteriorating with each passing day. Earlier we got to know about the eyesight that he has completely lost, and now his health condition is also deteriorating. Now coming to what the family members are saying, Lima Khan, her sister, has made it amply clear that they are not being allowed to meet Imran Khan, and if this continues to be approach of the government, that clearly exposes them that what kind of the treatment they want to give to the former Prime Minister of Pakistan. Now what the Usman Khan has said, that has actually exposed the Pakistani army. She said that Imran Khan told him that it is General Asim Munir who is doing it and he needs to be exposed. And that's the reality, because what we have seen that on the 9th May, arsons that have taken place in Pakistan, especially when the Corps Commander house was ransacked, that entire onus was put on the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, and those leaders who decided to part ways from the PTI and decided to take the line of the government and the Pakistani army, they were moved out of the cases. They were given a clean chit, while those who decided to stood firm with Imran Khan, PTI, they were named in those cases. They were labeled as the key conspirators of the arson that has taken place. So now they have moved to the Supreme Court seeking the appointment with Imran Khan, and Adiala jail be given an orders that they be allowed immediately to meet them.
Right. In fact, we're getting these live visuals of the family now approaching the Supreme Court in Pakistan. This is where they're asking that they must have access to Imran Khan. Doctors, the lawyers, as well as the family members must be allowed to meet Imran Khan, who remains, imprisoned at Adiala jail. So what is the latest update that we're getting on that?
See, it is expected that the proceedings of the court will begin soon in next 30 to 45 minutes, and then the court will take the cognizance of this matter. It remains unclear whether the court will be directly passing some order or the notices will be issued to both the parties to come out with their version, and then the court will issue the statements, because it is very likely that the party or the relatives are planning to move for the habeas corpus. But what will be the nature of the court hearing, that only the time will tell. But the Usman Khan has moved to the court along with the of lawyers that are representing Imran Khan, and even the lawyers are also saying the same, that the legal team is not being allowed to meet Imran Khan in Adiala jail.
Right. In fact, thanks, Simran, for joining us and getting us the latest on what is now unfolding right now in Pakistan as far as Imran Khan's imprisonment is concerned. Thanks so much. And now viewers, leaders of opposition parties have openly declared themselves as Dimagi Naxals. And this comes after Prime Minister Modi mentioned how India still needs to defeat Dimagi Naxals even after Maoism has been successfully eliminated in the forest. But how people of political stature like Arvind Kejriwal, Mehbooba Mufti and P. Chidambaram so openly support Maoism? Have they forgotten how many security personnel have been martyred and how many civilian lives have been lost in this battle against Maoism? Listen in to Republic's Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami as he takes on these Dimagi Naxals.
Ladies and gentlemen, the only thing you can be if you're not a nationalist is a Dimagi Naxal. If you think that you can be on both sides, you can't. I believe, especially going through what we are going as a country, it's time to choose whether you're a nationalist or a Dimagi Naxal. First, let us define what a Dimagi Naxal is. And then you decide if you want to be one. Kejriwal says he's a Dimagi Naxal. Mr. Kejriwal, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, and all the Dimagi Naxals out there, including Mr. Chidambaram, here is my definition of a Dimagi Naxal. 11 points. You are a Dimagi Naxal if you have supported directly or indirectly Sarjil Imam and Omar Khalid. If you have stood to compromise India, break India, directly or indirectly, target India's sovereignty, say that we will break the chicken's neck because there are a lot of Muslims in that area and there are a lot of Muslims in Assam, we have to use the Muslim demographic advantage to break the map of India, then you are a Dimagi Naxal. So anyone who supports Sarjil Imam or Umar Khalid is 100% a Dimagi Naxal. Number two, you are a Dimagi Naxal if you are somebody like Yogendra Yadav, an absolute out-and-out hypocrite who undermines Parliament and believes that the future of India will not be run from Parliament but from the streets. Then you're a frustrated person who has lost an election, lost his deposit, cannot even win a housing colony election like Yogendra Yadav, and because you're a complete frustrated man, you decide to subvert Indian democracy, then you're a Dimagi Naxal. You're a Dimagi Naxal number three if you're someone like Arundhati Roy, the pseudo-intellectual Naxal sympathizers, Gandhians with guns, blah, 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 and says this is part of a structural process, tries to use some complicated English to defend violence against the state. These are opportunists of the worst kind. Coconuts, ladies and gentlemen, brown outside, white inside, slavish mentality in 2026, Dimagi Naxals. A person as lowbrow as Arundhati Roy, who says when she hears filthy abuse, she feels a sense of catharsis. I feel nothing but pity for you, Arundhati Roy, and for your brigade. Number 4, a Dimagi Naxal in the same vein is a person who supports the CJP's violence, the sexual perversions, the filthy abuse, the presence of 2,800 hardened criminals, perverts who unzipped their pants and flashed their private parts and said this was a students' protest. These were not students, these were Dimagi Naxals. A Dimagi Naxal is the person who has the temerity to, ladies and gentlemen, the temerity to try and lynch an RAF officer who lays a hands on gallantry award winners without having done anything for the country. They are Dimagi Naxals. A person like Mehbooba Mufti, who takes an ambiguous position on Kashmir, but is an out-and-out 100% opportunist. When she gets a chance, she becomes chief minister with the BJP's help. When out of power, she takes a Lashkar-e-Toiba position. She's absolutely a Dimagi Naxal. She should have put in jail or sent to Pakistan by now. Ladies and gentlemen, a Dimagi Naxal is a person also like Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, who disrespect the national song, try to cut it midway, and because it has references to Hindu gods, say we will not accept it, obviously because they want to defend a Muslim vote bank. A person who is willing to compromise the national song in order to appease a Muslim vote bank and take a Jinnah kind of line is a Dimagi Naxal. A Dimagi Naxal is a person like Rahul Gandhi who says India is not a nation. That's an absolute Dimagi Naxal. No doubt Rahul Gandhi is a Dimagi Naxal who says India is not a nation. Can you imagine that thought? And he goes abroad to say it. How unresearched, how unaware, how Dimagi Naxal an attitude. A Dimagi Naxal is also someone like Omar Abdullah, who wants that Article 370, because it has been reinstated, is one of the reasons why POK is not back with India. A person who is chief minister of an Indian state and wants to stop Jammu and Kashmir from being fully integrated with the country. The same opportunism of his father, Farooq Abdullah, he's a Dimagi Naxal. But a Dimagi Naxal is also someone who does not support our Cobra Bravehearts. And the almost once seen to be impossible fight to end Maoist terror, which was completed by 31st of March 2026. A Dimagi Naxal is a person, ladies and gentlemen, who stands against the sacrifice of the paramilitary, the Cobra Battalion, our brave paras, who have fought in the jungles of Bastar and across the country to destroy Maoist terrorism from eating the country from the inside. And finally, a Dimagi Naxal are the people who are the Aman Ki Asha gang, the Ghazal lobby, the Qawwali lobby, the Biryani lobby, who think ghazals and biryani and Aman Ki Asha should be continuing even after Pahalgam. They are Dimagi Naxals. Now, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, anyone who fits in one or more of these attributes runs the risk of running into the category of anti-nationals, Tukde gang, Dimagi Naxals. These are realities. I feel Arvind Kejriwal has made a mistake by saying he's a Dimagi Naxal because he's fallen into a trap. In an attempt to try and position himself as a person who's a counter to Modi, he has made one of the biggest mistakes of his political career. Chidambaram's political career is over. Mehbooba's political career has hardly anywhere to go. Kejriwal has made a mistake. And the others who stand against Vande Mataram are all, each and every one of them, Dimagi Naxals. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you choose. And please send this video to your friends. Let's decide whether we want to be nationalists or Dimagi Naxals.
All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking on Republic TV. Thanks so much for watching. And coming up on the other side, former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan's health continues to worsen at Adiala jail. Family now seeks access to him at the court. Getting you all the details on that, stay tuned.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Slip, I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Welcome back, viewers. We're getting some breaking news at this hour. Former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene has now publicly questioned the US's nuclear policy, claiming in a social media post that Donald Trump administration is discussing the possible use of nuclear weapons against Iran in strategic meetings. Now, something she described as a pure evil and even warned could now lead to a nuclear holocaust very similar to what unfolded in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Greene, in fact, is now demanding that America must never use nuclear weapons, while calling on President Trump and officials, including the Secretary of State as well as the War Secretary, to reject any such option and urged for an immediate end to the ongoing conflict. This comes in as former Congresswoman continues to question United States and nuclear use policy. So again, questions are now being raised of whether US is mulling the use of nuclear weapon against Iran, as there has been no breakthrough in the two warring parties in West Asia. So another statement wherein Marjorie Taylor Greene now questions the use of nuclear weapons and demands that US must never use nuclear weapons and must never repeat what unfolded in Japan's Nagasaki and Hiroshima. All right, we are now shifting focus to what is unfolding right now in the world of business. My colleague Nitin will get us the latest on that.
Right, thank you, Ishita, for that. So, we've been tracking the Tata Sons AGM. Now, this was supposed to be a very, very crucial meeting regarding the reconsideration and even considering who's going to succeed N. Chandrasekharan. And now the question is, in Indian businesses right now, is whether the meeting can even legally happen at all. Here is the position. Now, under Article 86 of Tata Sons Article of Associations, the AGM quorum requires 5 members personally present, and one of them must be a representative nominated jointly by both Sir Ratan Tata Trust and Sir Dorabji Tata Trust. Now, together they hold roughly 66% of the company. Now, that joint nominee does not exist today. The reason goes back to May 15th. The Maharashtra Charity Commissioner directed Sir Ratan Tata Trust to hold off on trustee meetings. Now, pending an inquiry into the composition of its board, no board meeting means no nomination. Now, no nomination inherently means no quorum. Now, trustees have returned to the Charity Commissioner asking that the trust be allowed to take part in the entire process. As things stand, there is no confirmed relief on record. Now, Tata Sons has not told shareholders of any change up till today. The understanding is that the company convenes the meeting as scheduled and adjourns it if quorum falls short. Now, on the agenda, the FY26 accounts, a dividend on ordinary shares, and the directorship of N. Chandrasekharan, who retires by rotation, has already said that he will not seek reappointment when his term ends next year in February 2027. Now, the same order also sits on the succession battle at Tata Sons. Now, the Sir Dorabji Tata Trust has passed a resolution to set up a selection committee, but obviously it comes with a regulatory hurdle. But under the articles, both principal trusts must move together. Now, we are tracking this very closely. We've just seen N. Chandrasekharan, in fact, coming at the Bombay house at Tata Sons, and we're tracking the story. Back to you, Ishita.
All right, Thanks, Nitin, for getting us the latest from the world of business. And with that, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up right after the break, Donald Trump now cites India's election system as an example while renewing his call for the passage of the Save America Act. He praises the voter verification system followed in India. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
We all must learn the lesson. The era of short, intense conflicts is over. We are all should be ready for long, drawn-out wars that tax and test the national stamina. There are unconfirmed reports that Iran has made a nuclear bomb. They have dropped enough indications that they have the bomb. Their top leader, he has made a statement that we now have the bomb. They had already upgraded up to 60%. They had 450 kgs of enriched uranium. And all this while, when Donald Trump was trying to bomb them to smithereens, they have continued with their nuclear program to save their bloody lives. Because there are people who are quite capable of using the nuclear.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
All right, the biggest state crackdown on Pakistan-based Bhatti terror network. Over 200 arrested from 14 states. Pakistan rattled as Indian forces expose ISI-based terror network. Islamabad cries fall after arrests in India. Students who qualify JPSC, JSSC exams protest after Sorin government cancels the exam. Though Devendra Mahato ends hunger strike, protests continue in Ranchi. The government says X will have to follow the law of the land regarding the new rule after X said it will make censorship requests visible to users. Trump cites India's election system as an example while reviewing his call for the passage of the Save America Act, praises the voter verification system.
इसी वक्त मुझे देखते कहा कि ये बता दो सबको कि मुझे कुछ भी हुआ तो आसिम मुनीर रिस्पॉन्सिबल होगा, कि ये जो करा रहा है मेरे साथ, ये मुझे बहुत टॉर्चर कर रहा है, मेंटल टॉर्चर कर रहा है मुझे.
Former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan's health worsens in jail. Imran's sister says if anything happens to Imran, Asim Munir would be responsible for it. Viewers, welcome to Live and Breaking with me, Karun Seth on Republic. Now, in a major nationwide crackdown announced ahead of the Independence Day, Indian security agencies dismantled the ISI-backed Shehzad Bhatti network, a Pakistan-based terror gangster syndicate that was trying to plot major attacks against India. What we've seen from the post from Home Minister Amit Shah is that over 250 operatives have been detained across 14 states. We've recovered IEDs, grenades bearing Pakistan Ordnance factory markings, firearms and surveillance equipment used for espionage. Now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah stated that the coordinated operation, which involved real-time intelligence sharing and resulted in more than 200 arrests and over 80 FIRs under UAP and related laws, foiled planned subversive attacks, with the network having recruited local youth via social media to conduct reconnaissance on sensitive sites, including defense installations. We've been breaking this story since morning for you. This is the Shehzad Bhatti network, which operates from Pakistan and Dubai, backed by the ISI. On August 12th, following multiple inputs, security forces in coordination with local police forces detained more than 200 operatives, which included a mix of sleeper cell operatives as well as active operatives. A lot of stuff was recovered from them. You had IEDs, you had grenades, you had a lot of equipment that they were planning major attacks on Independence Day in India, but in a major crackdown by the security forces, which happened in coordination between the central agencies as well as the police forces, we saw that this was thwarted. All right, now the breaking news coming in, viewers. Pakistan rattled after Indian government announces action against ISI-backed Shehzad Bhatti network. Now, we've seen Pakistan has been rattled. They are claiming that they do not have a hand in this, and they've clearly been shaken as India has busted Bhatti network. Now, what's caused this stir across Pakistan is a slew of arrests that have happened across India, where more than 250 people have been detained, 253 to be specific. Saurav is joining us live on this. Clearly there seems to be an ISI hand in this. We've seen ordinance, a lot of equipment which bears markings of Pakistan Ordnance factory. Now, after this, with clear evidence stating Pakistani and ISI hand, can Pakistan really back down and deny the allegations that it was not behind these attacks? And we clearly see some signs of Pakistan getting rattled there with the arrest.
Yes, Karan, definitely. We have seen in the past also that the Pakistan has used the same tactic in during every time when a terrorist attack happens in India. They have refused to claim even the bodies of the Kargil war victims, where the Pakistani soldiers have occupied the post in the Kargil. During that war also, they have refused to claim the bodies of their own soldiers. And now we have again seeing that now the Pakistan has issued an official statement denying all the allegations regarding the India busting a major terror network in India operating, and they were planning attacks on the military installations and several police installations before the Independence Day. And more than 253 people have been arrested in this regard, and 80 FIRs have been registered under the UAP and other relevant sections of the Indian law. And now there are clear evidences against them, as during the raids on August 12, when these 253 people have been arrested by the Indian security agencies. Indian security agencies have also recovered IEDs, bombs and petrol bombs. They have also recovered pistols, live cartridges and the CCTV cameras. And on all the arms and ammunition which were recovered during that raid, there is a Pakistan Ordinance factory marking on this, which clearly shows that these arms and ammunition were transported via Pakistan to India so that they can conduct terror activities in the country. And now we have clear evidence, and that is why Pakistan is again rattled and they are dismissing all these claims of India. Even India has all the proof, and this is not something new. This is an old tactic which Pakistan has been using since past decades, for decades now. And now 80 FIRs have been registered, and this is a major crackdown by the Indian security agencies. This was a joint operation which was conducted in 14 states, and 253 people have been rounded up in this, and 51 people alone have been apprehended by the Indian security agencies, including the Delhi Police Special Cell in the national capital only. And we have proof, we have everything, and which basically shows that they were related to the Shehzad Bhatti network of the ISI. And now the Pakistan is denying all the allegations and the proof which the Indian government has given to the international community, and Pakistan is again rattled, Karan.
All right, thanks, Saurav. However, do stay with us. We've got more breaking stories coming in. Now, moving on, Elon Musk has announced that X will make government requests to remove or restrict content more visible to users. Under the planned state changes, users will be informed when a government agency seeks the removal of a post or action against an account, with Musk saying the move is aimed at increasing transparency around state intervention on the platform. But the government of India has come back with a sharp response. Here's a report.
Updating its platform to directly flag and display government requests for content removal or account restrictions to its users. X will notify users and label posts or accounts when a government body demands changes. According to X, it will show the legal reasoning or justification provided by the government behind the removal of the content. But despite these new labels, X will still have to comply legally binding Indian laws and government orders. The Indian government has sent a firm message to Elon Musk-owned X. The government made its stance clear that the platform will have to follow the law of the land while operating in India. It must comply with domestic laws and, when required, to follow the legally valid takedown directions. India has already tightened its IT rules, requiring platforms to remove certain unlawful content within 3 hours of being notified, reducing the earlier 36-hour window.
All right, another breaking news coming in. BJP is gearing up for state elections in Uttar Pradesh and Punjab. We see BJP President Nitin Nabin, who's appointing state in charges for these particular states. BJP is clearly gearing up for the next elections in UP and Punjab, with BJP announcing the state election heads for those particular states. I've got Abhishek sir joining us on the phone there. Abhishek, we've got BJP coming in with some major changes that we've been announcing and tracking since yesterday. Now we see the BJP President Nitin Nabin actually announcing state in charges. How significant is this for the upcoming elections in Uttar Pradesh and Punjab, and what more do we see going in there?
Well, obviously, Karan, this is an important development insofar as BJP's organizational push for upcoming assembly elections is concerned. We saw how yesterday Nitin Nabin released the list of his core team, which is essentially the national office bearers. And the rejects saw some comebacks, the biggest one, of course, being Smriti Irani. But this latest announcement of Vinod Tawde as Uttar Pradesh in charge, he's someone who's a seasoned warhorse, so to say, for the party's organizational affairs. He has handled multiple state assignments earlier. And for Satish Punia to be made Punjab in charge, and then Tarun Chugh to be made Gujarat in charge, because remember, the home state of Prime Minister and the Home Minister is also heading into elections in 2027, though, of course, towards the fag end. But what is important is that with these appointments, BJP is signaling that it wants to hit the ground running ahead of this round of assembly elections, which includes, of course, the most politically significant state of Uttar Pradesh, and then, of course, the frontier state, so to say, for BJP, where it has never come to power in Punjab. Uttarakhand, it has to defend its bastion, and then, of course, Manipur and Goa. So I think you are going to see more such appointments going ahead. other states getting their in charges, and then, of course, the final big one, which is the cabinet reshuffle of Modi 3.0. And we are hearing that this could happen possibly within a fortnight.
All right, Abhishek. Now, what are we aiming? What is this aimed more at? Is the BJP focusing more on the legislative assembly elections, or is this more aimed at? We're looking at 2029, the national elections.
So, Karan, as far as 2029 is concerned, it has to be built brick by brick. The organization machinery has been set in motion with the appointments that happened yesterday, and what is happening today is essentially the nuts and bolts of the assembly elections, which are in the early part of next year. So I think the results of these assembly elections would determine how the BJP is placed insofar as 2029 is concerned. Having said that, the legislative agenda is very crucial. Remember, Prime Minister, in his Independence Day speech from the ramparts of the Red Fort, made it clear that women's reservation is something for which he wants to invest a lot of political capital, and that's why from that platform he appealed to opposition to align and realign in a manner that women's reservation becomes possible before 2029. So I think in that sense you are going to see a legislative agenda also riding on these appointments that we are seeing panning out. Of course, these are internal to the BJP. These are essentially to shape the BJP in order ahead of these crucial elections. But the results of each of these rounds of elections are going to ultimately have an impact on the legislative agenda as well.
All right, thanks Abhishek. We'll keep tracking the major announcements from BJP as more and more announcements keep coming in of other state heads. Clearly a big move by them aimed at both the legislative as well as the 2029 elections. We'll keep tracking that. In the meantime, we've got another breaking news coming in. The DMK mouthpiece Murasoli in its edition today called Vijay's Act disgusting and disrespectful. Now, pointing to the Independence Day event where actress Trisha was made to sit in the front row and the Chief Minister saluted to her. The opinion piece read that shame on him. Those who voted for him could not bear the sight of an actress sitting in the front row with a smile and both of them saluting each other. The person who tries to justify it by making it a matter of honor is the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu today. In just 3 months, he's become afraid of losing his influence and position. His speech betrayed that as well. Now, clearly, the DMK mouthpiece, running that commentary on Trisha and Vijay there. Sharda is joining us live on this. Sharda, we see, scathing commentary on that, specifically, on Trisha being in the front row, on Chief Minister Vijay saluting to her. What do you make of the entire situation? Fair analysis or fair commentary, or you thought they're playing a bit, unfair there?
Well, today Murasoli, the DMK's mouthpieces, made a comment. It's not just about what happened on Independence Day, but what happened in the TVK government in the last 3 months, pointing out that the TVK government is giving more importance to people from the entertainment industry. They also pointed out the number of times the people in the entertainment industry have been given importance, including the Tamil Nadu representative Delhi being the Jananayagan producer, Mr. K.V. Narayanan, and now with the Independence Day, which is a recent event, saying that it is a disgraceful and a shameful act done by the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay, saying that putting an actress on the front row. In the Murasoli, it's also in the opinion written that it was not just shameful act done by the Chief Minister, but also importance being given to the actress more than the independence that was received by the country, and also a flag hoisting ceremony whereas the Chief Minister was hoisting the flag, and the speech that's been important, and including the Vijay speech where he pointed out, telling that the 3 months of what happened in the TVK government, instead of pointing out the independence struggle, is what the opinion piece quoted. So we know that this is not the first time that the DMK is aiming at Vijay through Trisha. Last week we saw Udayanidhi Stalin being arrested for the same, where he made a crass remark against the actress. Meanwhile, former DMK MLAs and ministers were also made very derogatory remarks against actress Trisha. So now it's not just the DMK, even BJP leader Naina Nagendran has a complaint filed against him, against the DGP office, for making a crass remark against Trisha and also Vijay's mother. So recently we've been seeing that the political leaders in Tamil Nadu are targeting the Chief Minister through this actress.
All right, thanks, Sharda. We'll continue to track this and, of course, some scathing remarks and commentary by the DVK mouthpiece. All right, moving on to our next story. We've got some news coming in from the US now. The US President Donald Trump has cited India's election system as an example while renewing his call for the passage of the Save America Act. Now, the Save America Act, remember, seeks stricter voter identification and citizenship requirements in United States elections. Now, Trump has mentioned that India's last election had 646 million voters, less than 1% votes by mail, and every single voter had to have a valid photo identity document. Now, in a post on Truth Social, Trump said India's Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar had earlier asked his administration how elections should be held in the US without a valid photo ID. Now, remember, this comes amidst Trump's continuous efforts in reducing, the number of votes put in by mail. He's been advocating the Save America Act. He's continuously, over the years, over successive elections, he's been a huge critic of, malfeasance happening in the US elections, where he's specifically pointed out that the proportion of votes coming in by mail, a lot for votes not requiring photo identity, etc. And he said that this is how elections are forged. Now, remember, this specifically after he lost the election to former US President Biden, where Trump had alleged. Now, surprisingly, he's actually praised the Indian system and in his remarks pointing out why the Save America Act is useful, he's pointed out India as a success story in how India actually runs its elections, specifically pointing out to the fact that photo identity cards are mandatory, and in India, less than 1% of the overall votes actually came in through mail. Now, this obviously opposed to the huge percentage of votes in the US that come in through mail. Chandrakala is joining us on this. Chandrakala, now President Trump actually seems to be a fan of the Indian voting system. So clearly here, the world's I think foremost democracy, which considers itself the torchbearer of democracy, citing the world's largest democracy, India, as a success story and wanting to replicate the Indian model in the US voting system. How significant is that statement from President Trump coming in? And do we see any consultations? He's mentioned the former India election commissioner that was also surprised how the elections are carried out in the US.
Absolutely, as rightly pointed out, of course, that you have said that our foremost democracy, the torchbearer of democracy, now praising India, the largest democracy, that's India. Now we have seen all praises from US President Donald Trump as far as India's voter ID card system, and he has hailed this as a model for stricter US election rules. In fact, he goes on to cite India's electoral system as an example of election security, also while renewing his call for stricter, voter identification requirements in the United States. We have seen a social media post coming in from Mr. Trump as well, where he has cited, his recent conversation with the Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar. He said that Mr. Kumar has questioned about the kind of security as far as how election could be held in the United States without a mandatory valid photo identity document. In fact, he has also President Trump has also has pressed for a demand to pass the Save America Act, which is legislation. In fact, to seek to introduce stricter implementation of, requirement of documents as far as the entire electoral process in U.S. is concerned. As far as we are aware that, in the U.S., he has also goes on to say that in India, as far as voter ID card implementation is concerned, biometric is used, but in U.S. There is this entire rule of, that the United States largely relies on self-attestation as far as for citizenship is concerned. He has also goes on to mention countries like Brazil and India, where it would require voters to provide documentary proof. In fact, the White House has described the legislation as a measure to ensure that only U.S. citizens participate in American election. The U.S. administration has also compared its electoral procedures with those followed
followed in countries such as Brazil and India. It said that India and Brazil link voter identification with biometric database, while the United States largely relies on self-attestation for citizenship. In fact, President Trump also highlighted...
I think a classic example of now the US actually trying to enforce what India is successfully practicing and implementing in its electoral voting system. Time to pause for a short break, viewers. We'll continue to track all the top headlines for you. But don't go anywhere. Coming up after the break, Pakistan rattled as Indian forces expose ISI-based terror network. Islamabad cries foul after arrests in India.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
और मसाला।
All right, now that we've been tracking the national and international stories across the world, let's move on to the world of business, where I'm joined by my colleague Rishita, who's giving us some big business stories for today. Over to you, Rishita.
Well, thanks, Karan. There's a big update that has come from the world of business. Amidst the FDA crackdown, Diageo, the India unit of United Spirits, has agreed to reformulate several of its best-selling whiskey and rum brands in India. Now, this comes according to two government sources who have spoken to Reuters. The move comes after India's food safety regulator banned the products in some states, citing violations in how the flavors were added. Sources say the regulators will lift the ban once this agreement is in place. Now, this is a significant development in what is one of the world's largest spirits market. This is worth an estimated $40 billion, viewers. Now, the controversy erupted earlier this month when the regulator banned multiple whiskey and rum brands from Diageo and other Indian manufacturers over allegations of mislabeling and improper flavoring, including cases of rum-flavored rum and whiskey-flavored whiskey failing to meet the labeling norms. Now, according to the sources, Diageo has now committed to changing its formulations to eliminate the practice of adding whiskey flavor to whiskey and rum flavor to rum. Now, in a separate development, Indian authorities have seized roughly 18,000 boxes of Diageo liquor bottles for allegedly failing to carry required markings, certifying the use of safe, recycled plastic, expanding regulatory scrutiny on the company. The Diageo case now adds to a growing list of enforcement actions as regulators ramp up checks on food chains and also e-commerce platforms across the country in recent weeks. We'll be tracking this story very carefully. Back to you, Karan.
All right, thanks, Rishita. Clearly, we've seen increasing action from the Food Administrative Authority here. and Diageo now clearly under the scanner. But yes, we'll move on. We'll continue to track these stories and more. But before that, we'll pause for a short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up after the break, the government says X will have to follow the law of the land regarding its new rule after X said it will make censorship requests visible to users.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath, there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
We all must learn the lesson. The era of short, intense conflicts is over. We all should be ready for long, drawn-out wars that tax and test the national stamina. There are unconfirmed reports that Iran has made a nuclear bomb. They have dropped enough indications that they have the bomb. Their top leader, he has made a statement that we now have the bomb. They had already upgraded up to 60%. They had 450 kgs of enriched uranium, and all this while when Donald Trump was trying to bomb them to smithereens, they have continued with their nuclear program to save their bloody lives. Because there are people who are quite capable of using the nuclear bomb against Iran because they couldn't get it to get onto its knees. So there were people crazy enough to use the nuclear bomb against subhumans. The bomb was ready, but it was not used against Europe. It was not used against Hitler and the Germans. It was used against non-white people. It was used against Asians to be treated as guinea pigs when there was no need. Japan was almost close to surrender because of the firebombing of the cities of Japan, because the Russians had also intervened and they knew the game was up. They were going to surrender anyway. Nevertheless, they were bombed. Nevertheless, they were bombed to test.
We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. We are tracking every story for you, but the headlines first. Let's get started.
It's brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The top headlines tracking right now for you. Biggest multi-state crackdown on Pakistan-based Bhatti terror network. Over 200 arrested from 14 states. Pakistan rattled as Indian forces expose ISI-based terror network. Islamabad cries foul after arrest in India. Students who qualify JPSC, JSSC exams protest after sovereign government cancels exam. Though Devendra Mahato ends hunger strike, protests continue in Ranchi. Government says X will have to follow the law of the land regarding its new rule after X said it will make censorship requests visible to users. Trump cites India's election system as an example while renewing his call for the passage of the Save America Act. Praises the voter verification system.
मुझे देखते कहा कि ये बता दो सबको कि मुझे कुछ भी हुआ तो आसिम मुनीर रिस्पॉन्सिबल होगा, कि ये जो करा रहा है मेरे साथ, ये मुझे बहुत टॉर्चर कर रहा है, मेंटल टॉर्चर कर रहा है मुझे.
Former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan's health versus in jail. Imran's sister says if anything happens to Imran, Asim Munir would be responsible for it. We're getting some updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. Let's move ahead to the biggest update that we are getting for you. All right, the big development that deals a sharp blow to the democracy endangered narrative. The US has publicly hailed India's robust voter verification system, with President Trump praising the mandatory photo ID requirement for every one of the 646 million voters in the last general election, and citing Chief Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar's remarks questioning the absence of such checks in American polls. While the opposition has cried foul over the endorsement, Congress leader Pawan Khera responded with a sarcastic tweet urging Trump to take Ganesh Kumar to America and keep him there, offering to send India's EVMs as well for all the insults and bullying, signing off to serve with love from India. Okay, this is a sarcastic tweet which has come in from Congress leader Pawan Khera, and he's urging Trump to take Ganesh Kumar to America and keep him there, offering to send India's EVMs as well for the insults and bullying. Now, this comes after US President Trump had cited India's election system as an example while renewing his call for the passage of the Save America Act, which seeks stricter voter identification and citizenship requirements in US election. He mentioned that India's last election had 646 million voters, less than 1% votes by mail, and every single voter had to have a valid photo identity document. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague Chandrakala, joining us live. Chandrakala, coming across to you now. Once again, we see that the Congress leader Pawan Khera has made fun of Trump. In fact, Trump had gone ahead and loaded the Indian democracy system, and once again the Congress has found a reason to go ahead and poke holes in it when it is not required at all. This was Trump loading Indian democracy.
Yes, in fact, what we are looking at is that the opposition party is already irked by what President Trump's, idea about, and of course, praising of the voter ID, card implementation in India, the entire Indian election system that we are looking at. We have seen a tweet coming in. Of course, it's a sarcastic tweet coming in from leader Pawan Khera, where he's saying that Donald Trump must take the Chief Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar to America and keep him there, and that of course they will also be sending the EVM too by the next available flight. In fact, we know that this is a huge blow to the parties who have been questioning India's democracy and also the EVM system. We saw today, of course, Donald Trump praising India's election system and also citing it as an example for a stricter US election system. He goes on to say that, of course, he reiterated the conversation with the chief of election commissioner, of course, wherein Ganesh Kumar has questioned him how election can be conducted without any proof of valid document. In fact, President Trump has pressed for the demand to introduce the Save America Act, which is very essential as far as this legislation is concerned. We know that the entire statement that is coming in from US President, of course, he says that Mr. Kumar had questioned how election could be held in the United States without a mandatory valid photo identity document. Trump used the remark to reiterate his demand, of course, as far as passing of Save America Act is concerned. We know that Save America Act would require voters to provide valid document as far as election is concerned, and of course the White House has described the legislation as a measure to ensure that that only US citizens participate in the American elections. Now, we also saw that President Trump has hailed countries like India and Brazil, wherein the entire identification, the document identification is linked with biometric database, while the United States only relies on self-attestation for citizenship. So yes, a huge statement coming in, praise from US President Donald Trump as far as India's election system is concerned, and this is a huge blow. We could already see opposition reacting to it. Of course, Pawan Khera has reacted, and more is to follow as far as the day proceeds. As far as
Pawan Khera has made such comments, Chandrakala, again and again. In fact, in the last interaction Prime Minister Modi had with Trump, Pawan Khera said, and I quote here, "Never seen such surrender." And he has spoken about various things. Instead of talking about the message, instead of talking about diplomacy, instead of talking about democracy, he talks about body language. Last time he referred to the Trump-Modi body language. And once again, he is making a sarcastic tweet. A sarcastic tweet. It has absolutely no logic in that tweet at all. Yes, Chandrakala.
Is absolutely. I mean, you can see from the kind of reaction coming in from Pawan Khera, as I've already mentioned, of course, earlier when a conversation happened between both the leaders, we could see the reaction coming in from Pawan Khera. Of course, he has nothing to say about foreign policy or diplomacy, but he has only pointed out on the kind of body language between both the leaders. And now, of course, we can see this sarcastic tweet coming in from Pawan Khera, where he is mentioning that this tweet has no meaning, absolutely no meaning at all. I mean, I don't know what exactly he means, but he is saying that take Ganesh Kumar Gupta to America. He's also now questioning, also saying that keep him there and we'll send our
Mr.
EVMs
Tuhin Sinha, BJP spokesperson, joining us on the phone line. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Sinha. Now, if you would like to comment on this sarcastic tweet of Pawan Khera, where Pawan Khera has made a very sarcastic tweet. Now, we know that Pawan Khera has made such statements again and again whenever there has been any kind of meeting between Trump and Prime Minister Modi. He has made a sarcastic comment.
Well, as you know, somebody rightly mentioned, your colleague, this is a senseless tweet. And Congress party today is a fringe group. It resorts to senseless comments, senseless tweets. And, you know, most of their tweets, most of their body language reveal their own frustration. So I don't know why they want to make a mockery of the Congress party. But fact is, they seem to be working on a sinister agenda to create bad vibes between India and other countries. So, you know, last week, the same Pawan Khera was involved in, he wasn't directly involved, his boss Rahul Gandhi and Sandeep Dixit were involved in a hug, and then Sandeep Dixit makes a stupid comment on Melanie. Now Pawan Khera is tagging Trump and, you know, making all kinds of insinuations. I think this is very childish, very puerile and very cheap behavior. It does not behove a parliamentarian, and least of all, you know, somebody who has been the head of their communications. If this is the way Congress wants to communicate with Gen Z, I'm sorry, Gen Z will not appreciate these cheap innuendos and gimmicks.
That's right. Well, thank you, Mr. Sinha, for getting us your reaction there. BJP spokesperson speaking about this latest incident which has come in. Now, what we see is very, very obvious. Donald Trump citing the Chief Election Commissioner, Ganesh Kumar's question on how U.S. election can be conducted without mandatory photo identification. Trump used India's election process to make sense for the act, the Save America Act, which seeks proof of citizenship and voter ID requirements for federal elections. The White House has highlighted India and Brazil as examples of countries linking voter identification with biometric database while advocating changes to the U.S. election rules. Delhi police has filed an affidavit before the Supreme Court denying the use of excessive force against student protesters in a counter affidavit filed by Deputy Commissioner of Police Sachin Sharma. Now, the police defended its use of force, saying that the protest had ceased to be peaceful after sections of the crowd allegedly breached multiple layers of barricades and attempted to move towards Parliament. The affidavit was filed in response to the petition seeking court-monitored investigation into alleged police excesses and is also intended as a common reply in 4 connected petitions. On the allegations of use of lathis with nails, the police says that as per videos, there was a solitary incident involving a lathi with nails, but that too was in the hands of a protester, not the police. It stated that it was not a lathi, but a stick which had the national flag attached to it. All Right, let's move ahead, viewers. We're getting, let's go to Saurav who's joining us. Saurav, I'm coming across to you right now. And if we could just take our viewers through the latest update we're getting for our viewers. Delhi police filing an affidavit before the Supreme Court denying the use of excessive force against student protesters. We understand that there were a lot of videos doing the round. There were a lot of allegations coming in that the Delhi police had used a lot of force on these students. But it looks like there's a big movement in that story, Saurav.
Yes, Shivangi, as you rightly mentioned, now the Delhi police has submitted an affidavit in the Supreme Court telling the court that it did not use excessive force against the students who were protesting on 20th of July when they were walking towards the parliament. Police has claimed that there was no permission given to the students, and despite that, a crowd of 30,000 students were marching illegally towards the parliament, and they have broken multiple layers of security on that day, because of which the police has to use the graded force, not the excessive force, against the students. And the allegations of nail-studded sticks which the police officials were carrying, they have denied this allegation completely in the Supreme Court, and they have said that the protesters and the students were carrying the nail-studded sticks, and they used to attack the police officials present at the spot. The Delhi police officials have also claimed that more than 240 police personnel were injured in that, as the protesters started attacking the police officials deployed at that area to maintain the law and order situation in that whole New Delhi area. Delhi police has also said that they have not used any kind of weapon against the students, and as far as the lathis and the sticks are concerned, they are just a part of their uniform, and they are also a part of the protocol. When some kind of protest is happening, the Delhi police comes equipped with the lathis so that they can control any kind of situation there. Delhi police have also informed the court that in that protest there were not only students, but along with that more than 2,700 antisocial elements and the history sheeters were also present, which was recognized by the facial recognition system which was installed at the Jantar Mantar and the surrounding areas to check that the history of these history sheeters and the antisocial elements who joined that protest. And following that only, the protest turned violent, and they have broken the multiple layers of barricading and also attacked the Delhi police officials on 20th of July. And Delhi police has not used any kind of excessive force against the students. They have just stopped them from illegally entering the parliament while the monsoon session was going on. And Delhi police has denied all kind of allegations of using any kind of weapons against the students, as there were several of the allegations put up on the Delhi police that they were equipped with nail-studded lathis to attack the student, but it was not the case. And Republic has also accessed several of the videos in which it can be clearly seen that how the protest turned violent and started beating the police officials. And police in the last also said that the videos provided to the Supreme Court
who
was
had
only one-sided.
they were not following any kind of decorum. Like Saurav was saying, that some of the protesters themselves had entered the crowd, some anti-social elements, and they were attacking the police personnel. Well, that is right. Well, thank you, Saurav, for getting us all those details. I have to move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking here on Republic TV. Now, Elon Musk announced that X will make government requests to remove or restrict content more visible to users. Under the plan, changes users will be informed when a government agency seeks the removal of a post or action against an account, with Musk saying that the move is aimed at increasing transparency around state intervention on the platform. Take a look.
X is updating its platform to directly flag and display government requests for content removal or account restrictions to its users. X will notify users and label posts or accounts when a government body demands changes. According to X, it will show the legal reasoning or justification provided by the government behind the removal of the content. But despite these new labels, X will still have to comply legally binding Indian laws and government orders. The Indian government has sent a firm message to Elon Musk-owned X. The government made its stance clear that the platform will have to follow the law of the land while operating in India. It must comply with domestic laws and, when required, to follow the legally valid takedown directions. India has already tightened its IT rules, requiring platforms to remove certain unlawful content within 3 hours of being notified, reducing the earlier 36-hour window.
Getting some breaking news coming in, viewers. NIA court issues non-bailable warrant against Lashkar's chief right-hand man. So this is a huge update coming in. Jammu NIA court issues non-bailable against Lashkar operational commander Abu Sumama. Sumama is behind the attacks on the security forces and innocent civilians in Kashmir. Abu Sumama is considered second to Lashkar chief Hafiz Saeed and operates from Islamabad. Abu Sumama coordinates financial and logistical support for LAT terrorists active in Jammu and Kashmir. Sumama has been declared as terrorist under the provisions of the Unlawful Activities Act by MHA in July this year. So big updates coming in on Republic TV, and we're getting these updates. And let's go to Gursimran. Gursimran, I'm coming across to you because what we see is that there's a warrant against Lashkar aid. These aids, by the way, what they do is that they operate from Islamabad, like this one is, and after that, they also maintain operations in India. They indulge in these terror activities, and they also influence the youth here as well, Gursimran.
Yes, he is presently, Abu Sumama is based in Chatta Bakhtawar area of the Islamabad, and he has been instrumental not only in funding the terror activities of Lashkar-e-Toiba in Jammu and Kashmir, but also providing logistic support to the terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toiba that are here to carry out terror attacks. He has been instrumental in the civilian killings that have taken place and also the attacks on the security forces, ranging from the attacks that have started from 2021 to 2026 ongoing terror attacks. He has been instrumental in all these attacks, and Abu Sumama is a name who has been here in Jammu and Kashmir in 2003-04 along with one of his associates, and then he exfiltrated back to Pakistan. Since then, he has been one of the topmost men in the Lashkar-e-Toiba Tanzim. Especially, he has become the operational commander and is considered as the right-hand man of Hafiz Saeed. So days after Hafiz Saeed's non-bailable warrant were issued in the Pahalgam terror attack case, where he has been named in the second charge sheet, now another name has surfaced against whom the non-bailable warrant has been secured by the teams of the National Investigation Agency, and this time it is Abu Sumama. What we are told that Abu Sumama has been instrumental not only in managing the finances and logistics, but also that how the execution of the attacks will take place, what will be the intensity of the attack, what will be the escalation ladder, all is being managed by Abu Sumama, and that is why he's not based somewhere close to the line of control, but is based in Islamabad in the Chatta Bakhtawar area, from where he has been operating for long. And that was the sole reason that on July 4, 2026, that is in the last month, when 23 new terrorists were designated under the Unlawful Activity Prevention Act for their association with the banned terror groups. It was at the 17th number. It was Abu Sumama who was also named and has been designated as the individual terrorist under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act by the Ministry of Home Affairs.
That's right. Well, thank you, Gursim, for getting us all those details. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking on Republic TV. Republic was the first one to tell its viewers that there was going to be a major reshuffle within the BJP as it prepares for the 2029 elections. And on Monday, it happened. BJP announced an extensive organizational team led by the national president, Nitin Nabin. Listen in to Republic editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami as he outlines his 4 key insights from the BJP's definitive War Room for Mission 2029.
I just want to start with a quick analysis of the BJP new list. I have 4 points to make. First of all, you'll get the whole list. Everybody is going to show you the full list, but there are 4 big headlines. First of all, it's a huge comeback for Smriti Irani. She becomes the link person between Lucknow and Yogi and Delhi. She becomes General Secretary in charge of Uttar Pradesh. It's a great responsibility. She can therefore prove that she's in charge. If there's a victory in Uttar Pradesh, she'll share the credit for it. But most importantly, for all the people who wrote that Smriti Irani's political career is over, now she is really the comeback queen. She exited the Union Cabinet after losing Amethi, right? And many people thought that this is the end of her political career, but here's a massive comeback. Never rule out Smriti Irani. She is making the biggest comeback by being directly in charge of the 2027 UP elections as General Secretary of the BJP. Ladies and gentlemen, big comeback. Second point is tonight, IT cell head of the BJP, Amit Malviya, is out. He's out, and Deepak Maske is replacing him in charge of the BJP social digital warfare decision. Deepak Maske is 58 years old. He comes from Chhattisgarh. He has a lot of experience in the IT and social media cell of Chhattisgarh. He will be responsible for a digital overhaul. What this reflects is that somewhere the BJP is understood. It has to do a course correction after the CJP, where the party was unable to compete in terms of social media narrative with those against the BJP. So this is big news in Amit Malviya, face of the BJP's IT strategy for a long time, out, replaced by a more experienced Deepak Maske, who comes in from Chhattisgarh. The third big news for me is that at a structural level, things don't change. So BL Santosh, very trusted by the Prime Minister, very trusted by Amit Shah particularly, retains the role of National General Secretary Organization. This is a very important, almost a permanent institutional presence of the RSS within the BJP machinery. So the RSS continues to be very powerful within the BJP, and BL Santosh is the man who guides that. Fourth important headline tonight is that Piyush Goyal makes a comeback as treasurer. He was treasurer earlier. Now he has a very important commerce portfolio, and he is handling economic diplomacy for the government. This is a rare dual assignment which shows just how trusted he is. This, in my view, are the four key points.
Showing viewers, former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan's health worsens in jail. Imran's sister says if anything happens to Imran, Asim Munir would be responsible for it. Stay tuned. We are live and breaking.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Welcome back, viewers. We're live and breaking. Next, we have the big business story. We'll go straight across to my colleague Pranav for that. Pranav, over to you. What's happening in the world of business, economy and finance, Pranav?
Well, Shivangi, thank you very much. Well, we have all eyes are in fact on the Tata Sons AGM today. And ahead of that, Tata Sons may actually approach the Reserve Bank of India to remain unlisted. With Chandrasekaran gone, the present board is in a way tilted towards not listing Tata Sons. And this is crucial because earlier this month, the RBI actually issued a list of upper layer NBFCs, and it included the name of Tata Sons. Now, why is Tata Sons listing mandatory? Because according to the Reserve Bank of India, a trust with over 1 lakh crore in assets has to get listed. Now, this deadline for Tata Sons actually expired in September 2025. But with N. Chandrasekaran now out, it is believed that the new leadership may push for the deregistration of its upper layer NBFC status. Now, last week, the RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra actually said that as of now, Tata Sons is in the list of upper layer NBFCs. So how long this deadlock continues? Will the leadership win or will the RBI actually budge? This is exactly what remains to be seen, and all eyes are on the AGM today. A lot of deliberations on some of the very, very important decisions is expected. All eyes at 2:30 p.m. at Bombay House. Over to you, Shivangi.
Thank you, Pranav, for getting us the latest coming in from the world of business, economy and finance. Our team in the business will be getting us all those updates, Republic Business on top of all the business updates. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking on Republic TV. Multi-layer security arrangements have been put in place along the Rajouri-Pooch National Highway on the second day of the Budh Amarnath Yatra. The highway connecting Rajouri and Pooch have been covered with heightened security deployment to ensure the safe and smooth movement of the Budh Amarnath pilgrims travelling between Jammu, Rajouri and Pooch. The personnel from Indian Army, Jammu Kashmir Police, CRPF, CISF and other security agencies are maintaining high alertness at important locations and along the highway. An accident took place between a truck and a CRPF bunker vehicle. The CRPF vehicle overturned in the accident and some CRPF personnel suffered minor injuries. They were shifted to 163 Battalion CRPF for treatment. Several roads and residential areas inundated in parts of Asansol following 24 hours of continuous heavy rainfall in the city. Residents in many areas, including the Dildar Nagar and Rail Par, are facing problems due to widespread waterlogging. And viewers, what's coming right up? A biggest multiple state crackdown on Pakistan-based Bhatti terror network. Over 200 arrested from 14 states. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking. Much more coming right up.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
We all must learn the lesson. The era of short, intense conflicts is over. We are all should be ready for long, drawn-out wars that tax and test the national stamina. There are unconfirmed reports that Iran has made a nuclear bomb. They have dropped enough indications that they have the bomb. Their top leader, he has made a statement that we now have the bomb.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The Joy of Music series of chats are conversations that I want to have with you about different aspects of music that lead up to how music is a source of joy for all of us.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Thank you for joining us here on the live report, ladies and gentlemen. This afternoon, getting you the top headlines and the stories that are shaping India's news agenda. Here are the headlines this afternoon, 12 p.m. on the live report.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Biggest multi-state crackdown on Pakistan-based Bhatti terror network. Over 200 arrested from 14 states. Pakistan is rattled as Indian forces expose the ISI-based terror network, ISI-backed terror network. Islamabad cries foul after arrests are made in India. Students who qualified the JPSC, JSSC examinations protest after the Soren government cancels examination. Though Devendra Mahato ends the hunger strike, protests continue in Ranchi. A government sends a message to X, formerly Twitter, says we'll have to follow the law of the land regarding its new rule after the platform says it will make censorship requests visible to users. Trump cites India's election system, India's democracy, as an example while renewing his call for the passage of the Save America Act.
उसी वक्त मुझे देखते कहा कि ये बता दो सबको कि मुझे कुछ भी हुआ तो आसिम मुनीर रिस्पॉन्सिबल होगा कि ये जो करा रहा है मेरे साथ ये मुझे बहुत टॉर्चर कर रहा है, मेंटल टॉर्चर कर रहा है मुझे.
Former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan's health is worsening in jail. Family says that it will be Asim Munir who will be responsible if anything happens to Imran Khan. Well, US President Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen, has cited India's election system. The way we conduct our elections, our voter IDs, our EVMs. He speaks about our system as an example while renewing his call for the passage of the Save America Act, which seeks stricter voter identification and citizenship requirements in US elections. Donald Trump and the US government mentioning that India's last election had 646 million voters, less than 1% votes by mail, and every single voter had to have a valid photo identity document. In a post on Truth Social, Donald Trump, the US president, saying that India's chief election commissioner, Gyanesh Kumar, he's even named Gyanesh Kumar, had earlier asked the American administration how elections could be held in the US without a valid photo ID. Chandrakala and Harsh joining us live on the story because Harsh, it appears like the opposition is not happy because they don't like Donald Trump and they don't like Gyanesh Kumar. They have something in common and they also don't like EVMs.
Right, Niranjan, now this exactly comes at a time when the opposition is very critically vocal about the election commission, especially the chief election commissioner Gyanesh Kumar himself. Now the choice of words that Donald Trump has used for chief election commissioner Gyanesh Kumar, in fact even mentioning him in this tweet where he clearly says in this post that he has put up on his personal social media handle, he clearly has lauded India's election system. He has clearly mentioned that in the last general election that was carried out in India, there were nearly 646 million people, and all of these voters need to have had a valid photo identity card to cast their votes. He even mentioned that less than 1% of these voters were in fact the voters who had voted using the orthodox mailing system, and that exactly where he is coming at to point. In fact, we are talking about the Save America campaign here, the Save America Act that has been long-standing in the Parliament of America, where both Republicans and Democrats have been standing off in a long deadlock, where Donald Trump has clearly emphasized on free and fair elections and the need of emphasizing on biometric based voting system where there needs to be have a valid photo identity card like in the case of India, and he has clearly lauded the election system here in India, clearly pointing out the name of Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar himself. And he has also mentioned, in fact, a fact sheet that is mentioned on the White House official website. It is clearly mentioned that India and Brazil are two countries that have clearly emphasized, in fact, that have clearly inducted the biometrics of each of its voters in its election system. And that is exactly where it is very evident that Donald Trump has lauded the ideology of India's Chief Election Commissioner. In fact, he is very impressed by India's Election Commission and how it operates. Now this comes at a time when the opposition itself is very critically vocal. In fact, they have condemned on a lot of occasions. They have pointed out they have issues with the EVMs, they have issues with the Chief Election Commissioner himself, but now this coming from the American president himself is a big thing in itself, because he has also mentioned Gyanesh Kumar's name in his Truth Social post. Niranjan.
Okay, Chandrakala is also joining us. Chandrakala, there was a meeting between Sergio Gore and Gyanesh Kumar, right? Now, obviously, he's referring to that meeting. Diplomatically, is there anything more? What was discussed in that meeting? Any cooperation between India and America? What do we know about that meeting and why America is impressed here?
Well, in fact, the U.S. ambassador to India, Sergio Gore, has met the Chief Election Commissioner, Gyanesh Kumar, just a few days back. Of course, the discussion was all about the election management and how both the countries would be cooperating as far as election management, the democracy is concerned. And of course, this statement coming in from U.S. President Donald Trump, this is also coming at a time when we could see saw a major reshuffle yesterday that has happened in the organization, of course. And now this statement by President Donald Trump hailing India's electoral system is a huge thing. Of course, this has already irked the opposition. We could see the kind of tweet coming in from
Okay, just lost the audio line there with Chandrakala. So, the response from Donald Trump coming after this meeting between Sergio Gore and the Chief Election Commissioner, Gyanesh Kumar, where Donald Trump says, and I quote, Donald Trump says 646 million voters. Let's put out the quote of Donald Trump there on screen. Donald Trump says earlier this month, India's Chief Election Commissioner, Gyanesh Kumar, asked our administration, how can you have elections in the US without a valid photo ID? India's last elections had 646 million voters. Less than 1% voted by mail, and every single voter had to have a valid photo identity document. We need to pass the Save America Act. So America is now citing Indian democracy while asking for a need for better electoral practices and more electoral reforms in America. There's been a terror module that has been acted on, thwarted in India, in multiple states, ladies and gentlemen. Major nationwide terror crackdown announced ahead of Independence Day. Our security agencies have dismantled the ISI-backed Shehzad Bhatti network. It's a Pakistan-based terror gangster syndicate. And we have detained over 250 Pakistani operatives across 14 states, recovered IEDs, grenades bearing Pakistan Ordnance factory markings, firearms, surveillance equipment used for espionage. Union Home Minister Amit Shah also shared some details about the coordinated operation, which involved real-time intelligence sharing and resulted in more than 200 arrests and over 80 FIRs under UAPA and related laws. And we have also foiled planned subversive attacks, with the network having recruited local youth via social media to conduct recon on sensitive sites, including defense installations. And some of the details we picked up, ladies and gentlemen, as we look at the dossier of the Pakistani terror network. It's one of India's biggest crackdowns on Pakistani gangsters, a multi-state operation, and we've accessed some of the details. Now, army cantonments were targeted, Air Force bases, hospitals, all were under Pakistani radar. It's one of the biggest operations carried out, and it spanned 14 states. Top agency sources telling Republic that the accused were tasked to carry out subversive activities in Delhi NCR. They were tasked to throw petrol bombs at heavy footfall areas, where people gathered in large numbers. Those were being targeted. In Uttar Pradesh, Pakistani terrorist Shehzad Bhatti, Abid Jatt, Ahmad Barkati and Rana Hunain were in touch with accused arrested by the UP ATS. Bulandshahr residents identified as Muhammad Umar, Faizan were in touch through WhatsApp and Instagram. The duo were tasked to paste photographs of Abid Jatt at various locations. They were asked to carry out recon of defense sites. They had received, that is, the duo received 12,000 for sending a video back to their handlers in Pakistan. Atul is joining us live. Atul, take us through the network and what was the starting point and how large was this operation?
Well, definitely this was one of the major operations conducted by the intelligence agency, NIA, Special Cell of Delhi Police, Jammu and Kashmir Police, Punjab Police, UP Police, and the police of 18 states was working together. It all started with Punjab. Just this guy, Shehzad Bhatti, earlier used to run organizations of crime syndicate only. Later on, when he was backed by the ISI, he started running the terrorist type organizations, and then he started recruiting people from India. Most of them were between 20, 25, 30. He used to pay them between 5,000 and 10,000. Earlier, he used to say, just put up my posters that I am Shehzad Bhatti, I am the ISI Goon, and I will carry out terrorist type of operations in India. Later on, he started giving them other tasks, such as recording the videos of the metro stations, railway stations, airbase, and law enforcement agencies. Last year, major 3 incidents happened in 2025. A woman police station was attacked in Punjab. Shehzad Bhatti was behind them. Later on, a social media influencer in Punjab was attacked. The aides of Shehzad Bhatti were behind them. And then he also carried out such kinds of operations in entire India. So the intelligence agency, including the IB, they were also passing information. Special Cell of Delhi Police registered 18 FIR against this gang. Apart from this, there are cases with the UP Police, with Punjab Police, and NIA has especially charge-sheeted Shehzad Bhatti. As of now, what we are learning from the sources is that Shehzad Bhatti is based in UAE. He is operating entire business from UAE. And earlier, he was based in Karachi.
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Stay with me because Pakistan is completely sort of rattled. They're responding to everything. They respond to a documentary. They're responding to this crackdown. Pakistan is clearly unnerved. After the Indian government made it clear and announced action taken against ISI-backed Shehzad Bhatti network. They, of course, have responded saying that they have no links. They're trying to distance themselves. That's how rattled they are. Atul, Pakistan, it's very unlikely that Pakistan responds to every small update. They've responded to an Operation Sindoor documentary. They're now responding to what Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, has said. It appears like, of course, it's hitting home, and that is why they're responding. They're on the back foot. Atul, can you hear me? Okay, lost the line there. We'll go across to him. We have some more breaking news now coming in, ladies and gentlemen. I have some news coming in on Meta. We'll go across to that. And ladies and gentlemen, on the crackdown on Meta and the child sexual abuse material, there's been a development. The government has released some details of their crackdown and the action taken on Meta and by Meta in the last few weeks. The government says they have seen increased activity from Meta on the child sexual abuse material related content, saying that the platform is now being cautious, including efforts to filter out unlawful content. The government saying it's made it clear to Meta that safe harbor will not be available to individuals or persons involved in child sexual abuse material related violations. and that the government has only exercised powers granted under the existing legal and statutory framework, and that no action has been taken outside the framework. Content moderation teams need greater sensitivity to India's linguistic and cultural context, not just global standards. That's what government sources are saying on discussions with Meta official, and that the WhatsApp username issue. There are details on that as well. Check the WhatsApp username issue is being examined from an industry-wide perspective, since it is not specific to one company but applies across messaging platforms, and that the government will continue to monitor and track these concerns going forward, adding that the government's intent is not to censor or suppress content but to ensure social media platforms don't create situations adverse to India's social fabric. Okay, Nitin is joining us live for a quick input. Nitin, they're saying that the government's saying Meta seems to be acting.
Right, sir. So the government says that there's some action on the CSAM case. Government declares no safe harbor if law is violated. And we've been tracking the CSAM updates since on over a month. On the CSAM, the child sexual abuse that we found on the site, it was rampant. Mark Zuckerberg had even apologized after Republic broke the story and continued to stay at it. And the latest developments stand as the government has increased sensitivity from Meta on the CSAM related content. Now this platform is being very cautious, extreme, because after the government sort of grilling these top Meta officials when they had met the IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav at the Rail Bhavan. And so this is just a follow-up on the CSAM scam. It's also under scrutiny back in America. It had also recently paid about $375 million in terms of as a penalty in New Mexico, again on the child sexual abuse case. And we keep tracking it, Niranjan. Back to you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for the update there, Nitin. I'm going across to some more breaking news now coming in on the BJP new list that was announced. They're giving specific responsibilities. We had some details come in, specific allocation of responsibilities that the BJP is given out, especially in upcoming election-bound states like Uttar Pradesh, Punjab. Nitin Nabin has appointed state in charges in the election-bound states. And some of these states go to polls as early as 2027. Co-in-charges being announced for Uttar Pradesh, also for Punjab, Gujarat. Vinod Tavade has been appointed in charge of Uttar Pradesh. Jagdish Ishwarbai Patel appointed co-in-charge. In Punjab, Satish Punia has been appointed in charge. Gujarat, Tarun Chugh has been appointed in charge of the election-bound state. And this is in continuation with the BJP's list that was released yesterday, and the BJP allocated specific responsibilities to leaders, at least 65 new names. So Uttar Pradesh, the in-charge would be Vinod Tavade. In Punjab, the in-charge Satish Punia. Gujarat, the in-charge being Tarun Chugh. The co-in-charge for Uttar Pradesh is Jagdish Ishwarbai Patel, who's also the National Secretary. Now, all these leaders were named in the BJP's list that was put out on Monday. All right, getting in some more breaking news now. The Delhi police has filed an affidavit before the Supreme Court denying the use of excessive force against student protesters. This is what happened in July. They've now filed a counter affidavit, and this counter affidavit has been filed by the Deputy Commissioner of Police in the national capital. And the police in the national capital has defended its use of force, saying the protests had ceased to be peaceful after sections of the crowd allegedly breached multiple layers of barricades and attempted to move towards Parliament. The affidavit has been filed in response to the petition seeking court-monitored investigation into alleged police excesses, as claimed by the CJP and opposition, is also intended as a common reply in 4 connected petitions. The police in Delhi also claims that the petitions filed before the court rely on selective photographs, incomplete video clips, unverified media, social media reports which have not been independently verified, and that these paint a one-sided picture without reflecting lawful actions of the police officials. On the allegations of use of lathis with nails, the police says that as per videos, there was a solitary incident involving a lathi with nails, but that too was in the hands of a protester and not the police. It states that it was not a lathi but a stick which had the national flag attached to it. So they've sort of countered the narrative by the CJP, claiming that in some cases facts could have been misrepresented. All right, that's it on this edition of The Live Report. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had back-to-back breaking news updates today. Taking a break, back with the headlines and the news after this break.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
We all must learn the lesson. The era of short, intense conflicts is over. We all should be ready for long, drawn-out wars that tax and test the national stamina. There are unconfirmed reports that Iran has made a nuclear bomb. They have dropped enough indications that they have the bomb. Their top leader, he has made a statement that we now have the bomb. They had already upgraded up to 60%. They had 450 kgs of enriched uranium, and all this while when Donald Trump was trying to bomb them to smithereens, they have continued with their nuclear program to save their bloody lives. Because there are people who
X is updating its platform to directly flag and display government requests for content removal or account restrictions to its users. X will notify users and label posts or accounts when a government body demands changes. According to X, it will show the legal reasoning or justification provided by the government behind the removal of the content. But despite these new labels, X will still have to comply legally binding Indian laws and government orders. The Indian government has sent a firm message to Elon Musk-owned X. The government made its stance clear that the platform will have to follow the law of the land while operating in India. It must comply with domestic laws and, when required, to follow the legally valid takedown directions. India has already tightened its IT rules, requiring platforms to remove certain unlawful content within 3 hours of being notified, reducing the earlier 36-hour window.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing it. I don't
finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Biggest multi-state crackdown on park-based Bharti network. Over 200 arrested from 14 states. Pakistan rattled as Indian forces expose ISI-based terror network. Islamabad cries foul after arrests made in India. Students who qualified JSSC examination now protest after Soren government cancels examination. Government says X will have to follow the law of the land regarding its new rule after X said it will make censorship requests visible to users. Donald Trump cites India's election system as an example while renewing his call for the passage of Save America Act, praises the voter verification system.
मुझे देखते कहा कि ये बता दो सबको कि मुझे कुछ भी हुआ तो आसिम मुनीर रिस्पॉन्सिबल होगा, कि ये जो करा रहा है मेरे साथ, ये मुझे बहुत टॉर्चर कर रहा है, मेंटल टॉर्चर कर रहा है मुझे.
Former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan's health now worsens at Adiala jail. Imran's sister says if anything happens to Imran, Asim Munir would be held responsible. Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me Ishita Mitra, and our top focus at this hour. US President Donald Trump has now cited India's election system as an example while renewing his call for the passage of Save America Act, which seeks a stricter voter identification and citizenship requirements in the US elections. And now, after Donald Trump, US Ambassador to India Sergio Gore has also reiterated Donald Trump's stance, saying that the president was very clear and that what India does, having a voter ID law, is something that we should also pass in the United States. So it's a statement coming in from the ambassador right after Donald Trump also praised India's election system. Let's take a listen.
The president was very clear, and what India does, having a voter ID law, is something that we should pass in the United States. You had over 660 million people vote. By the way, less than 1% by mail. So I think it's vitally important. Voter ID is important. This is not a partisan issue. And so the president is absolutely right that the United States should have a voter ID requirement when people show up to vote. The president was very clear, and what India does, having a voter ID law, is something that we should pass in the United States. You had over 660 million people vote. By the way, less than 1% by mail. So I think it's vitally important. Voter ID is important. This is not a partisan issue. And so the president is absolutely right that the United States should have a voter ID requirement when people show up to vote.
Now, viewers, while the Indian election system is now receiving praise, it is opposition which cannot digest that praise. In a development that deals a sharp blow to the democracy in danger narrative, the United States has now publicly hailed India's robust voter verification system, with President Trump praising the mandatory photo ID requirement for every one of over 646 million voters in the last general election, citing Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar's remarks questioning the absence of such checks in American polls. Now, while the opposition has cried foul over the endorsement, it is Congress leader again, Pawan Khera, who's now responded with a sarcastic tweet urging Donald Trump to take Gyanesh Kumar to America, with him offering to even send India's EVMs as well for all the insults and the bullying. So this is the statement that has come in from Congress leader Pawan Khera. Again, Congress seems rattled why such a system is now receiving praise, a system that they continue to criticize in India's electoral politics. Now, as Donald Trump said, while praising the system, that he also wants to push a very similar system in the United States as well. It is leaders like Pawan Khera, essentially Congress leaders, who cannot digest that praise. In fact, my colleague Chandrakala also joins us to put these developments into perspective for our viewers. Now, Chandrakala, we have seen Donald Trump praising India's election system. Sergio Gore also followed with certain remarks. But it is India's opposition who certainly cannot digest that an Indian electoral system is now receiving praise, a system that they continue to, in fact, criticize and, continue with their system of vote chori narrative, a narrative that has been rejected by Indian voters.
Yes, in fact, it's a big blow to this entire narrative being pushed by the opposition parties about safe democracy. Of course, they have been questioning, as far as the EVMs are concerned, they have been, they are after this entire, like we have seen the kind of, opposition raising voice as far as the EVMs or as far as safe democracy narrative that is coming in. Of course, now we can see the statement coming in from President Donald Trump hailing India's voter system, of course, voter identity card system, and also, presenting it as a model. Of course, he has said that it's a model for a stricter U.S. election system. Is definitely, has irked the opposition. Now we have seen the statement coming in from Pawan Khera, very, very, sarcastic. In fact, a very bizarre statement where he's saying that, Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar should be taken to America, and of course they will be sending the EVMs day after. So it has no meaning at all. Of course, they are now irked by what Donald Trump has come out in praise as far as India's voter system is concerned. He goes on to cite what kind of discussion he had with the Chief Election Commissioner, where he had questioned how an election can be conducted without a proof of photo identity document, for that matter. Of course, it is coming at a time where US President Donald Trump is looking to push for Save America Act, the legislation which is required as far as, it would require the voters to present citizenship proof or for that matter, voter ID cards for registering in federal elections. So a very, very huge statement coming in from President Trump at this moment, and which has also already irked the opposition parties. Of course, Pawan Khera has reacted to it, and we are expecting that more reactions will be coming in from the opposition leaders, of course. We are also expecting that Rahul Gandhi will also be reacting to this. The fact that US President Donald Trump has also mentioned how countries like India and Brazil, has inducted the very use of biometric linking, photo identification proof to biometric database, and how US is already relying on self-attestation as far as document proof while casting vote is concerned. So yes, very, very important development as far as we can see this entire, it's in fact a very politically packed week. Entire month has been very much, we can see the kind of face-off between the opposition and the ruling, and now of course the statement coming in from Donald Trump praising India's electoral system is something very big, and we could see the opposition reacting to it, Pawan Khera reacting, and of course more such reaction will be followed. Of course, we have seen the US ambassador to India has also endorsed Trump's, push for Save America Act, where he goes on to cite about the 640 million voters who have who requires identity proof, and only 1% has voted via mail, and that Save America Act should be passed, and which is a very important statement also coming in, because we have seen earlier Sergio Gore holding meetings with Gyanesh Kumar, where both the sides have discussed the US-India cooperation as far as election management or training electoral stuff is concerned. Over to you.
All right. Thanks, Chandrakala, for joining us and putting all of these developments into perspective for our viewers as to how this controversy is now unfolding over the statement that was made by Donald Trump, followed by Sergio Gore, but the opposition seems to be rattled by the same. And now shifting focus, Delhi police have now filed an affidavit before the Supreme Court denying the use of excessive force against student protesters in a counter affidavit filed by Deputy Commissioner of Police Sachin Sharma. The police, in fact, defended its use of force, saying that the protest had ceased to be peaceful after the sections of the crowd breached multiple layers of barricades and attempted to even move towards Indian Parliament. The affidavit was filed in response to the petition seeking court-monitored investigation into alleged police excess and is also intended as a common reply in 4 connected petitions. Now, the police also claim that the petitions filed before the court rely on selective photographs, incomplete video clips and unverified media and social media reports, which have not been independently verified. Now, viewers, these paint a one-sided picture, is what the Delhi police have now said, without reflecting lawful actions of the police officials. In fact, speaking on the allegations of use of lathi with nails, the police clarified that as per the videos, there was a solitary incident involving a lathi with nails, but that too was in the hands of a protester and not the police official. They also go on to state that it was not a lathi but a stick which had national flag attached to it. Now, the affidavit states that lathis are an acceptable and permissible gear, and the officials were only attempting to contain the crowds as a group of protesters started attacking them unprovoked. So that's the clarification coming in from Delhi police as far as the violence is concerned, which broke out during the July 20th protest near Jantar Mantar. My colleague Atul also joins us with more details on this. Now, Atul, police has clearly clarified as far as the violent incidents of Jantar Mantar are concerned. There was only a graded response that came in from the police side, and that too was in response to the unprovoked attack by these CJP goons. Give us more details as to what the police has said in their affidavits which have now been filed.
Well, first of all, I would like to make it very clear that this was an unlawful assembly. They did not have any kind of permission to carry out any kind of march or to stage a protest. But also, Delhi police was trying to maintain calm, and they were trying to restore the peace and to establish the law and order in the entire national capital. Delhi police might have resorted to a mild lathi charge, but they did not intend to hurt anyone. In fact, there were 2,875 criminals who were among the protesters. They were the ones who were attacking the cops, and they were trying to create a right-back situation. Sachin Sharma, the Deputy Commissioner of the Police, New Delhi, who was handling the situation, had a word with me in this connection, and he, in fact, went on saying, when I had a word a few days back, that if he would have not dealt it very calmly, there would be casualties. So Delhi police, in fact, tried to make sure that there was no casualty, and they did not use excessive force. We have to say that Delhi police played the role of a hero. Back to you.
All right. Thanks, Atul, for joining us and getting us the latest details of these affidavits filed by Delhi police. Now, a tragic accident occurred on a Monday evening in a Balevari area of Pune. An 11-year-old boy who was riding a two-wheeler with his father and sister died on the spot after an accident caused by a pothole on the road. Now, the entire incident was captured on CCTV cameras, and here's a detailed report on that unfortunate incident and also how these potholes are becoming killers on Indian roads. Take a look.
An 11-year-old boy died on the spot on Monday evening after the two-wheeler he was travelling on with his father and sister reportedly skidded due to a pothole in Pune. While riding, the vehicle lost its balance and the two-wheeler skidded following the impact. When the 2-year-old boy fell onto the road, he was run over by a truck that was coming from behind. He died on the spot after being crushed under the truck. A large crowd gathered at the scene following the accident. This incident has once again raised serious questions regarding the poor conditions of roads and the prevalence of potholes in the area. Expressing their anger over the road's poor conditions, the local residents have demanded that administration immediately fill the potholes, repair the roads, and implement adequate safety measures at the accident-prone locations. The police are investigating the incident and the sequence of events with the help of a CCTV footage.
All right, viewers, now big statement coming in from Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, now commenting on FDA's action in Maharashtra. He said, and I quote him here, "I believe that very effective action has now been taken in this matter. You see, the primary point is that when someone engages in food adulteration or violates the established food safety standards, it endangers both the lives and the health of public at large. And therefore, strict action was required in such cases." He goes on to say, "I am pleased that the government and the concerned departments are taking stringent measures in this regard, and this course of action will continue." Let's take a listen to his statement.
देखिए, पहली बात तो यह है कि फूड एडल्ट्रेशन या किसी भी प्रकार से जो हमारे फूड के मानक है, इनको जब कोई ब्रीच करता है तो उसके कारण लोगों की जान को खतरा होता है, लोगों की हेल्थ को खतरा होता है। इसलिए इसमें स्ट्रिक्ट एक्शन की आवश्यकता थी और वो एक्शन हो रही है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इस प्रकार की एक्शन हो रही है और ये एक्शन कंटिन्यू रहेगी। मुझे लगता है कि बहुत अच्छी एक्शन हो रही है। देखिए, पहली बात तो यह है कि फूड एडल्ट्रेशन या किसी भी प्रकार से जो हमारे फूड के मानक है, इनको जब कोई ब्रीच करता है तो उसके कारण लोगों की जान को खतरा होता है, लोगों की हेल्थ को खतरा होता है। इसलिए इसमें स्ट्रिक्ट एक्शन की आवश्यकता थी और वो एक्शन हो रही है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इस प्रकार की एक्शन हो रही है और ये एक्शन कंटिन्यू रहेगी। मुझे लगता है कि बहुत अच्छी एक्शन हो रही है। देखिए, पहली बात तो यह है कि फूड एडल्ट्रेशन या किसी भी प्रकार से जो हमारे फूड के मानक है, इनको जब कोई ब्रीच करता है तो उसके कारण लोगों की जान को खतरा होता है, लोगों की हेल्थ को खतरा होता है। इसलिए इसमें स्ट्रिक्ट एक्शन की आवश्यकता थी और वो एक्शन हो रही है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इस प्रकार की एक्शन हो रही है और ये एक्शन कंटिन्यू रहेगी।
Now, viewers, leaders of opposition parties have openly declared themselves as Dimagi Naxals. And this comes after Prime Minister Modi mentioned how India still needs to defeat Dimagi Naxals even after Maoism has successfully been eliminated in the forest belt. But how people of such political stature, including Arvind Kejriwal, Mehbooba Mufti and even P. Chidambaram, so openly support Maoism? How have they forgotten that how many security personnel have been martyred, how many civilian lives have been lost in this battle against Maoism? Listen in to Republic's Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami as he takes on these Dimagi Naxals.
Ladies and gentlemen, the only thing you can be if you're not a nationalist is a Dimagi Naxal. If you think that you can be on both sides, you can't. I believe, especially going through what we are going as a country, it's time to choose whether you're a nationalist or a Dimagi Naxal. First, let us define what a Dimagi Naxal is. And then you decide if you want to be one. Kejriwal says he's a Dimagi Naxal. Mr. Kejriwal, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, and all the Dimagi Naxals out there, including Mr. Chidambaram. Here is my definition of a Dimagi Naxal. 11 points. You are a Dimagi Naxal if you have supported directly or indirectly Sarjeel Imam and Omar Khalid. If you have stood to compromise India, break India, directly or indirectly, target India's sovereignty, say that we will break the chicken's neck because there are a lot of Muslims in that area and there are a lot of Muslims in Assam, we have to use the Muslim demographic advantage to break the map of India, then you are a Dimagi Naxal. So anyone who supports Sarjeel Imam or Umar Khalid is 100% a Dimagi Naxal. Number 2, you are a Dimagi Naxal if you are somebody like Yogendra Yadav, an absolute out-and-out hypocrite who undermines Parliament and believes that the future of India will not be run from Parliament but from the streets. Then you're a frustrated person who has lost the election, lost his deposit, cannot even win a housing colony election like Yogendra Yadav, and because you're a complete frustrated man, you decide to subvert Indian democracy, then you're a Dimagi Naxal. You're a Dimagi Naxal number 3 if you're someone like Arundhati Roy, the pseudo-intellectual Naxal sympathizers, Gandhians with guns, blah, 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 and says this is part of a structural process, tries to use some complicated English to defend violence against the state. These are opportunists of the worst kind. Coconuts, ladies and gentlemen, brown outside, white inside, slavish mentality in 2026, Dimagi Naxals. A person as lowbrow as Arundhati Roy who says when she hears filthy abuse, she feels a sense of catharsis. I feel nothing but pity for you, Arundhati Roy, and for your brigade. Number 4, a Dimagi Naxal in the same vein is a person who supports the CJP's violence, the sexual perversions, the filthy abuse, the presence of 2,800 hardened criminals, perverts who unzipped their pants and flashed their private parts and said this was a students' protest. These were not students, these were Dimagi Naxals. A Dimagi Naxal is the person who has the temerity to, ladies and gentlemen, the temerity to try and lynch an RAF officer who lays a hands on gallantry award winners without having done anything for the country. They are Dimagi Naxals. A person like Mehbooba Mufti, who takes an ambiguous position on Kashmir, but is an out-and-out 100% opportunist. When she gets a chance, she becomes chief minister with the BJP's help. When out of power, she takes a Lashkar-e-Toiba position. She's absolutely a Dimagi Naxal. She should have put in jail or sent to Pakistan by now. Ladies and gentlemen, a Dimagi Naxal is a person also like Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi who disrespect the national song, try to cut it midway, and because it has references to Hindu gods, say we will not accept it, obviously because they want to defend a Muslim vote bank. A person who is willing to compromise the national song in order to appease a Muslim vote bank and take a Jinnah kind of line is a Dimagi Naxal. A Dimagi Naxal is a person like Rahul Gandhi who says India is not a nation. That's an absolute Dimagi Naxal. No doubt Rahul Gandhi is a Dimagi Naxal who says India is not a nation. Can you imagine that thought? And he goes abroad to say it. How unresearched, how unaware, how Dimagi Naxal an attitude. A Dimagi Naxal is also someone like Omar Abdullah, who wants that Article 370, because it has been reinstated, is one of the reasons why POK is not back with India. A person who is chief minister of an Indian state and wants to stop Jammu and Kashmir from being fully integrated with the country. The same opportunism of his father, Farooq Abdullah, he's a Dimagi Naxal. But a Dimagi Naxal is also someone who does not support our Cobra Bravehearts. And the almost once seen to be impossible fight to end Maoist terror, which was completed by 31st of March 2026. A Dimagi Naxal is a person, ladies and gentlemen, who stands against the sacrifice of the paramilitary, the Cobra Battalion, our brave paras, who have fought in the jungles of Bastar and across the country to destroy Maoist terrorism from eating the country from the inside. And finally, a Dimagi Naxal are the people who are the Aman Ki Asha gang, the Ghazal lobby, the Qawwali lobby, the Biryani lobby, who think ghazals and biryani and Aman Ki Asha should be continuing even after Pahalgam. They are Dimagi Naxals. Now, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, anyone who fits in one or more of these attributes runs the risk of running into the category of anti-nationals, Tukde gang, Dimagi Naxals. These are realities. I feel Arvind Kejriwal has made a mistake by saying he's a Dimagi Naxal because he's fallen into a trap. in an attempt to try and position himself as a person who's a counter to Modi, he has made one of the biggest mistakes of his political career. Chidambaram's political career is over. Mehbooba's political career has hardly anywhere to go. Kejriwal has made a mistake. And the others who stand against Vande Mataram are all, each and every one of them, Dimagi Naxals. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you choose. And please send this video to your friends. Let's decide whether we want to be nationalists or Dimagi Naxals.
All right, with that, viewers, we come to the end of this edition of Live and Breaking. Thanks so much for watching. Coming up on the other side, the biggest multi-state crackdown on park-based party network. Over 200 arrested from 14 states. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
All right, welcome back, viewers. Now, Elon Musk has announced that X will make government requests to remove or restrict content more visible to users. Under the planned changes, now users will be informed when a government agency seeks the removal of post or action against an account. With Musk saying that the move is now aimed at increasing transparency around state intervention on the platform. But the government of India has come back with a sharp response, clearly stating that they must follow the law of Bharat. Here's a report to take a look.
X is updating its platform to directly flag and display government requests for content removal or account restrictions to its users. X will notify users and label posts or accounts when a government body demands changes. According to X, it will show the legal reasoning or justification provided by the government behind the removal of the content. But despite these new labels, X will still have to comply legally binding Indian laws and government orders. The Indian government has sent a firm message to Elon Musk-owned X. The government made its stance clear that the platform will have to follow the law of the land while operating in India. It must comply with domestic laws and, when required, to follow the legally valid takedown directions. India has already tightened its IT rules, requiring platforms to remove certain unlawful content within 3 hours of being notified, reducing the earlier 36-hour window.
And now here's time to track other headlines which are coming to light from across the nation in our special segment called Bharat in One. Multi-layer security arrangements have been put in place along Rajouri-Poonch National Highway on the second day of Budh Amarnath Yatra. The highway connecting Rajouri and Poonch has now been covered with heightened security deployment to ensure the safe and smooth movement of Budh Amarnath pilgrims travelling between Jammu, Rajouri and Poonch. Personnel from Indian Army, Jammu and Kashmir Police, CRPF, CISF and other security agencies are maintaining high alertness at important locations along the highway. An accident took place between a truck and a CRPF bunker vehicle. The CRPF vehicle overturned in the accident and some CRPF personnel suffered minor injuries. They were shifted to a 163 Battalion CRPF for treatment. Several roads and residential areas inundated in parts of Asansol following 24 hours of continuous heavy rainfall in the city. Residents in many areas, including Dildar Nagar and Railpar, are facing problems due to widespread waterlogging. Coming up after a short break, biggest multi-state crackdown on Pak-based Bharti network. Over 200 arrested from 14 states.
We all must learn the lesson. The era of short, intense conflicts is over. We all should be ready for long, drawn-out wars that tax and test the national stamina. There are unconfirmed reports that Iran has made a nuclear bomb. They have dropped enough indications that they have the bomb. Their top leader, he has made a statement that we now have the bomb. They had already upgraded up to 60%. They had 450 kgs of enriched uranium. And all this while, when Donald Trump was trying to bomb them to smithereens, they have continued with their nuclear program to save their bloody lives. Because there are people who are quite capable of using the nuclear bomb against Iran because they couldn't get it to.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Biggest multi-state crackdown on Pakistan-based Bharti terror network. Over 200 arrested from 14 states. Pakistan rattled as Indian forces expose ISI-based terror network. Islamabad cries foul after arrest in India. Students who qualified JPSC, JSSC exam protest after sovereign government and cancels exams. Though Devendra Mahato ends hunger strike, protests continue in Ranchi. The government says X will have to follow the law of the land regarding its new rule after X said it will make censorship requests visible to users. Trump cites India's election system as an example while renewing his call for the passage of the Save America Act. Praises the voter verification system.
उसी वक्त मुझे देखते कहा कि ये बता दो सबको कि मुझे कुछ भी हुआ तो आसिम मुनीर रिस्पॉन्सिबल होगा, कि ये जो करा रहा है मेरे साथ, ये मुझे बहुत टॉर्चर कर रहा है, मेंटल टॉर्चर कर रहा है मुझे.
Former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan's health worsens in jail. Imran's sister says if anything happens to Imran, Asim Munir would be responsible for it. And viewers, we are live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. CM Devendra Fadnavis is commenting on the FDA's action in Maharashtra and said, and I quote here, I believe that very effective action is being taken in this matter. You see, the primary point is that when someone engages in food adulteration or violates established food safety standards, it endangers both the lives and the health of the public. Therefore, strict action was required in such cases. I'm pleased that the government and the concerned departments are taking stringent measures in this regard, and this course of action will continue. So this is a comment coming in from the CM Devendra Fadnavis on the action which has been taken in Maharashtra. And I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. I'm being joined by Nitin. Nitin, coming across to you. We see that there has been, when we talk about the action taken by the FDA in Maharashtra, was very necessary because food safety is very important.
Exactly.
We all go out, we all eat, and food is very important because it causes health concerns if the food is spoiled, Nitin. So now the CM has praised the action which was taken. Over to you.
Exactly. With the new FDA head, Tukaram Munde, obviously things are working out really well in terms of the widespread crackdown on all these food outlets, and not only food outlets, it's also pertaining to the dark stores of Blinkit and Swiggy and Zepto and all of these companies as well, you know, who promise you to deliver food in 10 minutes, fast food and everything, but then obviously food safety takes more longer.
15 अगस्त को कांग्रेस के मुख्यालय में जिस तरह का एम्बैरेसिंग इवेंट हुआ कि जो सोनिया जी को लग रहा था कि वो विरोध कर रही हैं पूरे वंदे मातरम गाने को, और बाद में उनके बौद्धिकता से गुणी मीडिया हेड ने कहा कि कुर्सी खोजी जा रही थी खड़गे साहब के लिए। ये बिल्कुल बकवास था। कल खड़गे साहब जब गोवा गए तो वहां भी पार्टी के कार्यक्रम में 2 स्टैंजा ही गाया गया। आज हम पूरे कांग्रेस की मानसिकता पर एक सवाल उठाना चाहते हैं। कांग्रेस अगर इस तरह की हरकत करती है तो कृपा कर करके वो भारत की आज़ादी आंदोलन का एकमात्र ठेका लेने का अपना दम बंद कर दे। If this is what the Congress party is doing to the great national song Vande Mataram, then you better stop claiming monopoly as the custodian of freedom movement. ये बात मैं कहना चाहता हूँ। इसीलिए आज थोड़ा मैं आप सभी पत्रकार मित्रों के माध्यम से देश को कुछ बताना चाहता हूँ। वंदे मातरम भारत की आज़ादी का एक प्रमुख गीत था, प्रेरणा देता था। भारत माँ को पहली बार माँ के स्वरूप में महान कवि बंकिम चंद्र ने रखा था। और आपको मालूम है पहले रविन्द्रनाथ ठाकुर, उसके पहले शायद हेमंत ठाकुर उन्होंने गाया था 1896 में। फिर बाद में बाल गंगाधर तिलक ने इसको और आगे बढ़ाया और ये देश की आज़ादी का मूल मंत्र बन गया वंदे मातरम। और बाद में इस बात को ध्यान रखिए कि 36-37 में कांग्रेस का मुस्लिम लीग से पैक्ट हुआ था, याद करिए आप। और संभवतः इसी कारण से मुस्लिम लीग के द्वारा दबाव बनाया गया कि आप सिर्फ 2 स्टैंजा गाइए, बाकी में हमारी धार्मिक भावनाएं आहत होती हैं। उसके बाद तो मुस्लिम लीग के लोग चले गए पाकिस्तान जिन्ना साहब के पीछे, और जिन्ना साहब 1 साल में दुनिया छोड़कर चले गए। लेकिन इस देश के प्रथम राष्ट्रपति और महान स्वतंत्रता सेनानी डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद ने जब बैठक हुई थी तो संविधान सभा में उन्होंने साफ साफ कहा कि हम 24 जनवरी 1950 को डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद ने घोषणा की, जन गण मन राष्ट्रीय गान, वंदे मातरम राष्ट्रीय गीत। मैं फिर रिपीट कर रहा हूं, जन गण मन राष्ट्रीय गान, वंदे मातरम राष्ट्रीय गीत, नेशनल एंथम जन गण मन, नेशनल सॉन्ग वंदे मातरम। ये डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद तो कांग्रेस के ही थे ना, उसमें संविधान सभा के अध्यक्ष थे, बाद में भारत के राष्ट्रपति बने। तो ये जो नया बदलाव किया गया, कभी ये उम्मीद नहीं थी कि प्रिवेंशन ऑफ इंसल्ट टू द नेशनल ऑनर्स एक्ट जो बना 1971 में, किसने बनाया? कांग्रेस की सरकार, इंदिरा गांधी प्राइम मिनिस्टर थी। उसमें क्या कहा गया? तिरंगा हो, जनगण मन हो, इसका कोई इंसल्ट करेगा तो 3 साल तक की सजा हो जाएगी। उसके बाद फिर नया आंदोलन शुरू हो गया इधर बहुत दिन से। तब अभी अमेंडमेंट किया गया और उस अमेंडमेंट में कहा गया कि नेशनल एंथम वंदे मातरम, नेशनल जनगण मन और नेशनल सॉन्ग वंदे मातरम, इसका भी कोई उपहास करेगा, अपमान करेगा तो उसके खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई होगी, 3 साल की सजा। ये कानून बन गया है और वो कॉपी मेरे पास है, आप देख रहे हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी के लोग बॉयकॉट कर गए, अलग बात है, लेकिन ये संविधान में इस कानून में बदलाव हो गया है, फिर भी आप विरोध कर रहे हैं। तो मिस्टर खड़गे, अगर आप व्यंग करते हैं भाजपा के लोगों पर, ये लोग फ्रीडम मूवमेंट में कहां थे, तो मैं आपसे पूछता हूं, डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद एक नेता आज़ादी के आंदोलन के थे कि नहीं, जेल गए कि नहीं? 1950 में उन्होंने ये घोषणा की कि नहीं संविधान सभा में ये सम्मान मिलेगा? तो आप किसका उपहास कर रहे हैं और क्यों कर रहे हैं? अब मैं इसका कारण बताता हूं। कांग्रेस पार्टी आज उसी मानसिकता से त्रस्त है जो जब उनका रिश्ता बना था मुस्लिम लीग के साथ 36-37 में लखनऊ पैक्ट हुआ था। वो चले गए पाकिस्तान जिन्ना साहब के पीछे, ये अभी भी ढो रहे हैं उसी मानसिकता। तो ये वोट बैंक की मानसिकता के कारण आप अपनी ही परंपरा को छोड़ रहे हैं। हम तो इसमें कहीं नहीं थे, वंदे मातरम के निर्माण में कहीं नहीं थे। तो मैं पूछ रहा हूं खड़गे साहब, सोनिया जी, आपको हो क्या गया है? और आज मैं आपके सामने कुछ सीरीज ऑफ इनके आचरण को रखना चाहता हूं। 3 तलाक का विरोध, शाबानो का विरोध, अभी जनगण मन में वॉकआउट, आर्टिकल 370 में वॉकआउट। तो राष्ट्र हित के जितने सवाल होते हैं, अगर उसकी टकराहट वोट बैंक से हो जाती है तो कांग्रेस पार्टी चली जाती है पीछे, और इसमें वो अपनी सारी परंपराओं का भी ध्यान नहीं रखती। जरा स्वरों को बोलो। ये मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूं। इसीलिए आज मुझे लगा कि एक इस विषय को पुनः स्मरण, ओरिजिनल कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन फिर बताया जाए, सुनाया जाए और देश को समझाया जाए कि ये कांग्रेस पार्टी अपने ही वसूलों से भाग रही है। आज मैं आपके सामने कांग्रेस पार्टी से एक और सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं। यह भारत का ओरिजिनल संविधान, ये बड़ी कॉपी है इसकी। जब मैं कानून मंत्री था तो इसकी मैंने छोटी छपवाई और देश भर में भेजा था। इस संविधान सभा में खाली श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी हमारे मेंबर थे, जो बाद में इस्तीफा दिया बंगाल की घटनाओं को लेकर। मिस्टर खड़गे आपसे मुझे एक सवाल पूछता है, सोनिया गांधी मुझे आपसे एक सवाल पूछता है। इसमें कई चित्र हैं, देखिए फंडामेंटल राइट चैप्टर के ऊपर क्या है? प्रभु राम, माता सीता और लक्ष्मण के साथ श्रीलंका विजय करके अयोध्या लौट रहे हैं, ठीक है? और ये सब चित्र क्यों है मैं ये भी बताऊंगा। अब आप देखिए, बस 1 मिनट वक्त दीजिए। वेयर इज कृष्णा? निकालिए उसको, कृष्ण जी वाला निकाल दीजिए। कृष्ण जी का, गणेश जी का सब निकालिए बराबर। जब भारत का संविधान बन रहा था तो एक चर्चा हुई कि हजारों वर्ष के बाद भारत आजाद हो रहा है, तो क्या संविधान को ऐसे ही प्रस्तुत कर दें? तब सबों ने तय किया नहीं, हम ओरिजिनल संविधान के अंतर्गत भारत के संविधान की, भारत के संस्कार की, भारत की सभ्यता के प्रतीकों को प्रस्तुत करेंगे। और वो कौन प्रतीक होंगे, उन लोगों ने तय किया। ये देखिए, डायरेक्टर ऑफ स्टेट पॉलिसी के ऊपर भगवान कृष्ण अर्जुन को महाभारत में गीता का उपदेश दे रहे हैं। ये देखिए, जरा मुझे निकालो, नटराज निकालो और हनुमान जी निकालो। इनको चिंते हैं? जी चिंते हैं इनको? हनुमान जी है ना, गुप्ता पीरियड के हनुमान जी, देख लीजिए आप। नटराज निकाल दो खाली। बाकी इसमें वैदिक पूजा है, इसमें शिवाजी हैं, गुरु गोविंद सिंह हैं, अकबर हैं, बाबर औरंगजेब नहीं है, ध्यान रखिए आप। ये देखिए नटराज, खड़गे साहब आप संविधान की दुहाई देते हैं, तो मूल संविधान में भगवान राम, प्रभु कृष्ण, महादेव नहीं, ये आपके नटराज और भगवान हनुमान की तस्वीर मैंने दिखा दी आपके सामने। तो इनके बारे में क्या कहना है आपको? ये धार्मिक आस्था का अपमान है क्या? क्या मतलब है इसका? इस देश को कहां ले जाएंगे मिस्टर खड़गे आप? बाकी पार्टियां छोटी करती है तो मुझे समझ में आती है, लेकिन आप बड़े गर्व से कहते हैं कि वी हैव बीन फ्रीडम फाइटर्स, बट यू आर कॉम्प्रोमाइजिंग ऑल द वैल्यूज ऑफ फ्रीडम मूवमेंट एंड ऑफ योर ओन पार्टी। अपनी सारी पार्टी के सारे उन आदर्शों को भूल रहे हैं जो आज़ादी के आंदोलन में था। आप न बंकिम चंद्र चट्टोपाध्याय को याद रखते हैं, न लोकमान्य तिलक को याद रखते हैं, न नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस को याद रखते हैं, न आपके जिस डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद, सीधा दिखा दिया कि उनका प्रस्ताव था, तो ये सब भूल जाएंगे आप। तो मैं इसकी बहुत ही भर्त्सना करता हूं। अच्छा है अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी अपनी नादानी और वोट बैंक की उत्कंठ इच्छा के कारण देश के सामने अपने को और एक्सपोज करने में लगी हुई है, तो हम और एक्सपोज करेंगे। और आज़ादी के आंदोलन की दावेदारी करने का आप नाटक करना बंद करें। मित्रों, एक और विषय मुझे हल्के से कहना था, यही मेन विषय था, आपके जो सवाल होंगे। प्रधानमंत्री ने दिमागी नक्सल में किसी का नाम लिया था क्या? किसी का नाम लिया क्या? उन्होंने एक छोटी सी बात कही ना कि दिमागी नक्सलियों से भी आपको सावधान होने की जरूरत है। आप याद करिए कि जब अमित शाह जी ने संकल्प किया कि हम माओवाद को समाप्त करेंगे, तो आज समाप्त हो गया कि नहीं, मुझे बताइए आप। बस्तर में, सुकना में, महाराष्ट्र में आज माओवाद समाप्त हो गया कि नहीं? और आपने टीवी पर दिखाया, आप सबको धन्यवाद, कि किस तरह से वही बेटियां जो पहले बंदूक उठाती थी आज वो खादी के कपड़े पहन के फैशन परेड में भाग ले रही हैं। ये देखा ना आपने? लेकिन उनका इशारा क्या था? जो लोग माओवाद को बौद्धिक खाद देते हैं, उनके पक्ष में लेख लिखते हैं, उनके लिए फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस करते हैं, का देश को उनसे भी सावधान रहना है। मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं पार्टी की ओर से, हम रचनात्मक सार्थक आलोचना का पूरा सम्मान करते हैं। लोकतंत्र है, आपको आलोचना करने का अधिकार है, लेकिन नक्सलवाद का मूल मंत्र क्या है? सत्ता बंदूक की नली की गोली से आती है। पावर फ्लोज फ्रॉम द बैरल ऑफ गन। मारते भी हैं। यही चिदम्बरम साहब थे ना गृह मंत्री, तो पता नहीं, याद नहीं, मैं भी गया था छत्तीसगढ़ में, कितने लोग मारे, वीसी शुक्ला भी मारे गए थे और काफी लोग मारे गए थे, बहुत बड़ी घटना हुई थी। इनका स्टेटमेंट क्या था? देयर आर इंटेलेक्चुअल स्पेसेस सपोर्टिंग माओइज्म। वो हिंदू में छपा है, आप कहिएगा तो मैं आपको दे दूंगा। और बाद में तो जो है सो ही है, आता रहता है। अगर प्रधानमंत्री ने कोई बात राष्ट्रहित में कही तो उसको भी लोक लेना और ओढ़ लेना, ये तो कमाल है। प्रधानमंत्री ने 15 अगस्त को देश के भविष्य की दिशा बताते हैं, उन्होंने बताया, आपके बारे में तो कुछ नहीं कहा। क्या प्रतिस्पर्धा चल रही है, इसको रोकने की और इसको ओढ़ने की। मैं क्या कहूंगा, ये पब्लिक है, सब जानती है और समझती है, और ये और भी एक्सपोज होंगे, चिंता मत करें। मुझे लगता था कि कांग्रेस पार्टी कभी कभी सबक लेगी, प्रमुख पार्टी है, लेकिन ये तो नेता ही अराजकता के प्रतीक बन चुके हैं, तो क्या कहा जाए। और वो चीज जा रही है, और ये आस्ते आस्ते सब में जा रही है। अभी तक मैंने एक ही बात देखा है, सब तो अपने को दिमागी नक्सल कह रहे हैं, अभी तक अखिलेश यादव ने अपने को दिमागी नक्सल नहीं कहा, अभी तक। चलिए, नहीं कहा है तो अच्छी बात है, कहीं वो भी कंपटीशन में कह देंगे तो उनको शुभकामनाएं। देश के हित के लिए हम हमेशा खड़े रहेंगे, कोई समझौता नहीं करेंगे। मैं फिर रिपीट कर रहा हूं, आलोचना करने का अधिकार है, जरूर करिए। आप प्रधानमंत्री की तो आलोचना क्या, नफरत करते हैं हमसे? देश लोकतंत्र है, लेकिन देश को तोड़ने वाली गतिविधियों के खिलाफ आप खड़े होंगे तो यह गंभीर विषय है। और कांग्रेस पार्टी भाजपा के विरोध, मोदी के खिलाफ नफरत से आगे बढ़कर राष्ट्रीय प्रतीकों के खिलाफ भी खड़ी हो गई है। बहुत दुर्भाग्य की बात है, क्योंकि एक ही कदम बाकी है देश के खिलाफ खड़े होना। इसके बहुत भर्त्सना करते हैं। थैंक यू फ्रेंड्स। सवाल दो तो बाद में और
साबानों के समय जो मामला आया था, जिस पर आरोप लगे थे, आया था कि अब राष्ट्रीय प्रतीक पर पारित कानून पर पुराना गाना और जानबूझकर से देखते हैं कि पार्टी को
वो मुस्लिम वोट बैंक के दबाव में कांग्रेस पार्टी कहीं तक गिरने को तैयार है। I say this with full sense of responsibility that in naked pursuit of vote bank politics, particularly from the Muslim community, Congress party is willing to descend to any extent. ऐसा है, मैं किसी इंडिविजुअल का नाम नहीं लूंगा, कुछ लोग अपनी प्रसिद्धि के लिए करते हैं, हमारे बहुत प्रवक्ता हैं, जवाब देंगे उसका।
All right, we just heard the BJP once again hold that press conference, and they have spoken about Congress, especially they're saying that what happened on Independence Day. We talk about the Vande Mataram issue. Well, the Congress needs to apologize for that. So once again, the BJP hitting out at Sonia Gandhi and the Congress and saying very clearly that the Congress is compromising on the values of freedom movement. They're also speaking about the comment that PM Modi made, the Dimagi Naxal comment, and the BJP saying that the comment was made in national interest and no political leader was really named. Now, I want to move ahead, viewers. We're getting some more updates coming in. I want to go back to the big story tracking from the world of business, economy and finance. Let's go straight to my colleague Nitin. Nitin, so we were discussing what CM Fadnavis has said. He is commenting on the FDA's action in Maharashtra and said that it's very effective action which has been taken, and he has made it very clear because food safety is extremely important. Yes,
right.
Nitin, over to you. What's the latest coming in there?
Right. So in the last couple of weeks, there have obviously been over 109 inspections, in Maharashtra by the FDA under Tukaram Munde. And obviously the Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis, is lauding this fact of this widespread crackdown that was so necessary because concerns were being flagged online by netizens. Even people who went to restaurants, they flagged it. The videos went viral over unhygienic concerns, right from big food outlets such as Domino's, Pizza Hut, to even Eternal, Swiggy and Zomato. None of them were felt safe by consumers who were actually paying at either these applications or at these restaurants and hotels. Now, the latest on the other hand, is that the Bombay High Court has directed the Maharashtra FDA to in fact pay a 5 lakh rupee fine to a Pune-based sweet shop Now this is basically that the license suspended despite a 98% compliance report and causing losses, noting that the regular's intent was laudable but it's going overboard. Now these are the words of Bombay High Court. While it's being sort of applauded by the state's Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, the Bombay High Court has come with this directive on the FDA's widespread crackdown. Back to you.
That's right. Well, Nitin getting us the big updates coming in from the world of business, economy and finance. We had that statement, Nitin, of CM Fadnavis. Let's play it out for our viewers.
मुझे लगता है कि बहुत अच्छी एक्शन हो रही है। देखिए, पहली बात तो यह है कि फूड एडल्ट्रेशन या किसी भी प्रकार से जो हमारे फूड के मानक हैं, इनको जब कोई ब्रीच करता है तो उसके कारण लोगों की जान को खतरा होता है, लोगों की हेल्थ को खतरा होता है। इसलिए इसमें स्ट्रिक्ट एक्शन की आवश्यकता थी और वो एक्शन हो रही है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इस प्रकार की एक्शन हो रही है और ये एक्शन कंटिन्यू रहेगी।
That's right. Well, Nitin, I'm coming across to you right now. We're getting some more updates coming in on Republic TV. Let's move ahead to the big update they're getting for our viewers. The government says they've seen some action on the CSAM issue. The government is clear that there's no safe harbor if the law has been violated. The message has gone home. So I want to go back to you, Nitin, because we have seen that the government was very clear with Meta on the CSAM content. The platform is being cautious and they're trying to build the efforts to filter out unlawful content, Nitin.
Right, so whatever the government is doing when it comes to Meta is under the framework. It's not going out of the way to sort of prevent and ensure that the CSAM content or things like that have never come across in such major platforms, given that India is still Meta's biggest user base, both in terms of WhatsApp users and the Instagram user base. So what they've said is that they'll not allow, regardless of the billions of dollars, how big the firm is, they'll ensure a necessary crackdown. There'll be no sort of a safety harbor for any of these firms. Now, it's very important to remember the fact that Meta goes in trial today in United States. Over 29 states in America have sort of come together and they want an action on Meta because they said that they're using tools to that sort of proliferates the fact that it is in fact, sort of targeting children and sort of brainwashing them through the kind of content, algorithmic bias. Meta, in fact, faces a $200 billion trial over child data and social media addiction by 29 states. That's the latest we have, and we'll keep tracking both updates on the FDA story as well as Meta's crackdown. Back to you, Shivangi.
Right, thank you, Nitin, for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to you for more. Nitin getting us the biggest updates from the world of business, economy and finance. Taking a short break, viewers. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. Much more coming up on the other side. We'll talk about the biggest multi-state crackdown on Pakistan-based Bhatti terror network. Over 200 arrested from 14 states.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Some more breaking news coming in on Republic TV. The Supreme Court has ordered Imran Khan to be transferred to the Shifa International Hospital and kept there until September 16 for treatment. Imran Khan to be transferred to hospital. Pakistan Supreme Court orders Imran Khan's transfer. Imran Khan to be transferred from Adiala jail. Huge, big breaking news coming in, viewers. And this is coming after the family members of Imran Khan had asked that he should be transferred to the hospital because he's having some health issues. And this is a huge update coming in, Republic TV viewers. Imran Khan's health has been getting worse and worse by the day. And in the latest coming in, after a lot of appeal was made by the family members, we're coming to know that the Pakistan top court, Supreme Court of Pakistan, has ordered that the former Prime Minister Imran Khan be moved to the hospital from the jail. This is a huge update coming in on Republic TV viewers. I want to go to my colleague Goswami joining us live. Goswami, coming across to you right now. Finally, we understand that Imran Khan would be transferred from Adiala jail to the hospital. This is coming after weeks and weeks of protest. This is coming after the sisters of Imran Khan have said and appealed that he should not be in the jail. He should be treated at the hospital. And now that is exactly what's going to happen.
Yes, Shivangi, you have rightly mentioned that this comes as a major relief not only for Imran Khan but for the entire cadres and the family of Imran Khan and the cadre of PTI as well. Because the Supreme Court of Pakistan has ordered that Imran Khan be immediately shifted to the Shifa International Hospital where he will be treated. Though some restrictions have also been put in that his medical reports will not be used for the political purpose by the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf and there will be no large gathering or protest outside the Shifa International Hospital. Apart from that, the family members, the sisters of Imran Khan have also been allowed to meet him while he will be having a phone conversation with his son. So now the clarity will come that for the 6-month PTI has been looking for, that will come now, that what is the present situation of Imran Khan and how is his health. But one thing is very clear that earlier also we have seen that the contempt of court is a new normal in Pakistan. All the high court orders have been thrown to trash by the General Asim Munir and his coterie, and that has been the reality that even Umang Khan yesterday also said same, that it is the General Asim Munir who is doing the same. So whether this order will be implemented in the true spirit or not, that only time will tell. But an immediate orders have been passed at Supreme Court giving a major relief to the family of Imran Khan that he is being shifted to the Shifa International Hospital for the advanced treatment.
Well, thank you for joining us with all those details, Goswami. I'm taking a short break, viewers. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. Much more coming up on the other side. The biggest multi-state crackdown on the Pakistan-based terror network. Over 200 arrested from 14 states. Stay tuned. We're live in breaking.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
We all must learn the lesson. The era of short, intense conflicts is over. We are all should be ready for long, drawn-out wars that tax and test the national stamina. There are
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Biggest multi-state crackdown on Pak-based Bharti network. Over 200 arrested from 14 states. Pakistan rattled as Indian forces expose ISI-based terror network. Islamabad cries foul after arrests made in India. Students who qualified a JPSC, JSSC examination now protest against sovereign government in Jharkhand, though Devendra Mato ends hunger strike. Of protests continue in Ranchi. Government says X will have to follow the law of the land regarding its new rule after X said it will make censorship requests now visible to users. Donald Trump cites India's election system as an example while renewing his call to get the Save America Act passed, praises a voter verification system.
उसी वक्त मुझे देखते कहा कि ये बता दो सबको कि मुझे कुछ भी हुआ तो आसिम मुनीर रिस्पॉन्सिबल होगा, कि ये जो करा रहा है मेरे साथ, ये मुझे बहुत टॉर्चर कर रहा है, मेंटल टॉर्चर कर रहा है मुझे.
Supreme Court orders a release of Imran Khan to Shifa International Hospital as the pressure mounts and his health continues to worsen. Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me Ishita Mitra, and our top focus at this hour. The Supreme Court in Pakistan has now ordered the release of Imran Khan and he's now to be transferred to Shifa International Hospital and kept there until September 16. Now this comes in as Imran Khan is set to be transferred to hospital according to the order given by Pak Supreme Court, who's now said that former Prime Minister must be transferred from Adiala jail for medical treatment. So this comes in as his health continues to worsen. In fact, several medical reports were also tabled by the superintendent of Adiala jail, where he has been lodged for the past 3 years now. And in a big relief for Imran Khan's family, for his supporters, PTI workers are now hailing this verdict given by the Pakistani top court, wherein it has ordered that Imran Khan must be transferred from Adiala jail to Shifa International Hospital in Islamabad and must be kept there till about September 16th for treatment. So a big verdict coming in from Pakistan Supreme Court as it has now ordered that former Prime Minister of the country must be released for medical treatment and must be kept at Shifa International Hospital.
रवैया रखा जाएगा तो आम शहरी फिर किस तरफ जाएगा? अदालतों का काम है, हमें अदालतों जो हकपरस्त जजेस हैं उनसे उम्मीद यही है कि वो इंसाफ करेंगे और एक जज सिर्फ खड़ा हो गया और उसने इंसाफ किया तो तमाम जजेस को जो है
आज के फैसले को और फिर कितना खुश
आज का फैसला मुसलसल 9 अप्रैल 2022 से लेकर जो पाकिस्तान तहरीक इंसाफ इमरान खान साहब के साथ ज्यादती जबर फस्तायत जुल्म हो रहा था, तो एक फैसला उसका ज़ाला नहीं कर सकते. हम चाहते हैं कि मजीद इंसाफ.
थैंक यू.
Right, in fact, and now as this verdict come in, Alima Khan, the sister of former Pakistani Prime Minister, has also reiterated that he should be treated in a hospital, stating that the family has been demanding since February that he must receive the medical care. So now viewers, this comes in as the pressure was mounting from his supporters, from his family, now that the Supreme Court has ordered his transfer. Let's listen in what the family has been saying so far on Imran Khan's medical treatment.
हमारा दर्द पहले पहचानो. आपके घर में आपकी वालदा, आपके भाई जब बीमार होते हैं, आप मुझे बताओ सबसे पहले आपकी तरजीह क्या होगी? उसको बेहतर से बेहतर अस्पताल में फौरन इलाज करवाया जाए. आप नहीं करेंगे? आज आपको वो दर्द नहीं है हमारे भाई के लिए. आप वो दर्द नहीं खा रहे कि सबसे पहले इमरान खान का इलाज करवाएं हम अस्पताल में. हमने ये डिमांड कर रहे हैं फरवरी से कि इमरान खान का हक बनता है कि उनका इलाज करवाया जाए हमारी फैमिली की और लॉयर्स की मौजूदगी में. आप ये एजेंसियों की चीज़ों में डिस्ट्रैक्ट ना हो, मैं आपसे अपील करती हूँ.
All right, in fact, another sister of Imran Khan, Uzma Khan, has also now stated that if anything happens to the former Prime Minister of the country, it is Asim Munir who will be held responsible. Take a listen.
जो मुलाकात हुई, जो मेरी लास्ट मुलाकात हुई, उसमें उन्होंने इतने गुस्से में थे और इस तरह के उन्होंने सिर्फ आते ही जब मुझे देखा और हम 4 हफ्ते बाद मिले थे और उन्होंने उसी वक्त मुझे देखते कहा कि ये मुझे कुछ भी हुआ, ये मुझे टॉर्चर कर रहे, बता दो सबको कि मुझे कुछ भी हुआ तो आसिम मुनीर रिस्पॉन्सिबल होगा. कहता है वो डायरेक्ट ऑर्डर्स करता है, सारे जो कर्नल है उसके ऑर्डर्स पे चलते हैं और बार बार मुझे रिपीट किया, उनको गुस्सा था कि ये आसिम मुनीर का कहना, ये आसिम मुनीर अकेला कहते इसका नाम लो, कि ये जो करा रहा है मेरे साथ, ये मुझे बहुत टॉर्चर कर रहा है, मेंटल टॉर्चर कर रहा है मुझे। और उसके बाद जब उसी बिना पे जब इनको एनडीयू का पता चला तो ये बहुत इनको गुस्सा चढ़ा। इन्होंने कहा जी मैं और वर्ड्स कि मैं इतनी मुश्किल जेल काट रहा हूं।
All right. In fact, my colleague Goswami also joins us with more details on the big verdict given by the top court in Pakistan. Now, family, in fact, has been demanding this. Goswami, lawyers have been demanding this, as well as PTI supporters. And now, finally, the top court has ordered that Imran Khan must be transferred from Adiala jail to Shifa International Hospital for medical treatment.
Yes, the Supreme Court has given a big relief when it comes to Pakistan, Tehreek-e-Insaf, Imran Khan and his family, especially with the order that has been given that Imran Khan be immediately shifted to the Shifa International Airport hospital, wherein he will be treated. Now coming to some of the restrictions that have been placed by court on the PTI, that includes that the medical reports of Imran Khan cannot be used for any political purpose. Apart from that, the workers and the supporters of the PTI cannot hold any protest outside the Shifa International Airport hospital. Apart from this, the major relief that has come for the PTI is that the sisters of Imran Khan can meet him personally, while the sons of Imran Khan, they can speak to him over the phone.
Right.
So these kind of reliefs have been given by the Supreme Court, but the big question is that whether the Pakistani government will go with the Supreme Court's order, or they will be going like they have been doing in the previous cases with the contempt of court.
So while the release has now been ordered, there are a lot of restrictions which have been attached to this release by the top court. For now, thanks so much, Gursimran, for joining us and getting us the latest on this. And now we are shifting focus. A tragic accident took place in a Balewadi area of Pune. An 11-year-old boy who was riding a two-wheeler with his father and sister died on the spot after an accident caused by a pothole on the road. Now, the entire incident was captured on CCTV cameras, and here's a report on how killer potholes are now leading to loss of lives across Indian roads. Take a look.
An 11-year-old boy died on the spot on Monday evening after the two-wheeler he was travelling on with his father and sister reportedly skidded due to a pothole in Pune. While riding, the vehicle lost its balance and the two-wheeler skidded following the impact. When the 2-year-old boy fell onto the road, he was run over by a truck that was coming from behind. He died on the spot after being crushed under the truck. A large crowd gathered at the scene following the accident. This incident has once again raised serious questions regarding the poor conditions of roads and the prevalence of potholes in the area. Expressing their anger over the road's poor conditions, the local residents have demanded that administration immediately fill the potholes, repair the roads, and implement adequate safety measures at the accident-prone locations. The police are investigating the incident and the sequence of events with the help of a CCTV footage.
And now just moving on in a development that deals a sharp blow to the democracy in danger narrative that the United States has publicly hailed India as a robust voter verification system, with President Donald Trump now praising the mandatory photo ID requirement for every one of over 646 million voters in the last general election. He also cited a Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar's remarks questioning the absence of such checks in American polls. Now, while the opposition has cried foul over the endorsement, Congress leader Pawan Khera has now responded with a sarcastic tweet urging Trump to even take Gyanesh Kumar to America and keep him there, while offering to even send India's EVMs along with him. So it is the praise of Indian electoral system that is not well digested by the opposition here, as Congress has now given out a statement, in fact mocking the praise of India's electoral system by US President Donald Trump. So that's a statement that came in from President Trump today. He talked about how India follows a mandatory voter requirement in its elections, but clearly the opposition cannot digest that praise.
अगली फ्लाइट से हम ईवीएम भी भिजवा देंगे, वहां एसआईआर भी कराओ, टू सर्व विथ लव, एसआईआर कराओ, फिर डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प लाइन में लगे रहेंगे अपने कागज लेके, मेरे पिताजी यहाँ के थे, मेरे माताजी वहां की थी, पिछला वोट वहां दिया था, ले जाए, हम तो चाहते हैं ले जाए। अगली फ्लाइट से हम ईवीएम भी भिजवा देंगे, वहां एसआईआर भी कराओ, टू सर्व विथ लव, एसआईआर कराओ, फिर डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प लाइन में लगे रहेंगे अपने कागज लेके, मेरे पिताजी यहां के थे, मेरी माताजी वहां की थी, पिछला वोट वहां दिया था, ले जाए, हम तो चाहते हैं ले जाए।
And now viewers, the BJP has hit back to Congress. Listen to what leader Ravi Shankar Prasad has said on the comments made by Congress and mocking the statement coming in from President Trump praising India's electoral success. Take a listen.
इतनी बुरी तरह से हारने के बाद कुछ तो टीम से सहम जाती ना भाई, उसमें भी बोले का लहजा वही है। क्या उन्होंने ही कमेंट किया जिनके बारे में मैं अब एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूं क्या? अरे कम से कम किसी को आप सही नाम से तो बुला सकते हैं। भारत के चुनाव आयोग के चुनाव के कंडक्ट को लेकर दुनिया में बहुत लोग आग्रह करते हैं कि हमें बताइए। मैं जानता हूं, एज ए पूर्व कानून मंत्री, डेलीगेशन बहुत जगह जाता है, लोग आते हैं, तो अच्छी बात है। इतनी बुरी तरह से हारने के बाद कुछ तो टीम से सहम जाती ना भाई, उसमें भी बोले का लहजा वही है। क्या उन्होंने ही कमेंट किया जिनके बारे में मैं अब एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूं क्या? अरे कम से कम किसी को आप सही नाम से तो बुला सकते हैं। भारत के चुनाव आयोग के चुनाव के कंडक्ट को लेकर दुनिया में बहुत लोग आग्रह करते हैं कि हमें बताइए। मैं जानता हूं, एज ए पूर्व कानून मंत्री, डेलीगेशन बहुत जगह जाता है, लोग आते हैं, तो अच्छी बात है।
Now viewers, it is not just Donald Trump who has praised India's electoral system, but also US Ambassador to India Sergio Gore, who reiterated Trump's stance, saying that the president was very clear that what India does, having a voter ID law, is something that we should also pass in the United States. Take a listen.
The president was very clear, and what India does, having a voter ID law, is something that we should pass in the United States. You had over 660 million people vote, by the way, less than 1% by mail. So I think it's vitally important. Voter ID is important. This is not a partisan issue. And so the president is absolutely right that the United States should have a voter ID requirement when people show up to vote. The president was very clear, and what India does, having a voter ID law, is something that we should pass in the United States. You had over 660 million people vote, by the way, less than 1% by mail. So I think it's vitally important. Voter ID is important. This is not a partisan issue. And so the president is absolutely right that the United States should have a voter ID requirement when people show up to vote.
सीजीएल कल हम लोग रद्द कराए, यही सीजीएल को वो तारीख 28 जनवरी 2024 का वो तारीख इतिहास नहीं भूला होगा कि यही सीजीएल को रद्द कराए थे 28 जनवरी 2024 को। और उसके बाद आज फिर वही सीजीएल दोबारा परीक्षा हुआ, तो फिर से पेपर लीक हो गया, धांधली हुई और पेपर लीक होकर के फिर पैरवी से नौकरी हुआ। तो मेरा आज सबसे बड़ा जो दूसरा चरण का जो लड़ाई होगा, क्योंकि हम अपने जीवन में बहुत परीक्षा को रद्द होते हुए देखा है, बहुत परीक्षा को सीबीआई जांच होते हुए देखा है, बहुत परीक्षा को एसआईटी सीआईडी जांच होते हुए देखा है, लेकिन ये सारे परीक्षा जो रद्द हुए, क्या फिर से जब परीक्षा होगी तब क्या गारंटी है कि पेपर लीक नहीं होगा? तब क्या गारंटी है कि धांधली नहीं होगी? तब क्या गारंटी है कि वहाँ पैरवी नहीं चलेगा? इसीलिए मेरा जो हम लोग का अगला चरण का जो संघर्ष होगा, एक ऐसा भर्ती व्यवस्था जिसमें गवर्नमेंट हमें गारंटी दे कि आने वाले जुगों जुग तक पेपर लीक ना हो, जुगों जुग तक पैरवी ना हो, धांधली ना चले, चाहे वो बच्चा अभी पहला दूसरा में पढ़ रहा हो, चौथा पांचवा में पढ़ रहा हो, चाहे मैट्रिक इंटर में पढ़ रहा हो, या जो अभी आने वाले समय पे जिनका जन्म होगा। जो कुर्बानी हम लोग को देना पड़ा, बहुत दिक्कत होती है। आज भूखे प्यासे 16 दिन रहे, भूख हड़ताल पर रहे, इससे पहले कई चरणों पर आंदोलन किए, खाना पीना नहीं रहता है, जांच के नाम से ब्लड डेली 3-4 बार निकाला जाता है, सलाइन के माध्यम से जिंदा रहना चाहता है। हम नहीं चाहते हैं कि आने वाला दिन में और कोई दूसरा माँ का कोई बेटा या बेटी को कुर्बानी देना पड़े, क्योंकि एक छात्र का काम है पढ़ना, लिखना, परीक्षा देना, नौकरी करना। ये सड़क पे उतर करके एफआईआर लेना, लाठी डंडा खाना, भूख हड़ताल करना, जान को जोखिम में डालना, ये आने वाला पीढ़ी को इस स्थिति में हम देखना नहीं चाहते हैं। इसीलिए हम एक ऐसा मजबूत व्यवस्था चाहते हैं जो अभिभावक भी आज चाहते हैं। आज सब परेशान है कि ये 14 परीक्षा तो जो गड़बड़ी हुई थी रद्द होना था हो गया, लेकिन क्या ये 14 परीक्षा आने वाले समय पर होगी, उस पर क्या गारंटी है कि पेपर लीक नहीं होगा? ये सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है। इसीलिए हम सरकार से डिमांड करते हैं कि जो रिफॉर्म का जो है उस पर एक निगरानी कमेटी गठित हो और पूरा ऑडिट हो, सिर्फ फाइनेंशियल ऑडिट नहीं, हर स्टेप में ऑडिट होना चाहिए। मान के चलिए क्वेश्चन सेट हो रहा है, 3 स्टेज पर क्वेश्चन सेट होता है, तो पहला स्टेज पर जो क्वेश्चन सेट होगा वो सेकंड स्टेज पर जाएगा, तो फर्स्ट स्टेज के पार्टी को सेकंड स्टेज में होने वाला क्वेश्चन सेट के बारे में जानकारी नहीं होना चाहिए। उसके बाद फाइनल स्टेज पे जो होगा उसका फर्स्ट और सेकंड वाला को मालूम नहीं होना चाहिए क्वेश्चन कहाँ प्रिंट हो रहा है, कहाँ से उसका ट्रैकिंग हो रहा है। आज तक तो कोई राष्ट्रपति और प्रधानमंत्री पर इससे बड़ा दुखदायी बात नहीं हो सकता। इसीलिए हम लोग चाहते हैं निगरानी कमेटी गठित हो, पूरा स्टेप बाय स्टेप ऑडिट हो, साथ ही साथ हर स्टेप का एक क्लियरेंस एफिडेविट हो, सर्टिफिकेट हो कि हाँ हमने नियमावली का पालन किया है, हाँ हमने SOP का पालन किया है, हाँ हमने किसी प्रकार का धांधली नहीं किया है, कोई प्रकार की गड़बड़ी नहीं हुई है। इसका एक क्लियरेंस सर्टिफिकेट हर स्टेप पे दिया जाए और ये झारखंड का जो शिक्षा व्यवस्था है पूरे दुनिया के लिए एक उदाहरण प्रस्तुत हो। इसके लिए अगर विधानसभा में कानून बनाना पड़े तो बनाए, इसके लिए अगर संविधान में संशोधन करना पड़े तो किया जाए। क्योंकि हमेशा हवाला दिया जाता है कि सरकार हमेशा बोलती है कि JPSC संवैधानिक संस्था है, इंडिपेंडेंट बॉडी है, हम लोग नहीं कर सकते हैं। अरे भाई तो संविधान को संशोधन करिए, क्योंकि जिस स्तर पे धांधली हो रही है। आज बताइए, आज बहुत ऐसे जेन्युइन छात्र है जो 11वीं से 13वीं JPSC और जब CGL का जब गड़बड़ी हुआ था तब हम लोग लड़े, तब सुना नहीं, तब रद्द नहीं किया। आज जो जेन्युइन छात्र का जो हुआ है आज वो भी अपना न्याय के लिए संघर्ष कर रहा है। तो ये कब तक चलता रहेगा? पेपर लीक करते रहेंगे, जांच होते रहेगा, कार्रवाई होते रहेगा, रद्द होता रहेगा। अब छात्र इसको नहीं देखना चाहते हैं। बहुत देखा, ये रद्द को भी देखा, जांच को भी देखा, और जांच और रद्द से छात्र को न्याय बहुत ज्यादा नहीं मिलता है। जो छात्र कुछ फॉर्म भरते हैं उसी को एक बार अवसर सिर्फ मिलता है, जो समय बर्बाद होता है उसका भी न्याय नहीं मिलता है। इसीलिए हम लोग चाहते हैं एक ऐसा रिफॉर्म, एक ऐसा भर्ती परीक्षा व्यवस्था जो पूरी तरीके से जवाबदेही हो, निष्पक्ष हो, और ये गारंटी देना पड़ेगा कि फ्यूचर में पेपर लीक और धांधली नहीं होगा। इसके लिए हम लोग JPSC JSSC भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त भर्ती अभियान का हम लोग अगला चरण करेंगे। और इसके अलावा और छात्र को लगता है कि कुछ संघर्ष और करना है, कुछ संघर्ष को जारी रखना है, तो देवेंद्र नाथ महतो छात्र के संघर्ष के साथ खड़ा है और खड़ा रहेगा। आंदोलन खत्म नहीं, मेरा भूख हड़ताल को हमने ब्रेक किया है। चूंकि बहुत बड़ी जीत हुई है, सरकार रद्द कर दिया, अब रद्द करने के बाद फिर परीक्षा होने की वाली है, तब का हम सिक्योरिटी चाह रहे, संघर्ष उसके लिए करें।
धरना प्रदर्शन जो यहाँ ये जारी रहेगा, के लिए भी जारी रहेगा क्या?
जो CBI जांच हो, SIT जांच हो या रद्द हो, जो भी छात्र का संघर्ष जारी रहेगा। देवेंद्र नाथ महतो दिन और रात हमेशा साथ है और साथ रहेगा। नहीं रहेगा, हम तो कह रहे हैं कि जी छात्र रहेंगे। अब छात्र का हमने भूख हड़ताल को तोड़ा है, जो संकल्प के साथ हमने लड़ा था वो जो मुद्दा था वो हमारा पूरा हुआ है। बाकी छात्र के साथ में सहयोग में हम हमेशा आगे रहेंगे, दिन और रात आगे रहेंगे,
छात्रों के साथ खड़े रहेंगे,
हमेशा खड़े रहेंगे, अगली पंक्ति पर खड़े रहेंगे। लाठी खाना है लाठी खाएंगे, जेल जाना है जेल जाएंगे। देवेंद्र नाथ महतो कभी न पीछे हटा है न कभी पीछे हटेगा।
आप क्या कहते हैं देवेंद्र जी की CBI जांच होनी चाहिए?
देखिए, मेरा कहना है कि CBI जांच को भी हमने बहुत बार देखा है, SIT जांच को भी हमने बहुत बार देखा है, रद्द को भी हमने बहुत बार देखा है, लेकिन इससे छात्र का न्याय नहीं हो पा रहा है।
यहाँ जो धरना दे रहे
नहीं, हम आते रहेंगे जाते रहेंगे और छात्र का जो बड़ा आंदोलन होगा हम उस पर हमेशा सहयोग करेंगे और सफल बनाने में योगदान देंगे।
जो यहाँ पे धरना प्रदर्शन चल रहा है आप लोग का न्याय मंच का,
वो जारी रहेगा, टेंट जारी रहेगा भैया, जारी रहेगा। अभी हम लोग का रिफॉर्म का बात होगा, रिफॉर्म गारंटी चाहिए। तब यहाँ धरना प्रदर्शन जारी जी, जब तक हमको इसका गारंटी नहीं मिलेगा कि भविष्य में कभी पेपर लीक नहीं होगा, जब तक इसका गारंटी नहीं मिलेगा कि भविष्य में कभी धांधली नहीं होगी। अभी 14 परीक्षा, अभी धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी शिक्षा मंत्री से इस्तीफा दिए, दूसरा है तो क्या अभी 14 परीक्षा रद्द हुआ, फिर परीक्षा होगी, फिर पेपर लीक होगा क्या? इस बात का तो मतलब आप लोग जयपाल सिंह मुंडा स्टेडियम में अनिश्चितकालीन बैठे रहेंगे? जी, मेरा भूख हड़ताल को हम ब्रेक किए हैं। ये अभियान का प्रथम चरण की जीत हुई है, लेकिन ये संघर्ष तो अभी और जिम्मेवारी बढ़ गई है, क्योंकि ये मेरे लिए आंदोलन नहीं है, मेरे लिए जो युवाओं का एक विश्वास है, एक उम्मीद है, उसका जिम्मेवारी है। और आज इसीलिए रोते रोते कितना आदमी हमको भूख हड़ताल के खराब स्थिति के दौरान हॉस्पिटल में मेरा ऐसा स्थिति आया था कि एक दिन मेरा ब्रेन हेमरेज हो जाएगा, रात में मेरा सांसें अटक गई थी, लेकिन हम कंट्रोल में आ गए, संभल गए। पूरा डॉक्टर, पूरा हॉस्पिटल उथल पुथल हो गया था, लेकिन हम रोते रोते कितना लोग बोले कि आप जान को देखिए, लेकिन नहीं, हमने कहा कि ये मेरे लिए आंदोलन नहीं है, मेरे लिए ये आंदोलन नहीं, जिम्मेदारी है। राज्य के जो युवा विश्वास और उम्मीद किए हैं, और उसके लिए हम शुरू से कह रहे हैं कि मेरा जीना और मरना इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है, मेरा दुख तकलीफ दर्द भी इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है। इस वक्त अगर सबसे बड़ा इम्पोर्टेंट है तो जुगो जुग तक, जुगांतर तक और कोई इस तरीके का दिन देखना ना पड़े, क्योंकि देखिए रद्द होता है, एक जो यहाँ बैठे हैं वो जेन्युइन छात्र हैं, एक जो रद्द होने की वजह से कुछ छात्र जो सिलेक्शन होता है जेन्युइन, वहाँ भी जेन्युइन छात्र कुछ परसेंटेज रहते हैं, तो दोनों तरफ इधर ज्यादा जेन्युइन छात्र हैं, लेकिन उधर भी कुछ जेन्युइन छात्र होते हैं। तो ये दिन झारखंड कितना दिन तक देखेगा, ये दिन देखना ना पड़े। जी, क्या सीआईडी जांच से आप देखिए, हम तो कह रहे हैं कि कोई जांच और कोई रद्द और कोई जांच से हमको बहुत ज्यादा खुशी नहीं महसूस हो रही है। हम क्या करें, मुझे गारंटी चाहिए कि फ्यूचर में एसआईटी, सीआईडी या सीबीआई या रद्द का दिन दिखाना पड़े, ऐसा सिक्योरिटी, क्योंकि 14 परीक्षा रद्द हुआ है, अब बहुत जल्द 14 परीक्षा आयोजन होगा, उसका संचालन कैसे होगा, इसका सबसे बड़ा चुनौती है।
जब मंत्रियों से बातचीत हुई, आपको आपका आंसर भी करवाया मंत्रियों ने, फर्स्ट आपने यही बात उनसे भी कहा कि आंदोलन जारी रहेगा?
नहीं, उसको कहा है, स्पष्ट कहा है कि अगर संविधान विधानसभा में कानून बनाना है, कानून बनाइए, संविधान पे संशोधन करना है, करिए, अगर विधानसभा से होता है विधानसभा से करिए, लोकसभा से होता है लोकसभा से करिए, लेकिन ऐसा गारंटी वाला व्यवस्था चाहिए जो फ्यूचर में कभी भी पेपर लीक ना हो। और आप लोग भी प्रेस मीडिया बंधु जान रहे इस चीज को कि ये वक्त पे सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज है। ये
नहीं, कल आपने कि हमारा आंदोलन स्थगित किया जाता,
प्रथम चरण
रिफॉर्म के लिए जारी।
हाँ, और प्रथम चरण का स्वरूप अलग अलग होगा। प्रथम चरण का स्वरूप अगर सरकार जवाब दे देगी तो हम लोग आगे जहाँ तक जाना पड़ेगा हम लोग जाएंगे। धन्यवाद।
चलिए ठीक है, चलिए।
दादा, एक हम लोग भी मंच पे बैठे हुए थे, लेकिन हम लोग को बैठा हो गया नहीं,
अभी ले चलेंगे।
CCTV का 10 साल से हम लोग के ऊपर भी ध्यान
उठ जाता है सनसनाटा।
All right, viewers, that was a student leader Devendra Mathur who ended his hunger strike just yesterday after the government of Jharkhand ordered the cancellation of JSSC CGL examination. Now he says that he's ended his hunger strike, but the protest, the struggle for a better education system will still continue while seeking guarantees from Congress government against a future paper leak. So that's the statement coming in from Devendra Mathur, who's now ended his hunger strike. So that's the big statement coming in, that even though he has ended his hunger strike and the JSSC CGL examination has now been cancelled, his protest will continue in Jharkhand. All right, viewers, with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up right after, Donald Trump now cites India's election system as an example while renewing his call for the passage of the Save America Act, praises the voter verification system in India. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे,
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ,
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े,
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
X is updating its platform to directly flag and display government requests for content removal or account restrictions to its users. X will notify users and label posts or accounts when a government body demands changes. According to X, it will show the legal reasoning or justification provided by the government behind the removal of the content. But despite these new labels, X will still have to comply legally binding Indian laws and government orders. The Indian government has sent a firm message to Elon Musk-owned X. The government made its stance clear that the platform will have to follow the law of the land while operating in India. It must comply with domestic laws and, when required, to follow the legally valid takedown directions. India has already tightened its IT rules, requiring platforms to remove certain unlawful content within 3 hours of being notified, reducing the earlier 36-hour window.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
We all must learn the lesson. The era of short, intense conflicts is over. We are all should be ready for long, drawn-out wars that tax and test the national stamina. There are unconfirmed reports that Iran has made a nuclear bomb. They have dropped enough indications that they have the bomb. Their top leader, he has made a statement that we.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Biggest multi-state crackdown on Pak-based Bharti network. Over 200 arrested from 14 states. Pakistan rattled as Indian forces now expose ISI-based terror network. Islamabad cries foul after arrests made in India. Students who qualified at JPSC, JSSC examination now start protest against sovereign government as they cancel exam. Though Devendra Mato ends hunger strike, protests continue in Ranchi. Government says X will have to follow the law of the land regarding its new rule after X said it will make censorship requests now visible to users. Donald Trump cites India's election system as an example while renewing his call for the passage of the Save America Act, praises the voter verification system.
उसी वक्त मुझे देखते कहा कि ये बता दो सबको कि मुझे कुछ भी हुआ तो आसिम मुनीर रिस्पॉन्सिबल होगा, कि ये जो करा रहा है मेरे साथ, ये मुझे बहुत टॉर्चर कर रहा है, मेंटल टॉर्चर कर रहा है मुझे.
Supreme Court now orders release of Imran Khan as he's now to be transferred to Shifa International Hospital and kept there until September 16th for treatment. Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me Ishita Mitra, and our top focus at this hour. Now Pakistan Supreme Court has ordered that Imran Khan, the former Prime Minister of the country, to be transferred to Shifa International Hospital and kept there until September 16th for medical treatment. Imran Khan is now to be transferred to hospital as Pak Supreme Court has now given out its order that the former Prime Minister of the country must be transferred from Adiala jail. This comes in as there has been pressure mounting from family members of Imran Khan, from PTI supporters, given the worsening health condition of the former Prime Minister of Pakistan. In fact, joining us on the phone line is Abdul Samad Yaqub. He's a leader from PTI, Imran Khan's party. Thanks so much, Mr. Abdul, for joining us on the broadcast. I want to ask you, PTI has certainly hailed the verdict. They're calling it this is something that is yet to be delivered, but finally the justice has now come in for Imran Khan. So how is PTI looking at this verdict, A, and also the kind of restrictions which have been attached to this verdict?
Well, first of all, PTI is saying this verdict as a welcoming decision by the Supreme Court of the Pakistan. PTI's long-standing demand was Imran Khan's to be moved to the hospital or to get the access of his personal physicians, personal doctors. So both were being denied from long, and we had no information or any update about Imran Khan's health. So Supreme Court finally given a decision which is not any political favor but constitutional right. So Imran Khan is for the first time is being given the constitutional right to be provided the adequate health facilities.
Right, and also what is the latest that we're fetching on Imran Khan's health condition as of now? We understand that reports are saying that his health conditions continue to worsen at Adiala jail. So what's the latest update that we have on his health condition?
The health condition currently, the only source which is available, or which yesterday the government doctors or the government board presented the medical reports to the Supreme Court, that is based on the government sources. So there is no private source or no credible source which can give us the actual and the factual situation of the Imran Khan's health. So as he is to be transferred to the hospitals, once he is moved to the hospitals, those doctors, including her sister, the reports which comes later will be credible. Otherwise, at this moment, we cannot confirm anything about the condition of Imran Khan.
Right. In fact, and one more thing that I wanted to ask you about is that there are certain caveats which have been attached to Imran Khan's transfer. It says that no politics should be done on the transfer to the hospital, and no political gathering essentially can take place. What is the party's stance on those conditions attached?
No, both conditions are. We consider it justified conditions. That we will not play any politics on the basis of the health of the Imran Khans, and we don't see hospital as any political place or where the politics should be done. So
Right,
these
all right.
both will be abide by the PTI.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Abdul, for joining us on Republic TV and sharing where the PTI stands with regard to Imran Khan's transfer. And now, viewers, in fact, we're getting some more reactions coming in from PTI leader. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa CM Sohail Afridi has also now reacted to the Supreme Court's order to transfer Imran Khan to Shifa International Hospital. Take a listen.
रवैया रखा जाएगा तो आम शहरी फिर किस तरफ जाएगा? तो अदालतों का काम है, हमें अदालतों जो हकपरस्त जजेस हैं उनसे उम्मीद यही है कि वो इंसाफ करेंगे और एक जज सिर्फ खड़ा हो गया और उसने इंसाफ किया तो तमाम जजेस को जो है
आज के फैसले को और फिर कितना खुश है
आज का फैसला मुसलसल 9 अप्रैल 2022 से लेकर जो पाकिस्तान तहरीक इंसाफ इमरान खान साहब के साथ ज्यादती जबर फस्तायत जुल्म हो रहा था तो एक फैसला उसका ज़ाला नहीं कर सकते। हम चाहते हैं कि मजीद इंसाफ।
थैंक यू। हमारा दर्द पहले पहचानो। आपके घर में आपकी वालदा, आपके भाई जब बीमार होते हैं, आप मुझे बताओ सबसे पहले आपकी तरजीह क्या होगी? उसको बेहतर से बेहतर अस्पताल में फौरन इलाज करवाया जाए। आप नहीं करेंगे? आज आपको वो दर्द नहीं है हमारे भाई के लिए? आप वो दर्द नहीं खा रहे कि सबसे पहले इमरान खान का इलाज करवाएं हम अस्पताल में? हमने ये डिमांड कर रहे हैं फरवरी से कि इमरान खान का हक बनता है कि उनका इलाज करवाया जाए हमारी फैमिली की और लॉयर्स की मौजूदगी में। आप ये एजेंसियों की चीज़ों में डिस्ट्रैक्ट ना हो, मैं आपसे अपील करती हूँ।
जो मुलाकात हुई, जो मेरी लास्ट मुलाकात हुई, उसमें उन्होंने इतने गुस्से में थे और इस तरह के उन्होंने सिर्फ आते ही जब मुझे देखा और हम 4 हफ्ते बाद मिले थे और उन्होंने उसी वक्त मुझे देखते कहा कि ये मुझे कुछ भी हुआ, ये मुझे टॉर्चर कर रहे, बता दो सबको कि मुझे कुछ भी हुआ तो आसिम मुनीर रिस्पॉन्सिबल होगा। कहता है वो डायरेक्ट ऑर्डर्स करता है, सारे जो कर्नल है उसके ऑर्डर्स पे चलते हैं और बार बार मुझे रिपीट किया। उनको गुस्सा था कि ये आसिम मुनीर का कहना, ये आसिम मुनीर अकेला कहते हैं, इसका नाम लो कि ये जो करा रहा है मेरे साथ, ये मुझे बहुत टॉर्चर कर रहा है, मेंटल टॉर्चर कर रहा है मुझे। और उसके बाद जब उसी बिना पे जब इनको एनडीयू का पता चला तो ये बहुत इनको गुस्सा चढ़ा। इन्होंने कहा जी मैं और वर्ड्स कि मैं इतनी मुश्किल जेल काट रहा हूं।
ये ऑर्डर पूरा बाजू आप हवाले से सूरत हाल है इसके साथ साथ पाकिस्तान के इंसाफ पर एक जिम्मेदारी डाली और ये जिम्मेदारी इस जमात के करोड़ों का
मोबाइल थोड़ा पीछे कर लो भाई।
मैंने उठाई है, मैंने
आपको आगे बढ़ाया
है कि ये मुनज़्ज़म जमात है कि हम हर उस हुक्म का पास करेगी जो अदालत उसका पास करेगी। हमें ये कहा गया है शिफा इंटरनेशनल अस्पताल के इर्द गिर्द कोई जमघटा नहीं होना चाहिए। तो मैंने अदालत से कहा हर अस्पताल शिफा इंटरनेशनल एक बहुत अस्पताल और किसी के इलाज में मदद नहीं पड़ती। मेरी ये इल्तिजा है इमरान खान के आने वालों से करोड़ों पाकिस्तान के खर्च में फैले हुए हैं जो अदालत उस्मान ने हुक्म दिया है उन पर वादा किया है ये ऑर्डर
पूरा बाजू आप
के हवाले से इस मदद सूरत हाल है इसके साथ साथ अदालत उस्मान ने
All right, viewers, a big relief for former Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan, who has now been ordered to be transferred from Adiala jail, where he has been imprisoned for over 3 years, to Shifa International Hospital in Islamabad for medical treatment. This comes in as his health was continuously worsening. He has been lodged in the jail for over 3 years now with no access to family, to lawyers for the past 300 days. And now, as the pressure was mounting on the system from the supporters, from family members, with the sister also declaring that if anything now happens to Imran Khan, it is Asim Munir who will be held responsible. We're now looking at A big verdict coming in, a big relief as well for the former Prime Minister Imran Khan, who is now set to be transferred to Shifa International Hospital in Islamabad and remain there till about September 16th for medical treatment. So a big verdict coming in from the top court in Pakistan, who has now ordered that Imran Khan must also now be transferred from Adiala jail to, in fact, Shifa International Hospital. In fact, we're getting some reactions from family members of Imran Khan. The sister, in fact, Alima, has now spoken. Let's take a listen.
का शुक्र है कि आज अदालत ने हमें जब मायूस हो गए थे कि इंसाफ की जब बिल्कुल उम्मीद ख़त्म होगी, लेकिन अल्लाह ताला से उम्मीद रखी हुई थी। और आज शुक्र है कि उन्होंने हमें एक ही चीज़ चाहिए थी कि इमरान खान को अस्पताल में मुकम्मल चेकअप हो। और आज जो जज साहब ने, हमने अपने लॉयर दारी साहब से भी समझा है, उन्होंने कहा कि उनका अब चेकअप होगा अस्पताल में, उसमें डॉक्टर उस्मा मौजूद होंगी और बोर्ड भी बनेगा और डॉक्टर उस्मा भी और डॉक्टर फैसल भी उसमें बोर्ड में मौजूद होंगे, ताकि मुकम्मल उनका इमरान खान का मुआयना चेकअप सारा कुछ हो सके। अल्लाह का शुक्र है कि आज अदालत ने हमें जब मायूस हो गए थे कि इंसाफ की जब बिल्कुल उम्मीद ख़त्म होगी, लेकिन अल्लाह ताला से उम्मीद रखी हुई थी। और आज शुक्र है कि उन्होंने हमें एक ही चीज़ चाहिए थी कि इमरान खान को अस्पताल में मुकम्मल चेकअप हो। और आज जो जज साहब ने, हमने अपने लॉयर दारी साहब से भी समझा है, उन्होंने कहा कि उनका अब चेकअप होगा अस्पताल में, उसमें डॉक्टर उस्मा मौजूद होंगी और बोर्ड भी बनेगा और डॉक्टर उस्मा भी और डॉक्टर फैसल भी उसमें बोर्ड में मौजूद होंगे, ताकि मुकम्मल।
And now we are shifting focus in a development that deals a sharp blow to the Democracy in Danger Brigade. The United States has now publicly hailed India as a robust voter verification system, with President Donald Trump now praising the mandatory photo ID requirement for every one of over 646 million voters in the last general election. He cited Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar's remarks questioning the absence of such checks in American polls. Now, while the opposition has cried foul over the endorsement, Congress leader Pawan even responded with a sarcastic tweet urging Trump to take Gyanesh Kumar to America and even send EVMs along with him. So that's a statement coming in from Congress, who is now crowing foul or essentially not able to digest which has come in terms of election system for India by President Trump.
इतनी बुरी तरह से हारने के बाद कुछ तो टीम से सहम जाती ना भाई, उसमें भी बोले का लहजा वही है। क्या उन्होंने ही कमेंट किया जिनके बारे में मैं अब एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूं क्या? अरे कम से कम किसी को आप सही नाम से तो बुला सकते हैं। भारत के चुनाव आयोग के चुनाव के कंडक्ट को लेकर दुनिया में बहुत लोग आग्रह करते हैं कि हमें बताइए। मैं जानता हूं, एज ए पूर्व कानून मंत्री, डेलीगेशन बहुत जगह जाता है, लोग आते हैं, तो अच्छी बात है।
हम तो कह रहे हैं ले जाओ, कल ले जाते हो आज ले जाओ, अगली फ्लाइट से हम ईवीएम भी भिजवा देंगे, वहां एसआईआर भी कराओ, टू सर्व विथ लव, एसआईआर कराओ, फिर डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प लाइन में लगे रहेंगे अपने कागज लेके, मेरे पिताजी यहां के थे, मेरे माताजी वहां की थी, पिछला वोट वहां दिया था। ले जाए, हम तो चाहते हैं ले जाए। हम तो कह रहे हैं ले जाओ, कल ले जाते हो आज ले जाओ, अगली फ्लाइट से हम ईवीएम भी भिजवा देंगे, वहां एसआईआर भी कराओ, टू सर्व विथ लव, एसआईआर कराओ, फिर डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प लाइन में लगे रहेंगे अपने कागज लेके, मेरे पिताजी यहां के थे, मेरे माताजी वहां की थी, पिछला वोट वहां दिया था। ले जाए, हम तो चाहते हैं ले जाए।
The president was very clear, and what India does, having a voter ID law, is something that we should pass in the United States. You had over 660 million people vote, by the way, less than 1% by mail. So I think it's vitally important. Voter ID is important. This is not a partisan issue. And so the president is absolutely right that the United States should have a voter ID requirement when people show up to vote.
All right, here's now shifting focus. A deadly shooting has now rocked a high school in southern Philippines. A student allegedly opened fire at a school, killing a fellow student before taking his own life. Now, police soon rushed to secure the campus. Multiple casualties have now been reported in this incident, while local officials confirmed the deaths of 2 students. Here's a report. Take a look.
A school shooting has triggered panic in Zamboanga city of the southern part of Philippines. A high school student opened fire on the campus, killing a fellow student before taking his own life. Local officials confirmed that 2 students were killed in the shooting. Police teams rushed to secure the school campus as authorities began investigating the attack. Meanwhile, the gunman live-streamed the attack on Facebook. Local media identified the alleged shooter as Nail Jalani. Now, regional police spokesperson Major Chang said officers were working to secure the campus while further details were awaited. The shooting has sent shockwaves through the school community, with authorities now probing the circumstances behind the deadly attack.
And now, viewers, Elon Musk announced that X will make a government request to remove or restrict content from more visible to users under the plan changes. Musk says the move is aimed at increasing transparency around state intervention on the platform. But the government of India has this time come back with a sharp response, saying that the X must follow the laws of the land. Here's a report. Take a look.
The Indian government has sent a firm message to Elon Musk-owned X. The government made its stance clear that the platform will have to follow the law of the land while operating in India. It must comply with domestic laws and, when required, to follow the legally valid takedown directions. India has already tightened its IT rules, requiring platforms to remove certain unlawful content within 3 hours of being notified, reducing the earlier 36-hour window. X is updating its platform to directly flag and display government requests for content removal or account restrictions to its users. X will notify users and label posts or accounts when a government body demands changes. According to X, it will show the legal reasoning or justification provided by the government behind the removal of the content. But despite these new labels, X will still have to comply legally binding Indian laws and government orders.
All right, viewers, with that, we are slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming right after the break, Trump now cites India's election system as an example while renewing his call for the passage of the Save America Act. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबां केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Hello and welcome back, viewers. Now time for some updates coming from the world of business. Over to my colleague Karan.
Thanks, Ishita. Well, all of us have been following the Tata Sons annual general meeting, which is scheduled in another 10 minutes. Now, whether it gets past the first 30 minutes is a question that needs to be answered. The 108th annual general meeting of the Tata Group's holding company is set for 2:30 this afternoon in that time over video conferencing. And there's a big question mark on whether the company can actually assemble the quorum it needs. Now, the issue, viewers, sits in Article 86 of the Tata Sons Articles of Association. At least 5 members must be personally present, and one of them must be a representative jointly nominated by the Sir Dorabji Tata Trust and the Sir Ratan Tata Trust. Now, that rule binds as long as the two trusts together hold at least 40%. Now, together, currently, they hold over 51%. As things stand, that nomination has not been made. A Maharashtra Charity Commissioner order from May has barred the Sir Ratan Tata Trust, which is a 23.5% shareholder, from holding a board meeting, pending an inquiry into its composition. Tata Trust has called that order ex parte. Vice Chairman Vijay Singh stepped down as a trustee on 14th of August, thinning the board further. Now, if quorum is not met within 30 minutes, the meeting adjourns automatically. Tata Sons would then be expected to seek an extension from the Registrar of Companies up to 3 months. Now, none of this is procedural, viewers. On the agenda, we have the financial year 26 accounts, the dividend, and the directorship of Chairman N. Chandrasekharan, who's told the board he will not seek another term when his tenure ends in February 2027. Now, if today's meeting does not go through, he stays on as a director until a legally valid AGM is held. The trust case comes up before the Charity Commissioner on 8th of September, and if there's no resolution inside the 3-month window, sources say the trust may move the Bombay High Court. We'll continue tracking the story. Let's see what happens between 2:30 and 3 today. Back to you, Ishita.
All right, thanks, Karan. We'll keep tracking what exactly comes out of this crucial meeting of Tata Sons today. Thanks so much. And with that, viewers, we're now shifting focus. A fresh political row has now erupted in Tamil Nadu after DMK mouthpiece launched a sharp attack on Chief Minister Vijay over the seating arrangement of Trisha at the Independence Day celebration. Now, the editorial piece took objection to actress Trisha being seated in the front row and the CM exchanging salutes with her, calling the act disgusting and disrespectful. The DMK mouthpiece also questioned Vijay's justification of the gesture and accused him of becoming nervous about his decreasing political influence within just 3 months in office. Here's a report. Take a look.
A fresh political attack on Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay, this time from the DMK's mouthpiece, Murasoli.